Good morning. Welcome back to the Historic Preservation Board of Miami Beach. I hope everybody had a good August recess. We're meeting today for the September 13th meeting, and I'll begin, as usual, by with an overview of our process for each item, and then I'll hand it over to Debbie. So we begin every item here by having the staff present the item and describe their recommendations. At that point, the board may provide questions to staff regarding that description. Then we'll ask the applicants to make their presentation within a limited amount of time, and we ask that the applicants sit down after their presentation. The board at that point may assemble various questions that we may have based on that presentation. We'll try to get all those questions out together, so we ask the applicant to make note of those questions so that then they can come back up to the lectern, address all those questions, and then sit back down. Then we'll go to public hearing. We'll check in on Zoom, see if anybody's remote, and then we do ask that the public, for the sensitivity of the time here, not repeat other comments that have already been made, but certainly we welcome everybody's input. At that point, there may be a rebuttal from the applicant, and we ask that if the applicant does want to come back and address some of the public comments, that they don't reopen their presentation, but simply address those comments in a straightforward fashion. And then we'll go to the board member comment. We'll go one by one with our comments at that point. The chair will go last, and then we'll move on to a motion. Okay? And so I'll do my best to keep everybody in line so we can keep this moving forward until I do have to leave a little early, so Kirk will be taking over towards the end of the meeting. Okay? And with that, Debbie, I'll hand it over to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of the board and members of the public. Just a quick announcement. We will be short one board member this morning, and as board member Liebman will not be present. I found out about that earlier this morning. We are also, as the chairperson stated, going to be losing another member around 11:30 or noon. So I just wanted to make that announcement. We do have two applications on the agenda this morning that require 5/7 vote. And I would be happy if the applicants agree to take those earlier on the agenda. I think one is already scheduled for the second item, so we can begin with the regular order. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the city attorney for the notice regarding lobbyist registration and swearing in any members who will be testifying today. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie, and good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Today's meeting of the Historic Preservation Board has been scheduled in a hybrid format with members of the board physically present in the commission chambers at Miami Beach City Hall, and applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via Zoom. In order to participate in today's meeting, members of the public may dial 1-888-475-4499 and enter the webinar ID, which is 817-4834-7488#, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 817-4834-7488. Before I swear in the public and staff, I'd like to read the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness, providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they're communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to swear in any members of the public or staff who will be testifying today. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nick. First item this morning is the approval of the July 12th, 2022 minutes. Do we have any corrections, or would someone like to make a motion? Okay.
Second.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, great. That passes. Next, we do have two announcements. One request for a continuance this morning. The request for continuance is with regard to HPB 210499. This is 1445 Pennsylvania Avenue. The applicant is requesting that the variance portion, they have requested a variance to exceed the hours of operation for the outdoor bar counter, that variance be continued, I believe, to the November meeting. Is that correct, Mr. Rao?
Thank you, Debbie. Good morning, Debbie, Mr. Chair, and honorable board members. James Rao with Greenstone Water Offices, 600 Brickell Avenue, here on behalf of the applicant. We've actually changed that request around a bit, and we're actually going to be withdrawing the request for the variance on the outdoor bar counter today. We've been having some discussions with the neighborhood association, including late last night, and our client, in order to show as much good faith as possible, has chosen to just withdraw that variance request, get the project underway, and after operating and establishing a good track record and relationship with the neighborhood, we'll then reweigh whether it's appropriate to come back and apply for that down the road. So we're withdrawing that request and would like to just continue with the certificate of appropriateness portion.
I have a question, if I may. In a situation like that, thank you. In a situation like that, when they decide to come back, for which seems they will, are they here or BOA?
They would be coming back to this board.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. So that variance request has been withdrawn without prejudice since it was not presented to the board today. And similarly, we have HPB 220517. This is for the Ocean Terrace Park. The applicant has also advised the planning department that they have withdrawn their variance to exceed the hours for their outdoor bar counter as well. So we will not be hearing that today. If that comes back at a certain point, to Mr. Klein's point, that would be coming back to the Historic Preservation Board. But currently it is withdrawn. So they would have to file again, and just the variance, and they would have to file again, and that would have to be fully noticed in accordance with the noticing regulations. So just those two quick announcements, and then we can move on to the first regular application of the agenda, which is HPB 22-532 1116 Ocean Drive. An application has been filed requesting a modification to the previously approved after-the-fact certificate of appropriateness for the installation of a canopy structure at the ground level. Specifically, the applicant is requesting the deletion of a condition requiring that the canopy be removed after 2 years. This particular application was approved 2 years ago on September 8th, 2020. This was for the installation of a canopy structure covering outdoor seating within the courtyard portion of the Casa Casarina property, also known as the Versace Mansion. Staff has evaluated the structure. I think most people probably don't even know it's there. It is minimally visible from certain vantage points only. We do not believe that this structure has had any type of negative impact on the contributing building or the historic district, and we are supportive of the applicant's request and are recommending that the board approve the application. Thank you.
Good morning. Ken Harrison Robbins with offices at 242 Northeast 27th Street in Miami. I represent the owners of the Casa Arena, and we want to thank you and this board for its previous approval of this. Essentially, it's a temporary retractable canopy structure. It can be taken down at any time if necessity calls for it. We have put that up there, and we're enjoying the use of it, and the public is enjoying the use of it. As you probably remember, it was very restrictive to get into the Casa Arena before my clients took it over, and now they've opened up to the public, and as tens of thousands of people each month enter the facility and enjoy the tours throughout the facility. So it's really become a public area. And of course, I'm sure you've dined there or had an opportunity to sit in there, and it's a wonderful environment that's created by this canopy. Let's run through the presentation real quickly, if we may. Next page. Next, thank you. So this is the canopy structure and the east elevation. You can show with the dark lines where the structure is. Next line. Next slide. So you can see, in reality, it's not even visible from Collins Avenue. Next slide. Let's go. Excuse me, Ocean Drive. I stand corrected. This is a view from, I believe, 15th Street and 12th Street. And as you can see, it's not visible from that street, the side street either. Next slide. 11th Street. I don't know what's going on with me today. 11th Street. I think my arm is in the way. So 11th Street, as you can see from 11th Street, it's not visible at all. Let's go to the next slide. You can see from Ocean Drive, once again, from across from the park, it's not visible. Next slide. And this is from 11th Street. Once again, from across the street, it's not visible. Next slide, please. So you can see Caddy Corner across from 11th and Ocean Drive. You can see that there's no visibility of the structure. Next slide. This is what it looks like inside when we retract the canopy. Most of the time we don't retract the canopy because it gets so hot. And we try to retract it every once in a while during the day, and the guests do not like that, do not like having the sun directly hit them. People do not go to dining to have direct sunlight. So most of the time it is closed. Next slide, please. And so this is just a layout on the ground. You can see in plan what it looks like. Next slide. And this shows how it's a temporary structure. Basically, there's metal base around the base of each of the columns, and it could literally be detached from that metal base. The metal base is not visible at all from when you're on the grounds. So once you detach it and unscrew it, it disappears from the site if we want to take it down. Next slide. I think that's the last slide. So that completes the visual presentation. We have enjoyed the use of it. The public is enjoying the use of it. It has, as Debbie said, there's no real impact on the existing contributing structure, and we would appreciate the removal of the condition of the requirement to remove it within a 2-year period and remove that. Of course, staff can always ask us to come back and revise, review, enhance. Right now, we don't believe that would be appropriate, and I don't believe the staff would. Thank you very much. Thank you, staff, for working so hard on this project.
Thank you for your presentation. I'll ask the board if anybody has any questions for the applicant. And we'll just get them all out at once.
Just quickly, being a temporary removable structure, would this be required to be taken down if we had a hurricane coming?
I was going to ask the same thing. Anybody, any other questions?
Yeah, my only question is in reference to those 4x4 steel footings, or I guess they're really for uplift mainly.
It's all been studied and it's engineered.
Let's let him get the question out first,
I'm
and then
sorry.
you can answer all of them together.
I'm sorry.
So my question in reference to those is there, I'm always concerned about oxidation, rust with steel on Miami Beach. So that, and then I'll just put it out there. They were given this temporary approval. You're essentially in violation as of a week or so ago, and come to us kind of again after the fact. So
We made our application in July.
Excuse me, sir. Let's wait.
So I'm just putting my feelings out there. That's
you,
it.
Stuart.
But I'd like some reference on that steel.
Okay. Any other board questions, Kirk?
The question just going, excuse me. Sorry about that. Going back to when this application originally came before the board, I know it came before the board a couple of times, and the concern was the compatibility. And as presented, I'm not saying that I have objections, but at the same time, I wouldn't say that it's any more compatible with the existing structure than it was originally. And I think perhaps for some board members, maybe that was a hope with making it temporary, possibly opening the door to something that was more compatible in the future. So my question, sorry for being a little long-winded, is what jurisdiction, if this condition is removed, does the city have to want to change it in the future? Or by removing this condition, does it, even though it's a temporary structure, as far as the city's jurisdiction, technically become permanent?
Thanks, Kirk. Maybe we'll ask Debbie or Nick to address that, and then the applicant can address the other questions.
And if I can make a comment without necessarily having any questions, I had the good fortune, it was the first time all these years I've lived in Miami Beach that I actually went there and dined a couple of weeks ago. I wanted to celebrate a good occasion with a friend and his family. We went there for lunch on a weekend. And at first, it was the hottest day. And so, sure, the structure, it has fans underneath it, so the people dining there are, you need to be in here. So actually, we went inside, and then it rained really hard, and everybody had to squeeze in. And I see how essential this structure is for the business. I hear people talking about compatibility and concerns, and that's great if we could help them do a better job, but whatever, they need that in order to have their business, to have the people dining there, and if there's no alternative that we're looking at, I have no problem just saying continue what you're doing, because if it's not broken, why fix it?
Okay, thank you. I think I can address two of the board member questions. Mr. Klein, you're correct. We are a few days past the 2-year point, but we have been working with the applicant since June. There was no August meeting because we do have a recess. So staff would not consider this an additional after-the-fact request. They did submit their final full set of plans in fully complete application form well before the 2-year period. It was just a scheduling matter in terms of not being able to get them back until the September meeting. And the second question with regard to your approval. So if the board strikes the condition, then you're correct. The applicant is permitted to keep the canopy in perpetuity. Now there are property maintenance issues. Obviously, if the canopy, which is by nature a temporary structure, begins to deteriorate, they would be in violation of our property maintenance standards. They could repair it. They could change the fabric without coming back to this board, but any increase in size of the structure or any significant design changes would be coming back to this board.
Would the applicant now like to address the other questions that were brought up?
Well, I think real issue is will it deteriorate to a level where it would become unsafe? And I think that's your concern, and it should be a concern. From my understanding, it's stainless steel that's on the base. The base itself is made out of stainless steel, and that is what prevents the uplift. It does meet hurricane standards and would be able to withstand up to 155-mile-an-hour winds. So the intent of the owner would be to take it down. If we had a hurricane warning, we'd take down the actual canopy structure, but not the full structure, unless our engineers told us to do otherwise. But we think what's unique about it is I agree with you that it's not. You look at it, it obviously wasn't designed back in when the Casa Arena was built, nor when the other adjacent structures were built. But the very purpose of design review is to clearly identify those things that are part of the original contributing structure and what really isn't. It would be faux to make it look like it was dated back in the 30s or the 50s or when the hotel that was there that was demolished. So it would solve that problem. We did try to look at other alternatives like putting a wood around the columns and things of that nature, and it just didn't work. It did not look appropriate. It just stand out. With this minimalist process, it's probably the best that could be done to have that type of level of function. And it really does make a difference, and people do enjoy this facility and love Casa Arena. It's a favorite of almost everybody that goes there. They're excited about it. And I appreciate your listening to this presentation, and I urge your support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. I think at this point we'll go to public hearing.
Before we open the public hearing, are there any disclosures that board members wish to make? No disclosures? Okay, I see there is someone on Zoom with a telephone number ending in 0600.
And I would just ask the caller first to state their name, and then I can swear them in.
Caller, if you could unmute yourself if you would wish to comment on this application. Mr. Chair, I do not see the caller unmuting themselves. So if we could go to anyone in commission chambers present who would wish to comment.
Good morning. My name is Matthew Goltanoff, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Miami Design Preservation League, and I have registered with the city clerk. Daniel Serrato, the executive director, has a scheduling conflict and is regrettably unable to attend this morning, but he does send his best regards. I also want to remind the public and the attendees here today that our positions on this application and others are available publicly on our blog at mdpl.org/blog. Thank you. And on this particular application, we support the project according to the staff recommendations, subject to it being clear that the canopy is not a permanent structure and that the canopy should not be further modified. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we're going to go back to Zoom, caller 0600. Okay, I do not see them unmuting themselves, so if there are no other members of the public wishing to comment, we can... Caller on Zoom with the phone number 0600, do you wish to comment?
No, my question has been addressed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, we can close the public comment.
Okay. Moving on to board comment. Would anybody here like to start us off? Kirk?
Just as a follow-up to the question I asked, just a couple of points. I don't begrudge the use of this structure and the need for this structure. At the same time, aesthetically, it looks a little bit like a pool screen. It's not really very designed. Also, this particular property I know has gone through a lot of different varied renovations and changes, specifically the Versace changes, which were sweeping. So by my pointing that out, I'm not trying to say that I expect it to go back to the 20s or something to look like that. But where I'm a little challenged, and this goes to the MDPL comment and to Debbie's feedback, that for all intents and purposes, it does become a permanent structure. And again, I don't begrudge it being there. I understand the use, the practicality of it. My only question is, would there be any sort of lever that could be included within the motion that would give the city at a future date jurisdiction to ask for something else if they wish to? I don't know if something of that nature would exist, but for the current time, I don't have a problem with it being there. I have more of a concern with it being a permanent structure related to this historic property.
Yeah, I find the structure to be pretty nondescript. So it serves its purpose. The rest of the design for the interior spaces and common areas is, any other way to describe them, or maybe over the top. So to put another over the top item in there would really sort of not sit well with me. So I don't have a problem with this nondescript structure so much. I have a problem with what Kurt alluded to, with it becoming permanent when it's not. So I would hope that any motion made for this would reinforce that this is not a permanent structure, and that there would be no discussions at all of future variances allowing for alterations that increase height or area of this temporary structure. You'll have a chance to rebut at some point.
Sorry to interrupt. Could I ask the applicant to just remain seated till the board gets through the comments? Thanks.
So I think that's my main thing, that this is not a permanent structure, and any future changes would have to come to this board, and any future changes that were requesting an increase in area or height of this structure would not be considered. And I would agree to a motion that included those elements.
Well, I agree with the comments that it doesn't detract from all the other very interesting and unique elements of the property. It serves its purpose. So it's important, but I don't understand where we're getting, and really I just don't understand the difference between permanent and temporary. I understand that if a hurricane's coming, they can disassemble it, and it's so to me it seems like it's not permanent. It may be used there, they can change the materials as needed, but it's not permanent if it could be easily taken down and put away. So I don't know why we're even considering it a permanent structure, because it's not a fixed structure that cannot be removed.
My only comment would be, and Stuart can say, he was there for lunch. I bet you he didn't even notice the canopy because of all the other beautiful features of the property. You look at the table setting, you look at the building and all of that, you sit down, you enjoy it. It's not like you're going to look up and say, oh my God, I don't like this. So I think the less attractive it is, or the less noticeability that it presents, is exactly that. It's not noticeable. So I think we should approve this, and I would make the motion to do that. Oh.
Anybody else, Laura?
I love the property. It's such a special place. Every friend that comes to visit always wants to come to the property, and I think the current ownership has done a great stewardship of reinvigorating the property. So anything to encourage the vitality and usability of that space, I'm all for. I do hear the other board member comments, and I would agree that as long as it maintains its current form and shape, I'm in support of it.
Okay, and I would only add that I understand where Kirk is coming from here. The language of this form of contemporary architecture really speaks to the dearth of creativity and design compared to where we were in the 1920s. I mean, this is just such a beautiful place that you might expect any intervention to maybe not mimic it, but equal it in quality and character. However, I do think that one of the characteristics of this canopy really makes it work, and that's its height. It's 14 feet tall. So when you're in there, it really does hover over your head. And I think, as was described here, really doesn't interfere with the rest of the architecture, and in fact does provide a great service to the clientele. So that being said, it sounded like there was interest in a motion.
I move to approve.
And I'll second that then.
If there'd be interest in a friendly amendment to include language that there would not be, we would not consider any future variance on this temporary structure that would increase its height or its area.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to respond on Mr. Klein's last suggestion. An applicant has a right under the code to apply for modifications to an existing approval. So any approval would have to come before you, but this board cannot foreclose someone from filing an application in the future.
Okay, I withdraw. I mean, there are elements, I guess, in the zoning code that say no variance, but I guess what you're saying is if you've been given approval, you have a right to come back.
Mr. Klein, I think we could, and thank you, Nick, for that clarification. You could require that any future changes include an increase in area or an increase in height be brought back to this board. We could include a condition. We can't presume what the outcome of the board's decision will be at that time, but we could at least require them to come back if the structure shall be modified to be, proposed to be larger, taller.
Then I would modify my request of an amendment to include any changes in height or area be brought back to this board.
Okay.
The owner agrees with that change.
Does the maker of the motion agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So then I'm going to call the roll. Ms. Weinstein-Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Mr. Klein?
Yes.
Mr. Breslin? Mr. Reed?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes. Congratulations. Okay, we can move on to the next application on the agenda, which is HPB 210499. This is 1445 Pennsylvania Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition, renovation, and restoration of the existing building, the construction of a one-story rooftop addition and active roof deck. The variance to exceed the hours was withdrawn by the applicant. Subject structure, originally known as the Penway Apartments, was constructed in 1939. It is a contributing building, an excellent example of the streamlined modern style located within the Espanola Way local historic district. The applicant is currently requesting approval for a partial one-story rooftop addition and active roof deck as part of an overall renovation and restoration of the existing building. The rooftop addition is situated at the eastern side of the roof. That will contain restrooms, mechanical room, and a storage room. Additionally, the applicant is proposing to extend to extend the existing eastern stair and provide a new elevator within the rooftop area. Staff would note that although the addition is set back approximately 14 feet from Espanola Way, it will still be visible from across the street. The City Code does provide the Historic Preservation Board with discretion to modify the line of sight requirements for rooftop additions. Staff believes that a small minor change would satisfy the conditions in order to warrant the board to modify that line of sight. We are recommending that the deck itself, including the guardrail, be set back a minimum of 4 feet from the outside face of the parapet walls. Finally, staff would note that we are extremely pleased with the architect's plan for the restoration of the building. They are restoring the exterior of the building entirely consistent with the historical documentation, including the reintroduction of the signage pylon. So we are very supportive of the application and are recommending approval subject to the conditions in our draft order. If you don't have any questions for me, we can turn it over to the applicant.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, honorable board members. Thank you for hearing our application today at 1445 Pennsylvania Avenue. My name is James Rao from Greenspoon Martyr, with office at 600 Brickell Avenue, here on behalf of the applicant. Here with me today are my colleague, Adrian Noto, by Zoom, our client, Gerald Buhana, who's directly behind me, and the project architect, Charles Benson. As Debbie indicated, and as you heard earlier, we withdrew the variance, requesting extension of hours of operation for the outdoor bar counter on the roof. So that's gone. Of course, your staff report recommends approval, and as I alluded to earlier with regard to our withdrawing the variance request, we had a productive meeting with the Neighborhood Association for Flamingo Park last night, and we of course want to always continue our community interaction, but there were certainly some questions about the variance, so in a good faith effort to show the applicant's willingness to work with the neighborhood, that's why they withdrew the variance, and they would want to establish a good track record of the neighborhood of being responsible operators and continue to interact with the neighborhood. As a result, we're here on the certificate of appropriateness for the renovation and restoration. So I'm going to turn it over to the project architect, Charles Benson. He does have a few items in the staff report to go over with you. So I'll turn that over to him now in the audio-visual department for posting the plans.
Good morning, board members and city staff. My name is Charles Benson from Charles H. Benson Associated Architects, with offices at 1665 Washington Avenue, second floor. First off, I want to give my thanks to the city staff for all the support they've had with me on this project. We've been working for a long time and helped me expedite a lot of items, including some selective demolition. We've already submitted and got approved for new windows, complying with all the new, following all the historic elements. Next. We could skip the landscaping plan. So next. Next. So actually go back. We could work with the landscaping plans. Let's go back to the first. Okay, great. So basically, our existing building fronts right to the property line on the on the west and on the south side. Currently, the sidewalk's very large, so we're introducing two in-ground planters. Also, there's a lot of issues with elevations here. The slope is really exceeding all code requirements, so we're proposing on the public right-of-way a slight ramp and a landing at the main entrance. The proposed hotel, as you'll see, will be entered from the east side of the property. Next. So the go next. Next. Sorry. Well, basically, to give you an overview of the project, this space is since 1939. The existing corner use was the Penway drugstore, and also there was 2 retail spaces. Over the years, the place has changed many forms. The last use was a restaurant called Tantra, which occupied the entire ground level. Currently, we are going to gut the entire ground level, and we're putting in a new restaurant. On the second floor, there was an existing 4-unit apartment building that's been abandoned for many, many years. So what we're doing is converting that into 7 hotel rooms. And the extra area where we're not building out another unit will be the lobby and welcoming area. We're also proposing to activate the rooftop with a series of seating areas and water features. We'll be accessing that with an elevator coming in from the east side of the building. So basically, the hotel is not really part of the restaurant. The restaurant is basically operating on its own, and then the hotel guests could then go up to the rooftop deck. We are completely restoring the exterior of the building in detail, including the original windows and grill work over the windows. Currently, we are in permitting right now for concrete restoration of the whole building. While they're putting the presentation up, the only items on the list, which is CA, which Debbie brought up, was she was recommending the railings to be pushed back to 4 feet. Currently, we have a perimeter landscaping area of about 2 feet, and we have a perimeter hedge, which we were proposing to do a cable railing within the hedge. Sorry about that. Okay, great. So you see on the ground level, the entire ground level is activated by an entire restaurant. Currently, the original Tantra restaurant was entering on the west side, but closer to the north. And I thought it was more appropriate to use the celebrated corner entrance as the entrance to the hotel and seal up the west side entirely. Originally, there were 2 retail stores there with doors which were closed up from some time. And also the skirting of the Keystone was demolished in those entrances, but staff felt that it was better that we continue the skirting. So we basically tried to keep all the people queuing and noise at the corner further away from the residential area. As you could see on the southeast corner, we have a slight ramp up, and actually that would be the entrance to the hotel and the upper deck with the elevator on the east side. The 2 stairwells are existing, but they're going to be rebuilt based on accessibility to the second and the roof level. Ground level will have a kitchen, bathroom area, dining area. And you could actually see the new proposed in sidewalk tree wells on the west side, softening up that facade and sidewalk area. Next. As you could see on the second level, there's basically the building is broken up into 4 quadrants, 4 units on the north side, and 4 bays on the south side, which we're only occupying 3 rooms, 3 bays for hotel rooms. On the southeast corner will be the lobby from the elevator, check-in, boutique area. Next. Once we get up to the new active roof deck, the elevator ends there. The stairs terminate up there as well. We have a series of perimeter seating area. Some are elevated, some are recessed. We have within a series of lagoons. In the center area, we have a bar with a series of metal trellis structures over the center water feature and waterfall area. On the northeast side, we have a series of bathrooms and mechanical rooms, as well as a dumbwaiter that will go down to the restaurant for any type of service. Next. Oh, you could go back, I'm sorry. You will see that we have a perimeter hedge on the north, west, and south side and partial east side. We're proposing to put a cable rail within that hedge area so it's not visible from any line of sight. Next. As you could see, the upper roof, the distances from the roof structures over some of the seating areas and the trellis structure. The rooftop addition is very, very narrow and long on the east side of the building, which will also house all the mechanical equipment, including the grease exhaust system. Next. This is the west elevation as the upper part is as exists today. The lower area is as proposed. As you could see, the only entrance on the west side is in the center, which access the hotel and roof deck, which is basically an emergency staircase, and the corner entrance. All the windows will stop at the keystone skirting, which will be restored, and the aluminum grill work above the window. The original grill work was because the space never had AC, but we're reintroducing the grill work and screening it from the back. You could actually see the hedge on the roof, which is where we're proposing the cable railing from inside. We're also reintroducing the corner pylon sign, as you could see in your historical report and in microfilm. Next. On the lower right side is the south elevation. As you could see, the ground level windows and grill work restored above the windows, and on the east end, it's a full grill work over the keystone. All the windows will be casement windows. Again, the pylon side restored. You see the hedge on the roof, and beyond all the additional construction. We also provided a perspective view on the upper left corner that shows the activity on the roof. Next. This is the east elevation with the addition, hedge, and screening for the mechanical deck. Next. North elevation. Originally to the building, there was a series of some windows and mechanical electrical panels. We've cleared all that up, and the only access on the north end is a second means of egress, second level with the new windows, roof level with the hedge and the new addition and screening of the mechanical equipment. Next. This is the contextual elevation on the top of the west elevation. Basically everything is as original except for the hedge. On the lower level is the drawing from end of street on Espanola Way. Next. This is a section looking east through the seating area, water feature in the middle. We have the up detail of the metal trellis on the upper left corner. Next. Section through the elevator and section through the bar area and planter area and hedge. Next. These are the proposed renderings, as you could see in a photograph that's part of your staff report. We are kind of following the same color of the building, and we're showing there the proposed trees on the west side and the hedging up on the roof, plus the rooftop addition. Next. views of the upper deck area with the seating areas, trellises, water features, waterfall. Next. Cross sections through the deck in perspective. Next. That's it.
Thank you for your presentation.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. We'll now ask the board if they have any questions for the applicant. We'll try to get them all out, and we'll then ask the applicant to come back and address those questions. Any questions here?
I have two questions. First is, are there plans to have like a valet drop-off and pick up in front of the restaurant, or the hotel, restaurant, everything there? And the second one is if they would consider removing the word drugs from the top of the building. Since it's not a drugstore, it's going to be a club and a hotel, and it's across the street from a K-8 school. I think it would be inappropriate to have the word drugs over a club and hotel in a residential neighborhood across from a school.
Just a moment. We'll wait to get everybody's questions out, and you can address them all together.
I understand. I wasn't sworn in, so I'd like to swear in on my testimony I just gave.
Sure. Do you swear that the testimony you've given and will give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Other board questions? Barry?
Yeah, I have questions that I want to be addressed. What kind of finishes are being proposed in this lobby? I'm not sure how the design, the proposal, addresses the needs for noise control and living with the adjoining neighbors and area. I'd like some sort of explanation from the architect about where does this roof structure come from? What does this relate to? I see this whimsical design, but I'm wondering, what is it? Just a flower put on top? And I think that's. Oh yeah, I didn't catch completely in the presentation this cable rail that you want to put up, its height versus the height of this cable structure, steel structure. That's it.
Anybody else? Laura?
I'd just like more description on the canopies up on the roof. You talk about them being trellises, but I'm assuming that there's something that's going to stop the rain from coming down and the sun from coming through. You really didn't say anything about that. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I wanted to get more information on the interior of the ground floor, if anything original would be maintained. That wasn't described. And then I think it's a beautiful project. My only concern was specifically on the east and north elevations where you're extending to the rooftop. It seems like a continuation of the existing historic architecture. So did you try to find any sort of differentiation between the two? And this was sheet 813.
Thank you, Laura. Kirk?
Yeah, so I think my question is possibly a combination for staff and or the applicant. Has to do with the, first of all, thank you for the presentation. I'm excited about the project. My question has to do with, I believe, what are historical features on the second floor, specifically the what appear to be the original Art Deco iron rails, fireplaces. I'm sort of interested in knowing which of those fall within what would be categorized as public spaces. or not. And even though it appears from the drawings, even though it's not referenced, that the fireplaces are being maintained, I'm not sure that they are. And so I wanted to ask that question. Those two questions. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. I guess there were a number of questions here. I also had a question about the new roof deck that's going to be carrying a lot of water. That's a lot of new weight on the roof. So, if you could talk about that new structure and the potential impact it might have on the vertical structure of the building. Hopefully, we're not interrupting the character of the architecture with any new support. And with that, I'll invite you to come back and address these items.
Okay, great. So I'll work backwards. In reference to the new loads, so currently we've submitted plans for concrete restoration drawings. We've done a lot of exploratory. The building is on spread footings. It's not on pilings. And basically what we're doing under the concrete restoration drawings, any rebar that's getting replaced will be with, the proper size rebar for the new loading. We're changing the loading basically on the second floor. We're going to be removing the roof entirely. It's a wood roof, and there were load-bearing demising partitions. That whole system is being completely changed. We're going to be proposing grout injection around the entire perimeter of the site, and that would be under the new plan, as well as reinforcing any existing columns with C-channels. So that's already been taken into account with the concrete restoration drawings that are already going through the city. We don't have any comments yet, so we're waiting to do that. And yes, there'll be more loads. Now, if you look at the building card states that it was designed as a 3-story building for the construction and the foundation. Currently, it's a 2-story. I've excavated the foundations. What you see on the sections are exactly what exists there, basically spread footings, no pilings. We've done test borings, so we really know exactly what we're up against when we do the final design. So that responds to the loading. As far as the internal finishes on the restaurant, there's absolutely no finishes. Actually, it's really strange when you enter the corner of the building. It actually slopes up in the space about 4 to 5 inches. It's very weird. So that's why we're actually going to be leveling that out. There is no historic finishes, no terrazzo or anything like that. And the floor has been cut up so many times for all the previous uses. I think besides the restaurant, I think there was a bakery before. So there's really no elements. And if there was, I would have preserved it. All the exterior elements will be 100% preserved. They're actually in great condition on the exterior, including the metal grill work in the center staircase. That's the original one with the little planter in the front. I've stripped some of the perimeter keystone skirting around the building. It's actually a green color. And that will be restoring and replacing as needed. We've done a previous project on Lincoln and Drexel, which we actually came back and replicated 100% the entire skirting, and that worked out very well. As far as the trellis goes, a lot of the trellis is decorative and not structural, especially the one over the main water feature. There's some other smaller trellises that act like a structure which is over the covered bar, but all the other areas are completely open. And we show a detail in one of the drawings, a section through that whimsical trellis. The design is a bit whimsical. We try to be, of the times, especially, when there's a new restaurant coming in, everybody wants to have a new flair. So this week, new concept was that came up, which also will be part of, the hotel rooms will also be a bit whimsical as well. So we'll carry that same language from the hotel rooms to the upper deck. And we did pretty accurate renderings of really what the finishes are going to be up there. As far as the cable railing go, it's basically a standard cable railing, to comply with 42-inch height. The hedges are planned to be 5.5 feet. So the idea was not to encroach or be visible from the exterior. again, with all these, whimsical shapes and booths and everything, we felt that, 4 feet was a bit excessive if it's not really visible, especially with the hedges in place. But if we have to introduce some language that the hedges will always have to be maintained, would be great. As far as the sound goes, when we first approached the building, we were basically mimicking what was there before on Tantra. The entrance was from the west side, and I pushed very hard with my client to bring it to the corner. I worked with staff. They allowed me to seal up the bottom of the entrance and skirting, so that really cleaned up the whole west facade. And the only entrance on the west end is actually the open stairwell to the roof, so when it rains, water will be really coming down that stairwell. That's how it originally was. So as far as sound goes, I mitigated as much as possible for the entrance and the queuing, which I know it's a big problem, and I tried to keep it as far away from the residential side, from the north end, which I think I did a pretty good job. As far as sound mitigation from the roof, again, the only thing I was proposing is a tall hedge, and basically I would assume the sound would mitigate straight up.
And just to add to Charles' comments, I know he did address some noise mitigation just in the structure itself. But in addition, with regard to noise mitigation and valet drop-off and pickup, there will be valet, but those items will be specifically addressed to the planning board. The aggregate patron occupancy, as proposed, requires planning board approval. So since those are specific criteria in the planning board approval process, we will address those there fully, and naturally that's a public hearing, so the neighborhood would be involved in that as well.
I'm not sure how it was handled before with Tantra, but for many years everybody knows the space, so basically the use has maintained the same use. As far as the historical features, again, we're keeping everything. There is a few fake fireplaces inside the apartment units, which currently they're very small. They're interesting pieces, but currently we don't have any plans on keeping them. We could donate them if staff would like that sent somewhere. During our selective demo, we've kept them. We've stripped all the building completely, but we've kept each one of these little fireplaces. So as you could see in the plan, so we could donate them to the city. And as far as the rooftop addition, normally we try to be completely different in architecture. We've kept a couple of the elements. It was a bit challenging because we also didn't want a very stark wall on the east side. As far as the opening from the stairwell, we've changed the pattern on the glass. We've introduced some small eyebrows and some windows, but if staff has an issue with that, we could work with staff about that. But I just didn't want to really have a stark wall up there, but I could work with staff. We did show some element of scoring, but we could improve that if staff wants that. And I think that addresses all.
Charles, can you just
hopefully it answers all the comments.
Address Mr. Reed's question about the signage.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't intentionally leave that out. So, I always follow the code, and the code always says if there was a sign there, you could, replicate it in its exact copy, whether it has to do with the restaurant or not. I understand the negative connotation of having the word drugs there, especially across the street from a school. But the first thing was to replicate the pylon. As far as the copy goes, if I'm allowed by code, unless there's a variance that we have to change the text on that, we could put the word Tantra, which we're going to keep that the name, which the client I think owns the name now. The only problem is Tantra has an extra syllable, so if staff is okay and the board members are okay if the pylon sign could go higher. This way we keep the proper copy size and maybe grow another letter up. That's what we would like, if that's okay.
I wonder, does it need letters, if that's an issue?
Well, my client would like to put his sign up there, and at least it would read, well, that was the purpose of the pylon sign.
And the word drugs was purpose of the replication, not.
Right. There's no.
There.
It's not like they're going to be selling drugs in the restaurant.
And just to follow up on that, so this is considered a historic element of the building, the signage. We don't consider it in accordance with our signage regulations, which a roof sign would not be permitted as a new sign. However, as a reconstruction of a historic sign, we actually, the code encourages that. To change the copy, the change of copy is allowed for historic signage, but that would need to be authorized by this board. So I think during your deliberations, we can discuss that, and staff would have no objection to changing the copy to Tantra.
And possibly raising the signage, the pylon a little bit higher to make up for the extra syllable.
Yeah, I think we would need to look at that, but we can maybe discuss that during deliberations.
Okay.
Either making the letter smaller or fitting in the existing pylon would also be an option. But the board can discuss that. I don't think there were any other questions for me. To Kirk, Mr. Pascal's point, the public interior spaces are what the Historic Preservation Ordinance covers. Non-public interiors are exempt from the Certificate of Appropriateness criteria. The apartment units in the upper floors are considered non-public interior spaces. I appreciate the applicant's willingness to donate the fireplaces to the city. I'm not in the position to accept such donation. I'm not aware of any facility that the fireplaces would, be helpful for the city to introduce, but it's certainly something that, we appreciate, and somewhat of a higher authority could potentially want these fireplaces. But we're not in the position to accept them at this point.
If I could just ask for further clarification. So the upstairs corridors, are those public spaces or not?
No, those were private apartment corridors.
Okay, thank you. And there is no intent to preserve any of the original ironwork, is that correct?
No, there is. I would never touch
Okay.
those.
All of this?
They're existing and they'll stay existing.
The existing ironwork in the corridors will stay?
On the west elevation of the stairwell, that's the ironwork on the facade.
That was
Absolutely.
my question. All right,
Yeah,
thank you.
absolutely. And again, as Debbie knows, I preserve anything historic and looked at those little fireplaces. They're really small, little, cute items.
Just out of curiosity, to have asked the question, I mean, if they're a part of the original authenticity of the building and they're so small, why remove them?
Well, the layouts are completely different. I could speak to my client if there's some place I could reintroduce them. Maybe in the welcoming area, if I could incorporate at least one of them, I will. So I'll go back and relook at that. And again, we've stripped the entire building upstairs completely, and we've left the little elements for the time being, just in case.
Thank you.
I appreciate all your answers to all these questions, and in the course of your answering them, with regard to the sign, I had another question for you. I'm looking at the unit layout, and it looks like they all interlock. It's kind of not a very common arrangement. It looks like there's, in some cases, the furniture varies to include what looks like a long dining table.
Right.
I don't think there's a big kitchen here.
No. So basically, they're communicating.
And then, just to finish the thought, if the sign goes from drugs to Tantra, may also raise a red flag with the community, and you might want to consider, getting input from the neighbors on that.
Okay. Well, basically, communicating doors are a standard feature in most hotel rooms. So basically, if someone wants to rent 2 rooms, you have it, or you could even go to 3 rooms, or you could go to 4 rooms. And then we showed, again, I show everything, as staff knows. So, for instance, if someone wants to rent it out and have a dinner or a special or a conference or something like that, they could set up tables and chairs, and we have a dumb waiter, so we could always serve. So it's about generating income and and having a lot of flexibility. So you could join 4 rooms, or you could join 3 rooms, or 2, or combinations.
And just to address the signage, we did have some discussion with the neighborhood association about that, and there was a preference. I don't speak for the association, of course, but just what I heard, a preference for Tantra as opposed to drugs, too, and we explained to them that related to the replication, not a choice. But it sounds like there's a solution to that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for addressing all those questions. I think we can move on to disclosures and public comment. Are there any disclosures to be made?
Okay, seeing none, we will open the public hearing. Are there any members of the public on Zoom wishing to speak? If so, please raise your hand. Our first speaker is Frank.
Good morning, Frank. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Let me introduce myself. I'm a resident of the Chelsea condominium. It's the building right adjacent to the property in question that you have been discussing so far. Chelsea is approximately a building of 24 units on 2 floors, approximately the same height of the Tantra building. The building is actually 10 feet away from Tantra. And the bedroom and the layout of the Chelsea condominium is such that most of the bedrooms face actually the side of Tantra where the rooftop is being built or is being proposed. Essentially what you would have is bedrooms that are a little bit lower than the rooftop. So when residents come home in the evening after a long day of work, that's where the entertainment part of Tantra would start. Obviously, this is a cause of major concern, and it is a surprise that these type of projects are being proposed right in the middle of the neighborhood, because there's no other entertainment venues on Pennsylvania Avenue or at the corner of Via Spagnola. Tantra is totally surrounded by residential buildings, 10 feet apart from that. In front there is a school, and on the opposite side of Tantra, still on Pennsylvania, there are only residential buildings. If you walk from 5th Street all the way to Lincoln Road on Pennsylvania, there's no entertainment area. And I just want to voice my concern and my opposition, because this is one of the board members has mentioned, it's a club with an occupancy up to 70 people. Although there are only 7 hotel rooms being proposed on the 2nd floor. So I ask the board to reconsider the viability of having a rooftop. I'm very pleased that finally, after many years, the venue is being brought back to its original beauty. But we cannot be pleased as residents to have 10 feet away from our bedrooms a rooftop bar. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. I see Olga on Zoom. Olga, would you like to speak?
Good morning, Olga. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, the board. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting us today. I I'm.
Excuse me,
also
ma'am.
resident
If
of
she has
Chelsea
two
condominium.
devices on, she should shut off one of them, and that's why we have a feedback and echo. She's
Excuse me,
probably got
just
a
one
phone
second.
and her computer on.
Can you hear me well now?
Yes, thank you.
Yes. So I'm also a resident of the Chelsea condominium, the building that you've seen on one of the slides on the north side of Tantra building. And I'm here to express my opposition of having an outdoor rooftop on top of the building, just on top of our heads, actually, 10 feet away, as previously has been mentioned, from our bedrooms. We are all concerned and definitely not pleased of having such an addition in the center of our residential area. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we have one more speaker. Joseph?
Hi, Joseph. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Yes, well, I'm also a resident of the building that's adjacent to the proposed Tantra club or hotel or restaurant, and I'm very concerned, as my other two neighbors have mentioned, about certainly noise and odor control, a rooftop addition. I mean, I have no idea even how long. No one has mentioned how late they would be able to serve clients if there's a curfew, cutoff time. The lagoon, I imagine, is just for decorative purposes and not for, bathing purposes. But I just want to make that clarification because I see lots of water. And also, the mitigation of noise and also odor, because these exhausts, restaurant kitchen exhaust is very invasive and disturbing. And it would be, encroaching upon our, clean air, if you will. So I'm just very concerned about rooftop activity in the wee hours of the night, people trying to sleep, and also where do you propose to store your refuse, your garbage, and when would it be collected? Are we going to have garbage trucks coming in at 4 o'clock in the morning to pick up bottles and rattle us out of our sleep? So generally, I just want to voice formally my opposition to the rooftop bar activity. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. The next caller is Victor.
Hi, Victor. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Everyone. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Also, thank you for the presentation. I'm also one of the owners of a unit at Chelsea Condominium. I personally love the fact that a small boutique hotel could bring back to life, this beautiful space, Tantra. But I'm also voting and expressing strongly my opposition on a rooftop. I'm actually working in the hospitality business, and I don't really understand at all what a rooftop of like 70 people could serve like a small boutique hotel of like 5 to 7 rooms. Assuming that each room will welcome probably 2 guests, I would say. It's like a 12 to 14 people hotel, and I don't really see the addition of a rooftop right in a neighborhood of like 70 plus guests partying, making noise above our neighborhood. So again, if it's just a resting rooftop with 2 plants and a little lounge chair, great, but I would really do not like to have a bar and some night activities in this neighborhood. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Our next caller is a phone number ending in 0600.
Okay, can the caller, can you please state your name, and then I'll swear you in?
Reggie Woodham.
Reggie?
Reggie Woodham.
Thank you, sir. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. I'm also a owner of a unit at the Chelsea Condominium, which is north of Tantra. And I would like the historical board to consider several things. In the original part of the Art Deco era, the 20s and the 30s, rooftop terraces were not prevalent at that time. So to keep the historical building really to that era, I would like you to not allow this rooftop terrace. The second reason is the quality of life for the residents at the Chelsea. The noise level will be a problem. I have lived there for approximately 30 years. I was there during the Tantra era. If you look at, have time to look at the complaints of the noise level at Tantra, you can see historical complaints that were made due to noise levels. So our bedrooms are approximately 10 feet away from this rooftop terrace, and I would just like them to actually really consider the quality of life that we're going to have with this noise around us. The trash is probably going to be in the alley, which again is where the bedrooms face on the Chelsea condominiums. So again, there's no other things, rooftop terraces in this area because it's all residential, and again the school next to it also. So I would just like to oppose the rooftop terrace and ask the board, the historical board, to please consider this to oppose the allowing of the rooftop terrace. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other speakers on Zoom. Is there anyone in chambers wishing to speak?
I'm not getting a seat. I just wanted to ask if we could have a minute or two for rebuttal when it's appropriate.
Hi, Matthew Goltanoff with the Miami Design Preservation League. We have lamented the neglect of the building over the many years, as is evidenced by walking around or viewing the photos in the application. The restoration and stewardship of the building is important. It is currently not being maintained according to the strict standards of the City of Miami Beach. We have reviewed the project and very much appreciate the proposal to restore and renovate the property, in particular reintroducing the original finial around the corner. However, we have one main concern regarding the rooftop addition. It does not appear to be sufficiently set back from Espanola Way, which has the potential of being visible and overwhelming to the historic structure when viewed from the sight lines. We recommend a modification to the proposed design to better comply with the sightline guidelines. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see no other members of the public wishing to comment.
So if the applicant would like to respond to those comments, you're welcome to.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to reiterate some things that we mentioned earlier that would address some of the comments from the public. One that, given the aggregate patron occupancy, operation of the rooftop area would require planning board approval, and within the planning board's jurisdiction would be all the operational issues. There was a question about trash removal, noise mitigation, valet, etc. All those operational items would be addressed in the planning board application, and we'd certainly have a substantial discussion with the neighborhood about that. Two, that of course your professional staff has recommended approval, and even based on just the design changes, it's some of the comments that were made. There's an improvement, such as Charles moving the door, which actually one of the neighbors appreciated, that would help mitigate. In addition, our client, Mr. Bahana, is here. Just wanted to let him give you a brief explanation for how they envision the operation of the property.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me. Do I have to swear in?
Have I sworn you in already or no?
No.
No? Okay. Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me I'm gonna be short. The idea of the rooftop was first and foremost an addition for the hotel room guest, and like the person have very cleverly raised, the capacity is between 50 to 70 people. So the additional guest will be like Soho House, very exclusive member only. So we don't intend to create anything else than a cocktail atmosphere around the sunset time. That's the reason why we withdrew the variance ID. So the pool is very minimal. That's the reason why it's adequate for 12 to 16 guests. But then the sitting area is for the cocktails hours and enjoying a sight view and oversee the aesthetics of the venue. We're trying to combine something very European, very Italian Riviera. So that's what the designer was trying to create, an environment where it was very comfortable and visually enhancing by the waterfall and also the lagoon. So it's definitively not a party place. It's definitively about enjoying a cocktail in a very visually enhanced place. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Would one of the board members like to start us off with comments? Right?
Okay, first off, when we talked about the trellises, you still weren't totally clear with me. My understanding is then there really is not anything up there to basically protect the people that are there from either rain or sun, correct? It's pretty much open?
Yes, all the seating area is nearly 100% open, except I think on the north end over one of the booths.
Okay, yeah,
right.
But it's...
And some of the trellis are structural to hold up the canopy, which is a very thin canopy, and some of it is basically decorative. No landscaping is planned to be growing on them.
Okay, and one of the things with your hedge that you have up there, from my standpoint, I feel comfortable that that meets what would be acceptable to me for being able to see from the street. You know, you see a hedge, you're blocking some of the sound, and I think personally that's as good, if not better, than retracting 4 feet and having just a railing of whatever. Right. So, you know, from my standpoint, I think that I'm pretty satisfied with that.
Okay, great. Yeah, and we have provided landscaping plans, so we believe that the hedge is really hardy and thick, but if forestry or landscaping has another better suggestion of a hedging that would mitigate sound, we would be open to that as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, I heard from the residents of the Chelsea condominium next door that they appreciate seeing the building being improved and taken care of, and people who have a long memory of when the Tantra was there, and particularly those Chelsea condominiums. Those are the triplets on 15th Street, just very standout Art Deco buildings. And I'm very familiar with the neighborhood. I walked my dog around the building and that area this morning. And I'm wondering if one of the reasons why we only heard from the Chelsea and other people in the neighborhood, there was no notice posted on the building that there was going to be a meeting today before the Historic Preservation Board. I hadn't seen it. It certainly wasn't there today. I think that the most important issue in this meeting for this application is compatibility. It's in a residential neighborhood adjacent to residential buildings across the street from a school, and I would appreciate that the discussion should have emphasized how are the residences going to be screened from sound and noise and odors. And I don't think it's appropriate to have a valet drop-off on a residential street at night with cars lined up where people are walking to their homes from work, and it's not appropriate. There's a valet drop-off and pick-up one for all the businesses on Espanola Way. It's on Drexel and Espanola Way. And people who go to the businesses on Espanola, they valet park there. The cars are parked behind the school on 14th Place in the gym, behind the gym. But the individual businesses on Espanola don't have their own valet drop-off. And certainly, I don't think it belongs on a residential street. So I think I greatly appreciate having somebody wanting to invest in the building and bring a restaurant there, something that's compatible with the neighborhood. And that was my concern about having drugs on top of the building without a drugstore. I understand there's a historical context, but I don't want there to be any confusion. Hey, let's go to the drugs club. Or that kids in the K through 8, they know there's no drugstore there. Drugs, it's a joke. Kids going to Miami Beach High School down that street every day. It's just out of context. It doesn't have any context, and it doesn't belong in a residential neighborhood. I think the idea to put Tantra on there is great. I think it will look good if the Tantra was even on the curved part below it, and there was something instead on the pylon part that would be just decorative, like some sort of floral piece, a neon. Yeah, so certainly to draw attention. But if the word Tantra doesn't fit there, to put it around the curve would be just as visible. I don't know that we need to increase the height of the pylon. I sympathize with the people's comments from the Chelsea for their concerns about having any sort of roof activity there. I'm not saying that I agree with them. Maybe I do. But I certainly think that in order that there needs to be very clear how, if there's going to be activation of that roof, is how are there going to be buffers and screens so that their life will not be impacted in a negative way. And so I'm not convinced that this project is designed with the neighborhood and the neighbors involved, and I'd like to see some substantial modifications.
So, I made some notes here. I think, Charles, I think you did a very good, sensitive approach, have a very good, sensitive approach internally to this project. And I do have strong concerns about the noise and addressing the adjoining neighbors. And I've been to the Clay, and throughout the building, I think it's a wonderful project. But I've been on the roof, and I've had difficulty holding a conversation with the people I'm with because of the noise level. So and the Clay is not in that position as this project is, adjacent to residential. And so I really think there needs to be some approach, and some approach other than a blank wall to control noise. I don't think that a 2-foot planter, which probably ends up being 18 inches wide, is no more than a pot that we put something in, and is not going to help a plant get very thick. So I would tend to agree with staff's recommendation for something wider there. Whether it's 4 feet or not, I'm not sure. Additionally, the design, I think everything is you were, again, very sensitive to the original architecture of the building, the original language. And then here comes this rooftop trellis. And I don't see what it really relates to in the context. And that's what I'm struggling with. What brought this on? Was it just some whimsy thrown down? And then one of the people who called in raised the issue of this pool. And I hadn't thought of that. And this pool pond, do people have access to that? It seems they do. There seem to be steps in there as if it was a place to lounge. And that brings me more concern for noise. So my issues are the compatibility to the surrounding neighbors and the context of which that trellis relates to, and noise.
Thank you so much. I'll echo the sensitivity. I think it's a beautiful project, and I know this building well and look forward to it seeing coming back to life. My only concern really, if this could be, I do want to see the project move forward, so if this could be something that you could work out with staff. I do think on the east and north elevation, there does need to be a differentiation between the historic and the new structure, whether color or some sort of differentiation on the overall material, because it reads as one building to me currently. And then my only other concern, which some of the people brought up in MDPL as well, was on A8. You are encroaching into the sight lines on the east elevation, and it's just minimally. So I think perhaps you would be able to adjust that a little bit in order to comply. Otherwise, I think it's a beautiful project. My understanding on the noise is that since you had pulled the variance, that there would be no activity after 8 p.m. So I really do understand the neighbors' concerns, but it seems to me that at this point there would be no activity there after that time period. So thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I think there's a lot of nice components to this application, particularly the exterior. Just a couple of points for me. In terms of the design and the layout once you get to the second floor, I'm sorry for saying this, but it makes me a little bit queasy. The removal of these 8 fireplaces, I know they're in the rooms. The design of the second floor, it doesn't really appear suddenly to celebrate Art Deco. And this is an Art Deco building. I understand the jurisdiction of this board, but once you get to the second floor and then you get to the rooftop, it doesn't really seem contextual. It almost feels like, I'm sorry to say this, I guess I have to be the blunt one because it's the way I feel, but to remove these very benign, authentic features that have sat there for 83 years, there's no historic authenticity on the ground floor that's already established. I mean, there's very little in terms of flooring and material on the interior to be saved, and yet on the second floor there are these authentic features. And to be very honest with you, I know that it's sort of a gesture about donating the fireplaces, and quite frankly, in my building I would love to have amazing fireplaces, but the fact is that they're authentic to this building. And they're beautiful, and so that's one thing. For me, it's a problem, and I realize we don't have jurisdiction, but at the same time, I feel like the new design should celebrate Art Deco. I don't think the interior designs feel like they celebrate Art Deco, and I don't feel like the rooftop does either. I'm concerned about, again, I don't mean to be so heavy-handed in my feelings. It just seems like such a little thing, these 8 beautiful, benign, little authentic features that individuals that visit our city would be able to appreciate, and it just feels like they're being wiped away for nothing, for no good reason, and I'm sorry if that sounds heavy-handed coming from me. As far as the pylon goes, I hear what everyone's saying in terms of drugs. I can appreciate, too, that it's contextual. It's contextual to a historic period in time. I don't really feel that that's the big thing that I would want to make a debate over. I think it's nice that the pylon is being retained. If it says nothing, I think that's fine. It could also have an art feature that's not a name at all. I'm actually quite concerned about setting a precedent of putting the names of new businesses on pylons, because I'm afraid what that means when the Essex House comes in and the Tiffany Hotel come in and they want to put their name there. Why not? Just because they didn't have drugs there originally. I think it's a bad precedent for this board to create, and therefore I'd rather see just artwork, a neon representation of nothing, than actually a commercial sign. I think I think that would be a precedent that may not be good. I also, lastly, obviously, is compatibility. I think that's really important, and this project is unique in that it is very unlike others, in Washington Avenue and more commercial areas. It is very close to a residential district. I agree with staff in setting back the rooftop features. I would also like to see feel a little bit more effort went into soundproofing. And as you said, Laura, it's true. I mean, if at 8 o'clock everything stops, but at the same time, people who live in abutting properties may not necessarily work 9 to 5. They may actually be sleeping during those hours, and I don't think that's fair to them. So I feel like there could be a middle ground and could be a little bit more effort put into ensuring that there's soundproofing as well as addressing the sightline concerns. But, if there was a gesture in the part of maintaining a little bit more of the historical features, it would get a lot more favor from me. The exterior, I think, is nicely done, but I don't understand why we want to whitewash 8 authentic features that are actually beautiful. I don't hear anyone saying they're ugly, they're obtrusive, they're small, they're just there, but they're authentic. And so I struggle with that, but I am excited to see new life brought in. Those features exist there because the building has been neglected for all this time. It's been sort of like a time capsule there, but here they are, these great features. And to me, because the pylon's being restored to celebrate that this building is being renovated and restored when those 8 alluring features are being demolished, that's hard for me to say. I think that's an overstatement. I think the pylon's great, but those 8 fireplaces, those hurt for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. I think it's an exciting project to reinvigorate this building, give it new life. I think it's an interesting and I would argue an appropriate use for it. I think that the board generally is in favor of it, but there have been a number of things brought up that I think the board would probably want to see adjusted. In my notes, and someone who wants to make a motion can try for it, but it sounds like there's concern for the neighbors and ensuring that they're not going to be impacted by noise. There are questions about the sight lines being impacted, so maybe it's a slight reduction in the rooftop amenity. There's a question of the sign, what to do about the sign, but I'm generally in favor for it. So I'll leave it to one of the board members here to try to formulate an appropriate motion.
I'd just like to ask Nick to make one clarification here. I think that we as the HPB are getting what our purview is mixed up with the planning board, and I think that we only have certain things that we are supposed to oversee and vote on here, and I think some of the things that have been brought up are something that should be voted on by the planning board. And Nick, could you make some clarifications?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to do that. As the board may note, there is a condition in the board order that in the draft order that the applicant is required to obtain conditional use approval for a neighborhood impact establishment prior to the issuance of a building permit. So this project will have to go before the planning board for the proposed use. This board does not have jurisdiction over use or conditions that directly address use. What you can do is impose design-related conditions that may address some of the comments that you all have made or that you've heard from the public, but you cannot directly regulate the use of the property or condition the use of the property.
Great, thank you for that clarification.
I'm a little confused on that. Because didn't they have a variance that they pulled for time? That relate to operation?
The applicant withdrew their request for a variance for the hours of alcohol sales for the outdoor bar. What you could do if you were looking to address use-related issues on the rooftop is things like orientation or screening or any other physical modifications to the property. But as far as the operation itself, the business operation itself, that's outside of your jurisdiction.
So just for clarification, when they run their business and then they want to stay open till 12, 1, 2 a.m., they're coming here or they're coming...
Let me clarify. It is kind of confusing.
On that.
Yeah, and I understand. It is confusing. So this board also acts in the capacity of the Zoning Board of Adjustment, which is separate and apart from your duties and responsibilities reviewing certificates of appropriateness. Completely separate criteria. This board does have jurisdiction over the hours of operation for an outdoor bar counter. And that is limited to that. We're not discussing that today because that request has been withdrawn. So I think the confusion is then there's also the planning board. This particular property, with the currently proposed plans, will require what's called a neighborhood impact establishment approval, which is a conditional use. Conditional uses are in the sole jurisdiction of the city's planning board. And that is the board that will discuss the hours of operation in total, not just for the rooftop bar, but the entire facility, as well as the sound levels of music. They often do require a sound study and a peer review of that study. They do a traffic assessment, queuing of vehicles, queuing of patrons, deliveries. They set hours for when deliveries can occur. They also look at trash operations in how that is occurring in order to reduce any impact on the residential neighbors. So the outdoor bar counter variance, it would be much more limited than the jurisdiction the planning board has over the entire property, because the entire property would be governed by a conditional use. I hope that clarifies, but I understand it's somewhat nebulous, so I'm happy to answer any additional questions you may have.
I did ask when 6 months or a year when they come back to extend their hours on that rooftop.
The hours, and let me clarify too, because I think we heard some comments. The hours are specific to the outdoor bar counter.
Okay.
If they wanted to extend those hours to midnight or later, they would be required to come before you because that requires a variance. However, the planning board has a broader jurisdiction over all of the entire property. The planning board could limit the use for the entire rooftop. They could limit the hours for when the rooftop can be activated. This board cannot. All this board could decide on potentially in the future, if requested, is that the bar counter itself would be open past 8 p.m. But the rooftop operations and the hours of when people can be up there would be governed by the planning board. So with the variance withdrawn, the bar counter itself has to close at 8 p.m. That doesn't mean that the rooftop venue will also close at 8 p.m. They would just not be able to serve alcohol from that bar counter. But the overall rooftop operations are under the jurisdiction of the planning board.
Would anybody care to formulate a motion?
Oh. Yes. I move to continue. I think that I don't think we have to address each and every detail. I think that we've all raised issues of compatibility and of preservation of historic elements. I think that the applicant and their architect, their representatives, they've listened very carefully, and I think that we should give them a chance to come back and see if our concerns are addressed in the next presentation and maybe modifications. So I would only move to continue.
And I would second that motion.
And if I could just open for some questions from staff, because I'm not 100% clear, and my job after this meeting is over would be to advise the applicant how to best make some modifications to the plans to bring back to this board. I would appreciate, I think what was very clear was the signage, the pylon. I think that's very clear. I think Mr. Pascal's desire to keep those fireplaces is not something that we could impose on the applicant. However, it is something that we could discuss with the applicant, and they could potentially proffer that condition. But I caution you from imposing conditions relative to areas that are out of your jurisdiction, because we do have an appeal process in the city that is heard by the special master, and there has been some discussion at that level with regard to this board's legal jurisdiction. So I heard, though that the sign I think was the most specific direction we gave, but it seems like
There was also a comment that Laura made on the sight lines.
on the sight lines, correct?
Yeah, the sight line from the east, on the east elevation, sheet A8, and then also just the differentiation from the second to third level on the east and north elevation. I think that could use some updating.
And I think related to the sign, which is when I first said it and it was reiterated in a sense, was I didn't think you need letters up there.
Right.
The pylon could be done with designs in the stucco, reveals or what have you, and lighting, and the signage could be on the facade of the building in a discreet, positive manner. I also had concerns about this whimsical trellis, how that relates to Art Deco in general. And then how the sensitivity to the surrounding areas.
Can I ask also, just with regard to the sensitivity to the community, we have a hedge and we have a wire fencing, but are there any other possible sound mitigation strategies that could be incorporated into the design?
There are. There are sound attenuating materials. However, what I would caution is we don't have a sound engineering study, because that is what is under the jurisdiction of the planning board. That will be reviewed by staff, likely a peer reviewer in the planning board. So there are. I wouldn't feel comfortable from a professional standpoint requiring certain sound mitigation materials without knowing a sound engineer's expert opinion on what would help and what would not help. It could be a feel-good thing that we could add into the order, but it may not actually help the neighbors. So I think we can talk with the applicant about that and about potentially a more generalized condition that this board could discuss at the next meeting, if this is continued, about more general sound attenuating materials subject to a sound engineer's opinion in the planning board.
But one sound attenuating approach is space.
space, solid walls, and then there's special kind of high-tech materials that can be applied to walls that actually significantly absorb noise.
What I was referring to was setback, setting the bar back from that perimeter, which was part of your recommendation.
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
I'd like to give just an example for Deborah and for everybody here. One Hotel and Homes, back when it was the Gansevoort, the HPB approved the rooftop addition there, no problem, whatever. And then the planning board came along, and everybody was out like, "What? We didn't even know this was going to happen," And the planning board put in lots of recommendations to the Gansevoort. And they had, each time the neighbors would complain, they'd come back, they'd have to readjust the sound materials and whatever, to the point now where the One Hotel and Homes has a great operation, everybody's happy, but it's really the planning board that had to make all of those decisions. And the neighbors like go, "Wow, we didn't realize they were going to even put a pool up here," But Historic Preservation Board has limitations, and we have to remember that on what we are allowed to vote on versus what the planning board does. And I think that probably helps clarify that for you, Deborah.
Mr. Chair, would you allow the architect to just get some clarification on an item or two? He just wanted to make some suggestions about things he could do.
So I think Debbie just compiled a list of items that she will be taking up with the architect. Do you want to review that? Should we hear?
No, I think that's pretty clear. I mean, they're relatively minor adjustments that I think we can sit down and go through.
Sure, but I would like to address the board on a series of items that did come up at the end.
We've had already an opportunity for some back and forth. I think it's been very productive. And if it's okay, for the sake of moving the meeting along, we have a number of other items to get to. I think that this is something that you'll be able to take up with the staff. I think we're probably due for a vote.
Yep, I can call the roll.
Do we need a date for the continuation?
Yes, we do. And I would defer to the architect.
Well, I'll need to sit down with staff, so as soon as
I would
staff is
recommend the
available.
November 8th meeting.
Okay.
We don't have much time between now and the October meeting. So I'd recommend November 8th.
Stuart, it's your motion, right? November 8th?
I just moved to continue. It doesn't.
Yeah.
Continue
whatever is convenient, whatever works for the applicant is fine.
we'll
However
say
much time they need to
November
make
8th.
the changes and present to us on the issues of compatibility.
I'll call the roll now.
Okay.
Mr. Klein?
Yes.
Mr. Breslin?
Yes.
Ms. Weinstein-Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Pascal? Yes. Mr. Reed?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Okay, the application is continued.
Thank you.
Thank you to the applicant. I wish you well. I think everybody's looking forward to a good project.
All right, Mr. Chair, I think we need to take up, Mr. Kasdan, we're going to take one item out of order before you because we're going to lose a board member, and we have one more application that requires a 5/7 vote. This is HPB 220527, 1360 Collins Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the introduction, for the partial demolition, renovation, and restoration of the existing building, including the introduction of an active roof deck and new rooftop elevator and stair enclosures. This is a contributing building designed by Henry Hohauser in the Ocean Drive, Collins Avenue Local Historic District. Staff commends the architect for proposing a significant restoration of all exterior elements. The applicant is requesting to introduce a rooftop pool and elevated deck as part of the conversion of the building back to its original use as a hotel. In order to introduce the roof deck, the applicant is proposing to replace the roof structure and introduce a new structure that will be able to accommodate the new structural load. Staff would note that the elevated deck has been set back a minimum of 4 feet from the north and west facades, greatly minimizing its visual impact from the street. The applicant is also requesting the extension of the existing east stairway and elevator, so those are both existing. They're asking to extend those vertically approximately 14 feet. Although the new stair and elevator enclosure is proposed to be set back 22 feet, it will still be visible from certain angles. However, because this is a allowable height exception, it's a stair and elevator. It's not technically considered a rooftop addition, so there are no technical line of sight requirements, but we just wanted to point that out, that it will be minimally visible. Again, we're very excited about the restoration of this building back to its original design, and we are supportive of the project with the conditions noted in our draft order. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Good morning, Board. I'm Monica Enton with MHE Law. Offices at 7950 Northwest 53rd Street. I'm also joined today by Jose Gomez of Balance & Gomez, the architect of record. As Debbie indicated, we're here today requesting a certificate of appropriateness for partial demolition and design in order to allow us to create a roof deck for the property. As Debbie indicated, this property was a Henry Hohauser from 1939, and it was originally designed with 50 hotel rooms. It served as quarters for the Army during the war, and then after that saw some changes, including again in 1989, where certain changes were made to the exterior of the building. Over time, the building changed its use from hotel to apartment use, losing more than half of the units. It also saw the incorporation of a restaurant on the ground level. That restaurant took over the entire space, and really they lost the lobby of the hotel. There is no lobby if you go in there. So the client at this point is desirous of returning it to the original use of hotel, returning to the original configuration of the hotel rooms. While we will not recover all of the original hotel room numbers because we'd like to provide for bathrooms in the upper levels for the roof deck, and we'd also like to incorporate the lobby once again, including a storage for suitcases, etc. We will be up there at about 46 rooms, 47 rooms. So we will be returning the use, hopefully, to a hotel with your approval of the new renovations that we're proposing. The restaurant is a long-term tenant, but they are desirous of seeing the lobby being reincorporated and being reused as a lobby and entry point for the hotel. So we're proposing to redo the lobby and to have the restaurant on just one portion of the area. We're also proposing to renovate the exterior of the building with all the cornices and the windows. And it's a larger renovation than it is a new proposal. But the proposal is to have a roof deck pool. We're proposing to have it set back substantially. The pool is a small amenity pool. It's not a large pool. And then along Collins, we'd have just a small viewing deck. Nothing, no other services there. We will be providing the elevator and staircase, and again, the bathrooms for the use will be on the lower level. Jose Gomez is here to walk you through the plans in a much more eloquent way than I have.
Good morning. Jose Gomez, Balance & Gomez Architects. We're the architects of record for the project. Let's see if we can get the presentation going. So here we go. Next. This is the location. I think you all have seen it in your package. I'm just going to go through this very quickly. Next. These are the couple of images of the original building and a postcard from the 50s, and these are a couple of images of the existing building as it stands today. Actually, the one in the bottom, we added the flag, which is something that we want to put back. Next. This is the, again, existing elevations. This is all to be renovated. All the new windows are to be put back in. The whole building will be restored. Next. Some of the details from the original building that we're planning to restore and make sure that we bring back to life. Some of them are deteriorated, some are still in good conditions. Next. This is the basement. It's an existing basement in the rear of the building, a couple of rooms, which we're going to use as back of a house basis. Next. The ground floor. We'll show you the lobby area. We're introducing a couple of rooms, bathrooms in the front for the restaurant, and a small office for the staff. And on the south side, on the south side, you see the new kitchen, kitchen for the restaurant. Next. This is the restoration of the existing terrazzo. It's in fairly good shape. Actually, the building is in pretty good shape. And the terrazzo patterns that were original are still existing, and we're going to be renovating that. Next. This is a typical level. Units are about 260 square feet on average. Next. This is the third level. You can see the bathrooms adjacent to the eastern stairs, and the elevators and the bathrooms are just adjacent. The public bathrooms, I should say, for the guests at the pool are there on the third level. Next. So this is the proposed deck. We're raising it up about 3-4 feet. 4 foot minimum, because we want to get a small pool about 3.5 feet throughout. Sitting area all the way around it. The pool deck has been set back at least 4 feet, and it's going to have a glass rail all the way around. The mechanical is going to be enclosed in the back, actually enclosed by just to cover the equipment, is be open to the sky. Next. And this is just a couple of images of what we're trying to do. There's ADA access to the upper deck, or from the upper deck to the lower deck. We're bringing back the original flagpole, and the only area that we're raising is where the stair and elevator tower. The elevator lobby there is a small elevator lobby, just to protect the elevator and give you a sense of arrival to the pool deck. Next. This is just another image from a different angle, so you can see how everything is set back from the parapet in general, and we're going to be landscaping the north section of the pool deck. Next. Just an image from the pool deck. Glass rail is being held very minimalist. We're not trying to put too many things up there. Next. The elevations, restoring all the original elevations of the building. Next. Here you can see some of the sightline study that we've done from across the street on Collins, and the points where we're taking it from the plans, and you're seeing it in elevation. We're clearing the tower. Next. And this, again, it was prepared to study the sightline. You can see from the north looking south on the building, a small portion of the tower might be visible there. And from the Collins Avenue, how we set back the elevator and stair tower. So it's pretty much clear, only maybe from some angles you might be able to see it. Next. And that concludes my presentation. Very straightforward. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. So we think that this renovation of the hotel, rather than an addition, is a well-preserved part of the history of Miami Beach. The renovation and the addition of the pool deck will actually help to preserve the building even longer. And I know that sounds kind of funny, but the reincorporation of a new roof is going to require new vertical support systems, and that will also help to make sure that this building lasts even longer. So with that, we open ourselves up to any questions that the board may have, and we seek your approval.
Thank you for your presentation. I invite you to take a seat while we gather some questions for the board for you to address. Questions?
It's a great proposal. I do appreciate it. It's sort of sad to see what's currently residential going back to hotel when we have such a critical housing shortage in Miami Beach. but it was originally a hotel. You've done a great job in bringing it back. I do question the fact that I think the smallest room is 206 square feet.
160.
I thought I saw something in there that said 206 was the smallest.
It'll be the smallest, yes.
And to me, that, I don't know, is that like a single room with a twin bed in it? I mean, I was really surprised to see that. But I think it's a great plan. I think you've done and I like the fact you brought back the American flag. So I'm in favor of the project in general. Thank you.
Other questions for the applicant? Barry?
I have a question that's maybe a drafting issue. I don't know. Will there be doors? And we have no authority over the interior spaces, I guess, but are there doors on these bathrooms? So no? So the rooms, there's no door in the room to the bathroom.
Right.
Space saving.
Thank you for the presentation. It's a beautiful restoration. I just had a question on the paint color on the exterior. It seems like you're doing almost like a federal historic tax credit almost in your loyalty to the historic postcards. So just wanted to ask if that was under consideration as well to update the exterior paint to the historic colors.
Kurt, any questions?
Mine's really a benign question, but it's regarding a very minor detail. But I'm just curious. I know the existing windows, non-original, are being replaced with new casement windows. I was just curious to know what the finish will be on the windows and what they were originally. Were they aluminum? Are they being replaced with aluminum? I'm just curious to know that.
One of the requirements, Kirk, is that it be iodized aluminum or silver, I believe, is one of them. So that's what we are working with. It is in the order, and that is what we're intending to do.
And I had just one last question to add to the handful, which is regarding the new glass railing. It looks like it's going to be set back from the wall and practically, out of view from the street. So if you could speak to that, that would be great too. So if you'd like to come back up and address those handful of things, we can go on from there.
So I'll address Mr. Breslin's question regarding room size. So it is a small room. It is one of the smaller rooms, but most of the rooms are substantially bigger than that. But that is consistent with the original room size that was in the building.
I laugh because the 260 square feet is the size of the rooms at the Mantell, which a lot of people consider that sub housing. But yet we have people living there full time.
So it is consistent with the historic nature of the building and the historic rooms. We're actually trying to do those configurations, and that is one of the reasons for the open door concept, is to have a more open feel and have a flow in the rooms so that they're not smaller. It is actually a new concept that we're seeing, in a lot of boutique hotels. I know that I recently stayed somewhere in Orlando where it was kind of interesting because I had my daughter and my husband and no door, but it is a modern way, I think, of treating that, which it is interesting, but it is how it's done, and it does create an open feel. It is designed in such a way where I think you have the privacy, but Jose can elaborate on that. The paint color, Laura, we are working with staff to make sure that it is something that's consistent with the historic. We want to make this as historic as possible. And Jose, if you want to talk about the railings and...
The railings are all glass rails. They're all set back. We're trying to do it as transparent as possible since we raised the pedestal. That's why we're just using simple glass rail. It's as transparent as we could be. I don't know if I want to respond to Barry's comment about the doors. There's plenty of hotels that have that sort of design. I'm happy with it. I think it gives you a great open space. I have it in my own home, so.
Well, I stay in a loft every once in a while, and they have a similar concept, but it still allows for some privacy. But hey.
Okay, Mr.
Okay.
Chair, we can open up the public hearing.
Thank you very much. You can, have a seat. We'll hear from the public now.
Before we open the public hearing, are there any disclosures that the board members would like to make? Seeing none, if there's anyone on Zoom who wishes to speak, please raise your hand. Seeing none, anyone in commission chambers wishing to comment?
I'm Matthew Goltanoff again with Miami Design Preservation League. I want to thank the applicant for the presentation where they addressed our question about the restrooms on the upper deck or upper level. We look forward to the restoration and upgrading of this historic building. We do have a few concerns, though. There do not appear to be any limitations on how the rooftop can be used. And also, we want to make sure that the addition meets all the sightline requirements from all of the streets around the area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, you can close the public hearing.
So we'll move on to board comments.
Well, I had no questions, and I just want to explain why. Because it just sort of fits. They're improving the building, and it's in a neighborhood full of hotels. It's adjacent to a bar and another commercial. So the use of the rooftop isn't a concern like the prior application, because it is compatible with the neighborhood. So I do think that what they're proposing is a step up from what's there now for the building and for the neighborhood, and I wish them very good luck.
Ditto. It's a perfect project.
Beautiful.
I don't really have any comments outside of, the visibility of the elevator on the roof. It just seems like there's not really anything that can be done to make it more unobtrusive. I think it's good. I think I'm supportive of the project. I'm happy to move it with staff's recommendations.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Let me call the roll. Ms. Weinstein-Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Klein? Mr. Breslin?
Yes.
Mr. Reed?
Yes.
Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Okay. Project is approved. Congratulations.
Thank you, staff and board. Have a great day.
Okay, Mr. Chair, we're going to move on to the next application. Do we have Mr. Rothstein?
Yes. He just need a minute or two to come down. Let me reach out to him.
Okay. The next application on the agenda is HPB 220524 and HPB 220525. Petitions have been filed by two separate applicants requesting a rehearing of the May 10th, 2022 decision of the Historic Preservation Board, wherein it approved a certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition and renovation of two buildings on the site, the total demolition of two buildings, the construction of two new additions, and landscape and hardscape modifications. There's also been a motion to request the consolidation of the two petitions. If the request for rehearing is granted, the original application may be heard by the board immediately. So just a little bit of background before we let the petitioners present their arguments. Again, this was a project that was approved by this board on May 10th of this year. The code does provide for a provision that a affected party can file for rehearing. That was done by two affected parties. However, the code allows for only one petition for rehearing. So those two petitions have been consolidated into one rehearing application. There are two standards for rehearing. The standard for petition for rehearing, the petitioners must demonstrate the following. One, newly discovered evidence which is likely to be relevant to the decision of the board, or the board has overlooked or failed to consider something which renders its decision issued erroneous. So those are the two standards that legally that have to be met in order for this board to grant the rehearing. We have the staff recommendation is included in your agenda this morning, and we will present after we hear from the petitioners.
That's right. And Debbie, you and I can step off the dais as we'll be appearing before the board, and my colleague Steve Rothstein is on his way, and he'll be advising the board on this matter. And while Steve makes his way down, the petitioners can go ahead and get ready to present.
One quick housekeeping matter. Both Mr. Dickman as well as I have separate presentations, so we're consolidated. I don't think I will take the 10 minutes that's normally awarded, so but Mr. Dickman's going to be going first, and then I will follow him in his presentation. But I think under the normal rules, we usually go forward at 10 minutes per presentation, and that has been the format in the past. So we'd ask that this board recognize that. And
correct. So we'll set the timer at 10 minutes. Correct?
That's correct. As to each of us. So he will go first, and I will go second.
Do you, first of all, do you have the full board? Do you have the board for a quorum? I guess you have 4 members. Yeah. Okay. Great.
Could we have a determination as to Mr. Rothstein? Could we have a determination as the number of votes required in order to grant rehearing?
Sure. At this point, under 118-106 of the City Code, quorum and voting, we need to have 4 board members present to have a quorum, which we have now. It would be a majority of those board members that are here, so it would have to be 3 out of the 4 votes.
3 out of 4 votes.
Majority present?
The majority of the present, yeah. So
There's actually 5 board members present.
Oh.
There are 5?
There's one in the restroom, yes.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
I apologize. I only counted 4.
So did I. You know more about the space than I do. Gotcha. All right. Whenever you're ready.
You proceed. I'll
All
sit
right.
down.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Andrew Dickman, the Dickman Law Firm. I represent the Satai Resort and Residence Condominium. They are located on 20th Street, directly across from this project, the subject project. They're within 375 feet of the project. They're they are automatically deemed affected persons under your code, 118-9A2B3i. So, as an affected party, we have a right to file the petition. This is an opportunity for you to correct your decision on May 10th, 2022, when you literally hacked off a section of the building, the main building, that was in contention at the time. There were 2 things that had arisen during that hearing that were flashpoints. One was 20th Street and how it was going to be operated and whether it could operate efficiently, and the north elevation of the building. Many of you expressed concerns about that. The decision that was made at that hearing, and why we're here today, was that there were thousands of square feet of that tower was dramatically moved from that building, and it was moved east away from the beach via what was called a straw vote, and with zero understanding of what that would do to the site plan, the elevations, any shadow studies it would cast, the impacts on 20th, the landscaping, traffic studies. So in essence, we're here because you had an obligation to not just make a wholesale change on that project of that magnitude and call it a condition. And I think you were misled by your assistant city attorney when he said to you, you had wide discretion to make reasonable conditions, reasonable safeguards and conditions. That's not a reasonable safeguard and conditions. In fact, you are public officers, and you have an oath to uphold the charter and the code of this city. And that means that you have to make sure that the application is complete. The application that you are reviewing is complete, and that you fully understand how that is going to affect the area and dealing with the criteria. You improperly made a major substantial redesign of the tower into conditions, and what they call conditions. You can't make every redesign a condition. 4 of you were on the right track and should have stopped the vote, continued the hearing, and required the developer to resubmit plans, very much like what you did with 1445, the prior one, where you had concerns, you wanted it to come back and make sure, do your duty, that you could understand everything that you were voting on. If you haven't looked at the video, and if you haven't read the transcripts that we have submitted into the record, and I hope you have, because it really gives you a capsule of what transpired, let me give you a few quotes. Board Member Reed, you stated, it looked really big. Seems massive. We haven't seen a shade study. Can't the street, meaning 20th Street, can the street handle all these uses? I would like to see revised plans, better to defer. Member Klein, not comfortable with the north elevation. Don't want a concrete canyon on 20th Street. I'm trying to understand what was proposed, and that was after a proposal came forward. I'm trying to grasp what that 900 square foot per plate means, and that goes to the floor plates that were reduced. Member Weinstein, I am also a little hung up on compatibility with the environment. With the 20 feet, how will it extend beyond the Cromwell on the east side? That means changing the 20 feet to the east. For me, again, it is compatibility. Member Pascal, the one thing I have to say, my one concern, is the massing. And yes, the footprint is super long. In terms of compatibility, I feel like it's a bit too big. At that point, astutely, Chair Lopez said, I think I hear 4 members mention massing or length. May we take a straw poll? So he alerted everyone that 4 members, 4 of you, had concerns, big concerns, about a serious part of the project. Attorney Kasdan for the developer immediately got up, states, I'm authorized to make a proposed modification. That's when chaos ensued. That's where things went wrong. And if you watched it, and if you read the transcripts, there were people huddling up here. There were people asking questions about numbers. There were all kinds of questions being asked. And then, of course, there was a question. Then, of course, we came up. I objected to it. So did the Miami Design Preservation League objected to the fact that this was going forward in such a manner when it should have been continued and brought back so that you could see what you were voting on. The city attorney opined that you're allowed to do reasonable and conditions and safeguards, and Ms. Thackett said, I can confirm to you that I believe, I can confirm that I believe your direction is, quote, crystal clear. So she understood everything, but that's not the point. The point is the board has to understand it. You have a solemn duty to understand what you're voting on. You cannot ignore your own city's legislation. Quote, the city is bound by the procedural requirements imposed by its city charter and its ordinance. This is Gulf and East Development Corporations versus City of Fort Lauderdale. It's Florida Supreme Court, 354 Southern 2nd, 57. Mr. Attorney, I can have it sent to you if you like. Quasi-judicial boards do not have the power to ignore, invalidate, or declare unenforceable the legislated criteria they utilize in making their quasi-judicial determinations. This is Verizon Wireless versus Sanctuary at Wolfport, quoting the famous OmniPoint case. What these means is that you have strict compliance requirements. When you have codes that say this is the criteria and this is what your applications have to have in them, site plans, elevations, et cetera, in order for you to take those packets home and make thorough studies of them so that you can come back here and ask important questions. And 4 of you did. 4 of you were like, hey, wait a minute, I'm concerned about this. And then all of a sudden it turned into, let's just hack off 20 feet, 30 feet, whatever it is, and do all this, and then let's do a straw poll, whatever that is. That's nothing. You know, that was a tool to sort of like get everybody off track and to misdirect and confuse and obfuscate. No one here knows what the project is going to look like. Our office called the city. They don't have the plans. They don't know what was voted on. They just have the numbers. Do you have the plans? We called yesterday. Nobody knows. You don't know. I haven't seen them. Nobody knows what was voted on. My clients have no idea what to do, whether they want to go forward with an appeal or not an appeal, because they have no opportunity to see the final design, the big redesign, which was like taking off a lot of this building and delegating so much authority to staff to look at 20th Street and to review the plans. When you look at the actual order that was rendered, it specifically says that it is not consistent with sea level rise and resiliency. It is not consistency with criteria. There is not consistent with criteria A, H, A, and F, several criteria. But the project would be consistent if, and in all of these conditions, including the first 8 levels of the new tower addition shall be reduced in length by 30 feet from the east in a manner to be reviewed and approved by staff consistent with the certificate of appropriateness. Please turn that off.
Thank you. It's time. I want to be fair to everyone concerned.
Well, there's only us being the petitioners here, so I have...
Right, but it's 10 minutes each. I just, again, I want to keep it fair across the board.
Let me finish, please, if you don't mind. I have a right. I mean, we filed this petition.
I'll give 2 minutes of my time to Mr.
The maximum floor plate size portion of the new tower addition that exceeds 50 feet in height shall be 15,000 square feet per floor in accordance with section blah, 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 blah. Those conditions should not be conditions. Those should have been, wait a minute, you guys, okay, great idea. Thank you for bringing that proposal to us. The public trust is at play here. The neighbors who are affected need to see that. Please bring it back. We'll continue it. Please bring it back with a vote on it. What you need to do here today, and I'm imploring to the 4 of you who are really on the right track, is to do that today. Grant this petition, because what you have misunderstood is that you have to follow the criteria, that staff misled you and said you can make these conditions. No, you need to make sure that that application is complete. That is why we're here for a rehearing. I'll reserve time for rebuttal, but again, that is what you should do here today, is grant the petition. 4 of you who were concerned can order that, have them bring the plans back here. Everything might be fine, but everybody has a right to know what was approved. The only thing we know is what was in that order. Nobody has seen a plan. I'll reserve time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Robinson?
Hi. Ken Harrison Robbins. I represent a number of unit owners, including Satai 1808, LLC, Satai 2204, Satai 2304, and Dr. Stephen Solway, who is the president of the Satai. We adopt the argument of the association that was just made here. We adopt their petition. However, we filed a separate petition. I just want to note that in May this project was approved, and as of this date, I have yet to see a revised set of plans. We requested them, and they have not produced it. Why are they not presenting that today? Why didn't they not provide that as part of their presentation before this hearing? Why are they holding that back? If it's clear and it met your requirements, it should be there, but they did not. The lack of it says a lot. Let's go quickly to my presentation. Would you please put it? Thank you. Next slide. We're going to be talking about 20th Street loading shortly. Next slide. A total of 3 loading spaces are required pursuant to the Miami Beach Code, Section 130-101. Next page. This is the calculation straight out of the code. Because the new tower calculations, it exceeds, for 75 residential units, there's a requirement of 2 loading spaces. And for 2,959 square feet of restaurant, there is 1 space required, so a total of 3 spaces. The plans provide for only 2 spaces, and even that's questionable because it's tandem loading spaces. I don't see how you can load and unload a truck in a tandem space, but only 2 spaces are provided with a tandem space that was approved. So it's not in compliance with the basic loading code, and we know how problematic 20th Street is. So all that load is going to be forced to the street. Miami Beach Code 130-103 defines loading space requirements for pickup and delivery. And it says in there that all loading spaces are to be scaled. Next page, I'm sorry. Next page. It says that all deliveries shall be scaled and all trucks shall be scaled to delivery vehicles expected to be used. It says not less than 10 by 20 feet, but the criteria is scaled to delivery vehicles expected to be used. Go to the next page, which is the Shore Club's traffic assessment report. Next page. You go to page 5 of the Kimberly Horn report. It says, it's highlighted here, SU-40 design vehicles will be used for deliveries and loading activities. Next page. An SU-40 is a length of 39.5 feet, 8 feet wide. Next page. This is a 20th Street single loading area maneuverability study that was provided at the presentation by the applicant based on a SU-40 truck. Next page shows how the one truck would be able to come in to that space. It also shows how it's going to, even that one truck going in there, and even if you double load it, it's still going to go over those curbs. It certainly doesn't have room for 3 trucks in there as required under the code. Now, let's go to the staff report. Next line. Okay. The staff report says that this proposal loading area meets the minimum required loading space dimensions, 10 by 20 feet. But that is not the criteria for this particular project. That's the minimum permitted. However, as it says, and we read in the code very clearly, that you are supposed to consider what is going to actually be used. And I quoted that section of the code previously. And what's proposed to be used is the SU-40, which is 39.5 feet by 8 feet. That will not work in this loading space. Yet you need that space. So this is a mistake. This is a fact that overlooked, and we need to correct it. We need to make certain that there are 3 loading spaces on the site, on site. There is a right to waive that requirement. And let's go to the next page, please. Under 130-101D, there is a waiver provision, but you did not waive it. Let's go to the next page. 130-101 space requirement says, for properties located within a locally designated historic district or historic site, the Historic Preservation Board may waive the requirements for off-street loading spaces for properties containing a contributing structure, provided that a detailed plan delineating on-street loading is approved by the parking department. No on-street loading plan was presented by the parking department, and this board did not waive that requirement. Next line, next page. Next page. There's another problem that was overlooked. Next page. The Shore Club's traffic assessment relied upon an incorrect restaurant seating data. Next page. This is directly from the zoning data sheet from the applicant. And it shows the quality restaurants, a total of, in the Cromwell building and the new residential building, a total of 444 seats. And then there's a separate bar area of 57 seats in the Cromwell and 74 seats for a total of 131 seats. So what happened, see that 444 seats and the separate 131 seats? In these traffic assessment, it only evaluates for 304 seats. So it undercounts the capacity needed for this 20th Street and the amount of traffic that's going to be utilized on 20th Street and on Collins Avenue. In fact, it's short 140 seats. Now, the staff report says, no, we're miscounting it. In fact, it's only 304 seats because 140 seats are counted by square footage because they're drinking areas, and drinking areas you do it by square footage. But look at this. There's 44 seats of quality restaurant. That is not drinking. Yet the assessment report shows only 304 seats. So it undercounts what is going to be needed in order to serve the building and the amount of traffic that's going to impact the building and going to impact my clients adversely. So these are two funded. The loading space is problematic, and the traffic load is problematic here. And we brought that to your attention. Remember, Martin Scazzera described all the problems we have in 20th Street. It's existential. If that street fails, it causes a failure of access to both buildings, both the Setai and the Shore Club. So we need to go back there and look at that. We need to reassess this project and make certain we have adequate loading space and that a proper traffic assessment is performed in order to assure that it adequately handles the capability. May I have one more minute, please?
1 more minute.
Thank you. So the last issue I raised was at the hearing and before the hearing, I filed a motion and request an objection that the applicant at the very last minute submitted a whole set of plans concerning view analysis and view corridor analysis. And that was submitted on a Friday, which did not give either staff a chance to evaluate it in their report, nor the affected parties to evaluate it and have an expert look at it for impact. So this information was dropped on you, and we requested you not to review that information and not consider that information because it was not timely provided. And I moved to strike it, and unfortunately, you were not given the guidance to rule on that. But we need a ruling on that issue of whether or not that was properly before this board. We're saying it did not comply with the rules, did not timely provide those documents, and dropped it on us the last minute, and really did not give an opportunity for this board to evaluate those situations. So
Thank you, Mr. Robbins.
Based on that, I ask for a rehearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from staff, please.
Good morning. Still morning for a few minutes. Mr. Vice Chairman and members of the board, Nick Kalergis here before you on behalf of the Planning Department. For the reasons we've laid out in staff's response and for the reasons we'll go through today, the petitioners have failed to meet their burden under the city code for the granting of a rehearing. And for that reason, we respectfully request that the board decline to disturb its decision of just 4 months ago and deny the petitions for rehearing. I'd first like to respond to a point raised by counsel for the Satai Association. Just to make sure the record is clear, the board did not impose the conditions relating to the size of the building, specifically the length of the tower and the size of the floor plates, by straw vote. The board, during its deliberation, as you are entitled to do, and as you do routinely on matters where you're trying to build consensus, the board can take a straw vote on whether certain conditions might be acceptable. But that's not how that decision was made here. The board's final motion did, in fact, include the conditions relating to reducing the length of the tower and reducing the maximum size of the floor plates. And those conditions are memorialized in the board's order. Regardless, the association's argument is outside the scope of a petition for rehearing, and that goes for the arguments raised by the individual unit owners as well. On a petition for rehearing, you can only look at whether the petitioners have pointed to newly discovered evidence which is likely to be relevant to the board's decision, or that the board has overlooked or failed to consider something which rendered its decision erroneous. And what the petitioners have done here is really try to shoehorn arguments that are probably more appropriate for appeal into this proceeding, which is a petition for rehearing, and which can only be granted if you find either, again, newly discovered evidence, or that the board failed to consider or overlook something which rendered your decision erroneous. And because the petitioners have failed to meet that burden, both petitions should be denied. And I'll turn it over now to Debbie for staff's response.
Thank you, Nick. More specifically, with regard to the argument regarding the loading requirements and the parking department's responsibility to approve an off-street loading plan an on-street loading plan, if the board grants a waiver. Close examination of the plans that were submitted and presented to the board revealed that there is a loading area on sheet A2.31. This area is sufficiently sized to accommodate all loading. As Mr. Robbins had pointed out in our staff reports, we do outline the minimum loading requirements, which is 10 by 20 per loading space. The transcript of the proceedings, including the testimony by the applicant's traffic engineer and the petitioners, clearly demonstrate that the board properly was informed of all loading operations and was aware of the petitioner's concerns regarding the loading. In fact, the only incorrect information the board received during the hearing was a statement from Mr. Robbins, who undercounted the loading and stated there were 2 loading spaces required. All of the information that was provided by the applicant's traffic engineer was accurate, and the plans submitted clearly identify a size sufficient to accommodate all required on-site loading. Therefore, a on-street loading waiver is not required for this project. Therefore, there is no requirement that the parking department shall approve an on-street loading plan prior to the issuance of a building permit. Further, specifically to address the traffic engineer's assessment for the project's trip generation, the applicant pointed out the zoning data sheet. The zoning data sheet delineates outdoor dining, indoor dining. It does not delineate the specific requirements in the, and I'm going to need to look at this, in the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual, 10th edition. Those are very specific categories for trip generation, which include quality restaurant and drinking establishment. Our zoning does not specify what category a seat for dining is. So the trip generation that the engineers calculated was correct based on the very specific categories in that traffic engineer's manual. So there is no new information there, and the board was properly informed with regard to the transportation plan. So staff does not believe that either of those warrant a rehearing because they do not satisfy the standard of review. Lastly, the other than what Nick had mentioned regarding the basis for appeal versus rehearing, the applicant is stating that because the board did not rule on the petitioner's request to strike a particular portion of sight line studies, view quarters that was submitted by the applicant, the board is not required and is under no obligation to rule on a member of the public's motion. So that does not constitute new information, and that is not something that the board overlooked. The board was well aware of the petitioner's motion to strike. And with that, I again, just to reiterate what Nick said, we do not believe that the petition establishes either one of the criteria required by this board to grant the rehearing, and we are asking that the rehearing be denied.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Larkin?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, how are you?
Good, how you doing?
Good morning to all board members. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing the Shore Club. With me today is Alice Witkoff and my co-counsel, Neeson Kasdan. The City Code contains the standard for the grant of a motion for rehearing. It's exceedingly narrow. It was borrowed from the common law. It's two prongs. The first prong is whether newly discovered evidence, which is likely relevant to the decision of the board, would have changed your mind. The second prong is the board has overlooked or failed to consider something which renders the decision issued erroneous. As a matter of law, the petitioners have not met their burden, and this motion should be denied. With regard to newly discovered evidence, a good example of that would be the Chipperfield Tower. Let's say that it was overlooked, that maybe the base was actually a part of the Shore Club original design, and you all found that out after the hearing. Of course, that's not true. The Chipperfield Tower was designed and built in the late 1990s. So there's been no newly discovered evidence proffered to you all today. So they fail on that prong. The second prong is something that you all overlooked as a board. For example, if you all approved a tower at a height of 300 feet, well, you all simply know that in this particular area in the RM3 zone, it's 200 feet as a height. That would have been something that you all would have overlooked. They have not presented any evidence to you all today to suggest that this prong is satisfied. So under either of these two prongs, their arguments fail and the motion should be denied. The petitioners base their entire argument on alleged errors of your decision and non-existent procedural defects that they cannot be considered on rehearing. The first claim is the number of loading spaces. The counsel to petitioner says that we only have 2 loading spaces. That's incorrect. We have 3 loading spaces. They happen to overlook the one in the basement. Their second claim is based upon the first claim. They claim that since we didn't have 3 spaces, we must seek some type of waiver from you all. Well, that claim fails because the first claim fails. We have 3 spaces. We don't need to seek a waiver from you all or anything from the parking department. With regard to traffic, as a legal matter, the board cannot consider layperson testimony. As much as I like to think I'm an expert on many different topics, I'm not an expert on traffic. I am not a transportation engineer. That matter is reserved for experts, such as the impact of development on traffic. The petitioners could have tried to hire a traffic engineer to opine that the traffic study was erroneous. They failed to do so. We should not be burdened by that wrongful decision. The city's professional transportation department reviewed and approved the traffic study, finding no error. This is because there are no errors with the traffic study. Adrian Dabowski from Kimberly Horn is here to answer questions regarding the traffic analysis for this project. I am not competent to tell you the traffic study has no errors, but Adrian or the city's transportation department staff are qualified experts in the subject matter. And it is particularly ironic that they continue to bring up congestion on 20th Street when they are the sole cause of any congestion on 20th Street. I rode my electric bike there last night just to double check to see if there are any improvements upon 20th Street. I saw the ubiquitous black SUV parked on the south side of the street, still in the public right-of-way, directly underneath a sign that says no parking. I also looked and saw the private drive that they're supposed to use for their unloading and loading activities. Yes, they've cleaned it up since I brought that up to you in May, but if you look right up the private drive, there's still a giant white refrigerator, and it's padlocked. So the private drive cannot be used for its intention, which is to unload and load trucks within that private drive. Instead, they do it on 20th Street, or even worse, they will drive into the private drive and then back out into 20th Street, which is even more dangerous for pedestrians and cars. Mr. Dickman's testimony focused upon procedural defects. As I tried to point out to you at the beginning of my presentation, procedural defects are not within the proper scope of a motion for rehearing. If Mr. Dickman wants to assert that claim, he can properly do so by filing an appeal to the city special master, and then on to the Circuit Court of Appellate Division, and then on to the Third District Court of Appeal. But it is not a claim properly before you all with a motion for rehearing vehicle. In conclusion, it seems to me that the Satai simply does not like to have its neighbors improve their respective properties. With the Bulgari Hotel, they've been fighting the Bulgari for a year and a half now almost. The building permit's almost about to issue for the Bulgari Hotel, so they have lost that fight. With regard to the Shore Club, we are pushing forward as quickly as possible. We have already selected Auberge Resorts as our hotel operator. You all might know them. They're a worldwide known hospitality chain. They have a famous one in Napa Valley in northern half called Auberge de Soleil. So we are moving forward quickly. This delay litigation is bereft of any merit, and you all should properly deny this motion for rehearing. I'm happy to answer any questions you all might have, and I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me know when it's time for rebuttal, please.
Okay, sure, go ahead. We don't open this up to public hearing, correct?
This is not a public hearing for the purposes of the motion for rehearing.
Okay. Let me just make this very quickly. Do any of you have any idea what you approved on that date when basically you took a building and you did that? You sliced off part of it. No one here has an idea about that. And the second prong of our petition, the requirement for petitions, have you overlooked or failed to consider something which renders the order erroneous? You're required to have a complete site plan and materials containing detailed data to be able to know what's going on. So if you change the building, not only from the elevation, but the site plan, what is that going to affect? Does that give you detailed data? I just ask all of you, do you have any idea? Nobody here does. There are no plans. It's so ironic that you approved a massive building, a redevelopment project, without plans. No plans whatsoever. Do any of you know what you approved? That's an error. I'll leave it at that.
There's a statement by Mr. Larkin that there were loading spaces in the basement. The basement cannot handle, in common sense, the basement cannot handle an SU-40 going down it. And there is no traffic maneuverability study showing that there could be a loading space downstairs in the basement. It says very clearly in the assessment report that SU-40s were going to be used for deliveries. And there was 2 spaces purportedly upstairs as tandem loading, which doesn't even make sense because how you load and unload if trucks are back to back. And for them to say, oh, we found a 3rd space downstairs in the basement, That's something that's not credible because SU-40 was not shown to go down there. Moreover, what's argued by Mr. Larkin is quite different from what was argued by staff, which said there was more than adequate space for 10 by 20 trucks within the area. We need to deal with a loading issue. The last time we appealed the Shore Club, it was surely on the issue of inadequate loading spaces. And based on that alone, my client said, we cannot let this hotel open up without having adequate loading on site when they can put it on the site. And here they originally proposed a double entry for loading spaces, and they took that away and reduced it to a single entry for loading spaces and put the tandem. We need loading there. Yes, Satai puts a load on 20th Street, but they're there now. They've been approved. And when the Shore Club was operating and everybody was making demands on that street, it was a disaster. We need to anticipate impacts, and we need to correct oversights that occurred. This was not overlooked. This problem was overlooked. It needs to be solved. It can be easily solved on paper. We don't want to have to change concrete. Let's do the correction of the paperwork. Thank you.
Thank you all. Do we have board deliberation? Any comments?
I have questions.
Sure.
And I have a question for staff about the size of the vehicles that need to be accommodated on the site. The SU-40 is do I recall correct that they're 39.5 feet long? Up to, okay. Now I did not review the whole transcripts, but was there a discussion at our meeting at all about the fact that they would be SU-40 trucks and whether or not 10 by 20 sites would accommodate the SU-40 trucks? Is that reflected in the transcripts?
It's staff's belief that the property can accommodate all of the required loading. The traffic analysis was included and is part of the record of the original approval. So yes, the board members had all of that information. That is not new information. The loading was discussed at length, I believe at both hearings. Remember, this was heard by the board at length and on 2 occasions. And so, yes, it's my opinion that the board was well aware, and the record reflects that the board was aware of the loading requirements, and the plans that were presented showed the loading spaces were able to be accommodated.
No, because I don't recall ever hearing about an SU-40 truck before.
That
so
was
my
included,
question,
that was included in the record for the original approval.
Can someone show me where that's in the record? Because the
can
petitioner is asserting that we never considered that before, and it doesn't sound familiar to me. So as far as whether the staff believes 10 by 20
it is in the
accommodates,
record.
I'd like...
I can guarantee you that is in the record. It is within the report. I think it was Kimley Horn. Let me see. It's part of the record. It's let me get the date of the report that was submitted. It was an April 14th, 2022, Kimley Horn Traffic Assessment Report. That was part of the record and part of the materials the board reviewed, which had all of that information.
That has said that a 10 by 20 spot is sufficient for an SU-40
No,
vehicle?
staff was pointing out the minimum code requirements. If they were not able to provide the minimum code requirements in the project, then they would be requesting the waiver. They are more than able to accommodate their loading needs on site, and they do not need the waiver, which is why it was not improper that they did not request the waiver. any.
So the answer is yes, it is. It's in the record, but we
Yes.
can't. Can we see it? I mean, just telling me it's
I
in there.
bel-
I
was
don't
it-
have like
was
a
it submitted
photographic
as an
memory that I can
exhibit?
remember
It
what
may
was
have
in
been
that traffic.
submitted as an exhibit in
I'd like to see it.
in the rehearing petition.
We're at a hearing. I'd like to see it.
Do you have the materials that, I don't have it up so I can put it on the screen. It's
okay.
But
You don't have it.
it was submitted as.
Mr. Reed, in Exhibit B to this file, which was provided to all board members, if you turn to page 5 of the Kimley Horn study, there are a number of references to SU-40 design vehicles being used for deliveries and loading activities for purposes of the traffic analysis.
Yeah, Mike.
And it's also addressed in attachment G1.
G1.
May I respond to that question?
Any other board comments or questions at this point?
I would just
Ray.
like to make the comment, that I live in the neighborhood. I'm well aware of all the projects that have been talked about with the Shore Club since the 90s. And if you all remember how thick the packets we got for the Shore Club project for the 2 times it came before us, bigger, thicker than any other project, fully detailed. And when we made our first comments, they went back and they listened to us. They came back to us. They have been on top of the game from the very beginning. And I might remind this board that the SETI has been against every project in the Collins Park neighborhood since it began, and they are the Goliath in the
Mr. Chair,
neighborhood.
I have to object to that. I'm not attacking the Shore Club, and that's not fair. I'm here as an attorney representing.
Have you not been against every project?
Let's keep this open to board.
I'm just saying.
We're with
I'm just saying.
board
If
comments
you can control
only.
your board member, that would be very nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is very unprofessional.
Okay. If everyone could please take a seat, and we'll leave it open to board deliberation at this point. Please.
Yeah, I'd like to focus on the issues and not on personalities.
Mm-hmm. Any other board comments, questions? Laura, Barry? Okay. I mean, I will say for my part, this wasn't that long ago. I remember the deliberations. I know I came in with my own concerns and questions, and from my own perspective, I felt like it was a very vigorous, engaged interaction with my fellow board members. And from my own perspective, I felt like we reached consensus. I know that I responded to the comments of my fellow board members, and I think from my own perspective, I compromised and felt happy with the outcome, that it was reflected the consensus of the expertise and insights that all of you bring. So if there are any other comments or questions, the floor is open. Otherwise, I open it to a motion if anyone wants to make a motion.
I'd like there to be board deliberation first. We just ask questions.
Please.
Okay. Well, back to the issue that I already asked about. Wherein does the transcripts or the record reflect that we considered the size of the vehicles? And we were told, yes, it does. Then we were told Exhibit B, which my colleague is looking through right now, and we haven't found anything that refers to SU-40, the size of the vehicles. So that in of itself, to me, reflects that there was something that we failed to consider. Even if it was in there and we didn't consider it, if we approved loading spots that were 10 by 20 without considering that the vehicles that would service the loading and unloading by code are required to, the spots have to accommodate the size of the vehicles, not the minimum spots. But so I think that reflects that we failed to consider something that's relevant. We didn't consider the size of the vehicles and the fact that one of the 3 spots that we're saying is required now is an underground, and that's going to accommodate the SU-40. So I think that's a reason under the criteria showing that we overlooked or failed to consider something that was relevant. And whether or not there's adequate parking on this site, I mean, not parking, loading and unloading, is very important, considering they're adjacent to a residential building. And then the other thing that we overlooked or failed to consider, I agree that while we frequently operate as a board where we will approve with conditions, change the height of landscaping or change the material of something, but as far as chopping off part of a building, and we haven't even seen the plans for what it would look like and what kind of changes would have to be, that's something that I think needs to be before the board. We can't delegate and give off our responsibility to staff. Otherwise, why are we even, we could let the staff decide. Anyway, we're supposed to review plans, and the plans were not complete. If what's ultimately approved is a building that has a different size and shape, and there aren't even any plans yet, so we certainly overlooked or failed to consider the final plans for this building because they aren't even finalized yet. So I think it's bad practice for us to delegate in like the part of the code. I remember it came before us once about the waiver of the parking. It says it has to be approved by the parking department. And so that was a condition that the parking department will have to approve this. And so we approve, but it's clear that we can't approve something without the parking department's approval. So it's sort of like saying, okay, we approve it, even though the code says we can't approve it without the, and so this is a tangential issue. But that my point is to give over to staff to handle things that we're supposed to consider here, and there's supposed to be an opportunity for the public in advance to review the plans and comment on them. That's due process, that you know what's going to be coming before us, and you have an opportunity to comment on it. And so changing plans of what the building's going to, how big it's going to be, and we didn't consider the final plans. And so I think that we are entitled to a rehearing that would include those final plans. I'm not saying how we should vote. Maybe we're going to vote the same way, but certainly to fairly consider everything, us and the public, and to do what the code requires of us, we need to have the plans before us.
Ray?
We often allow staff to finish. We vote on something, we say, are we going to continue it or are we going to accept it? And we voted, we accepted the plan, and we said we'll let staff continue it from there. I don't know why all of a sudden now we're looking at it differently, but I would like to make the motion that we deny this rehearing.
Barry?
Well, I had some comments. This is not in reference to your motion, because I want to do the right thing, and I'm not an attorney, and I don't want to put the project, the city, everybody at jeopardy. I feel we did the right thing, but I'm not ready to make a motion because I'm afraid of the consequences of a motion such as what was just proffered. I think that I've understood when it comes to parking and loading that the parking department reviews our decisions. No, the staff is shaking their head no. That
Yeah, please.
yeah, if you could, because that's been my assumption.
So just to clarify, the parking department will only review if an applicant is looking to have their loading in a city parking space.
Oh.
If the parking is on private property, the parking department does not review. The transportation department reviews the maneuverability in and out of the site. And they did that for this application, the transportation.
I think that we did. I think that we made the right decision at the end of that meeting with altering the massing on the building. It was very clear to me what we were doing. I don't recall who made the motion or not, but it was very clear that we were stepping the building back. I'm a little surprised that there aren't drawings by this point to that effect, but I don't know the motion from a legal standpoint to protect the process of what we did.
I have a question. Does an appeal come back here to this board, or it goes to another
No,
board?
an appeal would go to the city special magistrate. That is your appellate. That's the first tier of review. Right now, only before you is whether to rehear this matter. It's not supposed to be to re-argue what was already previously argued before the board.
And we could rehear this at a future date if we want.
That is correct. If there is a motion to rehear and it's seconded and it passes, then you will determine whether to rehear it today or set it for a future time, because it would be open to public comment and have the proper noticing requirements.
There's already a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I would like to respond to what Stuart said, because with regard to discussing and deliberating about the massing of a building, we do it all the time, and it's my understanding through the city attorney that this board has jurisdiction whether to request changes and to leave them subject to staff approval, or to require that they come back to this board with the plans drawn and leave it up to the board's jurisdiction. It's always been my understanding that that's the board's right to do. And as I recall, in this particular instance, the board opted to request changes in massing and opted to leave the final review subject to staff approval. So to me, that doesn't represent overlooked evidence or new evidence. And I hear what you're saying, Stuart. I mean, and sometimes, sometimes it's iffy. You're sort of, but at the same time, I think we decide as a board, if we're putting our confidence in staff and if it's too much of an ask. So personally, I don't see that as a reason for a rehearing, because we do it all the time. And I believe it's our right to do so as a board.
Does that mean you're seconding my motion?
I would second your motion.
Okay, I'm going to take a vote, please. Ms. Liebman is absent. Mr. Lopez is absent. Mr. Klein, to deny the rehearing request. Mr. Reed.
Denied.
Ms. Weinstein-Berman.
Yes.
Mr.
Wait. I'm good. I mean, to deny the motion. Yeah, yeah. So it was. Sorry, the way it was. No, I'm voting no against the motion.
And Mr. Breslin, to deny. And Mr. Pascal.
I'm voting yes to the motion to deny.
So that's passes 5-1.
What?
Passes. The motion is denied. The rehearing is denied.
5-1?
Yes.
But there's 4 of us here.
I'm sorry, 4-1.
4-1?
Yes.
I mean, it's 5 of us. Sorry. There was 4 when you were in the restroom.
You need a majority, so that would be at least 3 of you.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Well,
So we're gonna take a short break for lunch. At 15-ish minutes, we'll come back at 12:45. Does that work?
Mr. Chair,
Please.
if I may, I have a hearing at Miami-Dade County at 2 o'clock, and I'm the next item. So as soon, I don't even mind if you're eating while we're talking, but
Can we just stop for 15 minutes, grab, and we'll pick up again?
As soon as we can reconvene.
And eat
I'd
and talk?
appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the second segment of today's Historic Preservation Board meeting. Moving on to our next application. I'll pass it over to you, Debbie.
Yes, thank you. Welcome back, everyone. The next application on the agenda is HPB 220517. This is Ocean Terrace between 73rd Street and 75th Street, including portions of 73rd, 74th, and 75th Streets. This is the site of Ocean Terrace Park. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the introduction of an elevated pavilion structure within the previously approved Ocean Terrace Park project. The variance has been withdrawn, so we will not be reviewing that today. Regarding the background, the board in July of 2019, the Commission adopted a development agreement with the property owner of the private land to the west of this site. Part of that agreement was a responsibility of the developer to construct on city-owned property in a park. That project was reviewed and approved by the Historic Preservation Board on September 13th, 2020. During that time, the board also did approve some variances with regard to the oceanfront and dune overlays. As part of that approval, the board saw a site plan which noted a pavilion structure and outdoor bar counter. At that point, we did not have enough information regarding the structure, and the board decided to include a condition in the order that be brought back to the board, which is why the applicant is here before you today. The pavilion is in substantially the same location as it was shown to you previously, but it has been redesigned and is now divided into 3 sections. The center portion has a poured-in-place concrete roof that incorporates a cutout for trees. The applicant has also revised the landscape plan for this immediate area of the park, since the footprint of the pavilion, cafe, and bar has been slightly modified. Staff is generally supportive of the revised pavilion design. We do not have any objection to the location or design of the outdoor bar counter, and we remain eager to see this under construction, and we are recommending approval subject to the conditions in the staff report. I would like to note that this particular structure has been reviewed by multiple city departments. It has been reviewed by the police department. It has been reviewed by the city's parks department, who will be the owner ultimately of this structure, since it is on, it will be in a city park. It's on city land. And the Parks Department did express some concern regarding the integrated planter feature on the roof. So we do have a condition to address the Parks Department maintenance concerns. The city is responsible for the maintenance of this facility, that be removed. Although we like the idea of that feature, we do believe that there is adequate landscaping, abundant landscaping surrounding the structure, and we do not believe that the removal of that feature that's integrated into the roof will have any adverse impact on the project. And with that, we can turn it over to the applicant, unless you have any questions for me.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Neeson Kasdan and Cecilia Torres Toledo of Ackerman representing the applicant. Sandra Scher is also the principal of the adjacent Ocean Terrace Associates and is the developer of this public green space. As Debbie mentioned to you, and you'll be hearing shortly from Damon Sanchez from Raymond Jungles, Jungles has designed the entire public space as well as the pavilion. As Debbie mentioned, just briefly, this is pursuant to a development agreement between the city and Ocean Terrace Holdings, in which they are paying $15 million approximately to convert Ocean Terrace into a public park and pavilion, tying into the Beach Walk and the North Shore Open Space Park. And this design has been before the board. It has been approved by the board, including the pavilion. The pavilion is one of the requirements of the development agreement, that there be a cafe so that there's be some active use there. And of course, the bar counter is an accessory to that active use. So we're really here today only to look at the modifications to the pavilion as well as to the proposed bar counter. We are in full agreement with the requirements and conditions of staff. And as Debbie mentioned, the request for the variance has been withdrawn. I'd like to turn it over to Damon. If we could tee up the presentation, please.
And Damon, were you sworn in this morning? If not, I can swear you in now. Okay. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
And if we can go on to the next, let's advance it a little bit. As you can see there, that is the pavilion, that's the park and pavilion space that was originally approved by this board. If we go to the next slide, you'll see the proposed modification to the pavilion, and I turn it over to Damon to take you from here at this point.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Damon, representing Raymond Jungles Incorporated. So the slide shows the updated pavilion design, also with the tree in the middle and a service path on the north side. You could go to the next slide, please. This slide shows the pergolas, concrete pergola in the middle, and then a waterproof pergola to the north over the bar, and then a wooden pergola to the south. Next slide, please. This is just an enlargement of that element, and on the bottom just showing a reference image of what it could be, and then just showing the elevation of that countertop as well. Next slide, please. This is the planting plan, using the same plant palette that we have used throughout the park. Next slide, please. This is showing material imagery, so just showing that the concrete that we are using throughout the park is also going to be used in the pavilion. And then the bottom image shows the dune fence, which is hidden or covered in the dune vegetation. Next slide, please. This shows a section at the top through the pergolas, and then there's two elevations, a south elevation and an east elevation. All of these don't show the vegetation and the planting. Also, they don't show the dune fence. Just wanted to note that. Next slide, please. The top is showing the west elevation, showing a newly designed gates, double gate at the front, and then one single gate on the walkway up. And then the two drawings on the bottom are a north elevation showing the dune fence, and then an enlargement of the west elevation showing the gate, or the gates. Next slide, please. This is just showing the plant palette, which we're using throughout the park and using here as well. Next slide, please. This is a rendering from under the pergola inside the pavilion. Next slide, please. This is a rendering from the park area looking towards the beach and looking also through the pavilion to the water. Next slide, please. And this is a rendering from the beach walk looking towards the pavilion and pergolas. And I believe that's it.
And that's our presentation. And
we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any board questions? Let's go ask all the questions first, and then back to the.
My only question is there an operator for this venue yet?
No.
So this is, you build it and then you try and find somebody to run it.
Well, there will be a hotel brand and operator, but there is not one as of this moment. But remember, this is part of the plan that the city approved and agreed to, includes the pavilion and the cafe.
So there's not going to be an RFP from the city. It'll be somebody from the hotel that they'll be running it. That's
right. But the other thing I was going to say is, in terms of the timing, in order for them, one of the first things that has to be done is the streetscape and park. And so this is an element of it. So this needs to be approved so that that can move forward. The full permitting of that and the construction of the
Thank you.
improvements.
If we could just adhere to our own protocols and do all the questions, ask all the questions, and then answer them together, if that's okay.
Yes, thank you. So I understand that this proposal is pursuant to the development agreement. It's in the submission from the applicant. It says section 26.4 of the development agreement. It says a developer shall have the right to construct and operate a raised pavilion cafe within the park's streetscape site. But then it says, in accordance with the minimum standards, criteria, and conditions set forth in sections 82-385 to 82-388 of the city code. But I'm not familiar with those parts of the code, and we didn't hear anything about it. So I was wondering if the applicant can explain to us how this proposal is in accordance with the minimum standards, criteria, and conditions of sections 82-385 to 82-388 of the city code, because that's written in the development agreement.
I think that was all reviewed by staff.
We just go.
I'm sorry.
Do all the questions
Sorry, Mr.
first,
Chair.
if that's okay. Barry?
So the last time this came through, when they came for an amendment to increase the density of the buildings, I asked Mr. Jungle some questions about the park, and he was unable to answer those. And I'm still wondering about views. And this design this presentation is focusing in on the corner close to 75th Street, and I'm really wondering about how people are going to perceive the ocean anymore, other than just on the beach walk. And in reference to the what was just raised about the minimum standards, is that what set the area for this pavilion? And if I'm not staying at the hotel, am I not allowed in this pavilion? If I want a place to sit in the shade and drink my water, or am I restricted from doing so? I think there's a lot of things about this the project's going to help the area in a lot of ways, but in a lot of ways it was sort of a giveaway, and that's one of the things, it doesn't sit well with me, and I hope it becomes an activated area, and that people still go there and use it, residents of the area. But so I'm very concerned about how the view is maintained from what's now the street to the ocean, and size and access.
Thanks, Barry. Laura?
Thank you for a complete application. No questions.
So I've got a bunch of questions, which will come as a surprise to nobody, probably. And first of all, just to point off, I don't believe what happened here is doable anymore after the last voter referendum, right? I mean, now to transfer public right-of-way would require a voter referendum. So what a great opportunity you all have. And as a North Beacher, I'm hoping, as I think all North Beachers are, for a really great outcome with this project, and excited about it. I think some questions that, just general questions, have to do with, which have kind of been touched on, but how the management of this location is going to work, who will be managing it. I think with regard to this project, just generally speaking, since it will have originally have been a right-of-way, I think the community is very interested in knowing about the accessibility, right? How accessible this space will remain, the hours, who it will be open to, which I think Barry sort of touched on. I wanted to ask, too, as far as the design is concerned, because there's 3 different roofs, technically, that are all interattached. And I wanted to know, first of all, why? What was the reason for that, of having 3 roofs? I'm also trying to get a clearer sense, which is hard from the aerials, and then from the images, I'm not 100% sure if I feel that it's well represented, but that the continuity of space seems like it might be pretty intense for public area, since there isn't really a break between those 3 different roof lines. I also wanted to ask, with regard to, and so I'm interested in hearing, I guess, a little more how those spaces are articulated between those 3 different roof lines, and how the massing of the space is broken up. So again, I think the expectation is that this is going to feel like park space, and when you put 3 roofs together, I'm concerned if it's going to feel too intense, like it isn't really park space, but a giant pavilion. And then I wanted to ask about the materials, the wood, concerned about, since it's city property, becomes city property, the maintenance of the wood, and what kind of wood it's going to be, and how durable it's going to be, because it seems like it'll be the city's problem once and if it starts to deteriorate. So, and my last question, which I have to throw in, is just to ask about the maintenance of the buildings on Ocean Terrace, and everyone will know what I'm talking about without me beating a dead horse. But I'm very eager to know why those buildings aren't being maintained, and why Ocean Terrace isn't looking as beautiful as it could, even though the Broadmoor and Tequiza are fantastic local places to go. They're amazing places for locals to bring residents and for them to stay at, and yet when they walk down the street, it's not so nice. So thank you.
Shall I respond now, Mr. Chair? You can respond to all. Okay. And first, I also would like to mention, I failed to mention in my presentation, the letters of support from the neighbors. The Saint-Tropez, which is the only and the major residential building on that street, has supported this, as well as Betsy Perez, who lives at 7605 Collins, is a single-family residence just a block away. So the neighbors support this. Now, to answer the questions, with respect to the compliance with code provisions, Mr. Reed, the staff report does a detailed analysis of the relevant code provisions and the fact that they are consistent with those provisions.
Can I ask follow-up then? Can you show me where in the staff report it refers to sections 82-385?
Mr. Reed, I can respond. Section 8, or Chapter 82, deals with the sidewalk cafe standards, which are cafes that are allowed on city property. So the development agreement is not under review today by this board. The development agreement alludes to the minimum standards required for sidewalk cafes.
Okay, well, I understand from the presentation and the submissions that we're here today to review and approve the Raised Pavilion Cafe within the Park Streetscape site, and the section of the development agreement that says that provided such pavilion cafe is approved by the HPB. So we're here because they need our approval.
Correct.
But it also says just before that, it says they shall have the right to construct it in accordance with the minimum standards, criteria, and conditions set forth in those sections of the code. And nobody's even told us what's those parts of the code. So how can we decide that it's consistent?
It's not up to you to decide.
Well, yes, it is.
That your criteria is you have 100% jurisdiction on the design of the pavilion and the bar structure. The criteria that you're required to review in accordance with is the certificate of appropriateness criteria. That is outlined in the staff report. The development agreement, which is approved by the city manager and the city commission, is something separate and apart. So the development agreement requires them to maintain the minimum standards for sidewalk cafes, but that is not reviewed by this particular board. Your criteria are the certificate of appropriateness criteria.
Those are operating standards, which are not before this board, Mr. Reed.
No, they're not necessarily operating standards. They are design standards. They're not in any of the submissions from the applicant, and it's not from any referred to in the staff report. So I can't say what the record reflects about those parts of the code that are relevant because they're expressly mentioned in the part of the development agreement that says the HPB board has to refer to it. But so I pulled it up on my phone and I see that the minimum standards 382-385, there are a number of them. And I think it would be helpful to the board if it could be explained to us and how this proposal does meet those standards. The first one says the permittee shall take any and all actions to assure that its use of the public right-of-way in no way interferes with pedestrians utilizing the right-of-way and in no way limits their free unobstructed passage thereto. That's just the very first criteria. And I agree with Mr. Pascal that this is a public property. I mean, Ms. Hackett, the first thing that you said earlier on, you answered my first question. Who owns the property, right? So even though the right-of-way was dedicated, where the applicant has an easement or a right of use or whatever, but the city owns it. And so I think it's very important that things like public right-of-way access and unobstructed free passage is going to be very high in this board's consideration of the design. And the next criteria is about how what the minimum distance is of sidewalk cafes from pedestrian paths and other features, about the locations of tables and chairs, about objects around the perimeter. So those are all design criteria.
No, they are not, Mr. Reed.
And so, okay, well, you can say no, they're not. I don't think that's a proper way to address somebody on the board.
Sir, you have a board
attorney. No, you're right.
Mr. Reed, you have made a point of that is important for applicants and boards to follow the law and deal with what they are empowered. You are empowered to deal with design issues. Those are issues that deal with operation of a sidewalk cafe. And I would also point out that it's important to note this that we are talking about is a raised pavilion that has already been approved by the board that is designed to be a cafe. That's not even before the board today. It's only the bar counter and the roofing change. The standards that you were even pointing to under the sidewalk cafe ordinance deal with the typical sidewalk cafe. If you have a sidewalk cafe adjacent to a hotel or a restaurant, how do you operate it? But again, all of that is outside of the purview of this board.
Okay, well, I don't think it's proper while a board member is making comments for an applicant or anybody else to interrupt and stop somebody from talking. I respect your point of view and I listen to your point of view carefully, okay? The fact that I'm saying that I'm reading this and it looks like design standards for you to just say, no, they're not, and then to cut me off and take it off like my viewpoints are irrelevant, I don't think that's proper, sir.
I was just responding to the question.
Okay. There's no question. I'm making a statement here that these particular parts of the code were not addressed at all in the application or the staff report, and they do guide the design of the project, and it is on a public property, and I personally, and I think the rest of the board, should want to know how this application satisfies those parts of the code where not the code that's mentioned in the development agreement that gives us the responsibility to review and approve it. It's in the same sentence that we review and approve it, and that the minimum standards have to be met. And then just to say, well, they've approved, it's already been reviewed by staff, but the staff report doesn't refer to it, then we're totally handling this with blinders on.
Can we just go through all the questions first, and then we'll talk about it when we get into board deliberation? Is that okay? All right, appreciate it. Thank you.
May I continue, Mr. Chair, with the answers? And I would ask the city attorney as well to opine on these issues. There were also questions with regard to from Mr. Klein, the views and how people will perceive the ocean. And with respect to that, of course, as we know, the entirety of the streetscape has been approved. The pavilion has been approved, save for the modifications that are now before you. And those have and I think when you can look at the renderings and the plans that have been prepared, it is an open pavilion, and so people can see right through it. If there are questions to it, I'm sure Damon can answer them. With regard to, again, the operational issues, of course, we have to understand, and you had a couple matters here earlier in the day before the board involving where Tantra used to be and where the Commodore Hotel is. The operational stuff is not before this board and not for the board to consider. It's the design, it's the things that the other things Mr. Klein and others have mentioned. Just by way of information, in terms of it will be privately operated, but it will be open to the public. Now that's again not before the board, but you should know that that's what is called for. So, in terms of, and I think that gets to some of Mr. Pascal's questions. Obviously, the management, who will manage it, is not before the board at this time, but that will be determined in the future, and it is going to be accessible and open to the public. Another question was asked with regard to 3 roofs and the continuity of the roof, and I will defer to Damon to answer that. And of course, the final comment and question was regard to maintenance of buildings on Ocean Terrace. Again, that's not before the board, but the owners of the Ocean Terrace Holdings has kept up and operated, as you know, the Broadmoor Hotel and the restaurants there. Occasionally there are violations, but they are quickly repaired and taken care of, like if someone puts graffiti on there. And there is a level of safety and activity that's better than it was before they had taken possession of the properties there. But that, again, is just for informational purposes. But I turn to Damon with respect to any questions with regard to the roofing systems.
Yeah, so regarding the roof or the pergolas, I think a simple answer would just be to break up the scale of that pavilion. The 3 roofs do that really well because the central roof is the highest ceiling height, the highest headroom, and it's also the biggest area. And then on the sides are kind of a little more intimate spaces, so they have a slightly warmer materials, and the weatherproofed one is over the bar, so it that's a necessity. Also, something that may not have been represented, the underside of both trellises is the same material. So they'll look the same from below. I think you mentioned something about the continuity. So they will look the same from below. So it's going to look like two types instead of 3.
Thank you.
Sorry, I had another question that I hope can get addressed.
Go ahead.
because I wrote it down when Debbie said it, that the Parks Department wants to omit that ring of planter on that concrete roof, and one was, what's their concern, why, and two, how does that affect, the design, and especially with these two other structures coming into it, it just seems to make it pop up more, as opposed to being, fitting in with all the other lush landscape.
So I can respond to the Parks Department concern. I'm not speaking for them, but in my conversations with them, currently there's nothing shown to access those planters, right? And our Parks Department has in-house maintenance workers. We don't hire private companies that are specialized in more sophisticated green building, green roof type solutions. So it's concern with water, water drainage in those planters, as well as just access to them, putting people on ladders to maintain the plants. What if the plants die? Likely, from my perspective and from my experience, we would be left without living plant material in those moving forward in the future.
Well, I'd say for years I've been a major fan of Raymond Jungle's work. But if the city needs to maintain his work, if you wanted to put it into fashion, is kind of like the dress I saw. Now I forgot her name. Sorry, big red dress. I'm sorry, Lizzo. Thank you. Sorry. It's that dress versus the famous black skirt. The work is great, but the work is detailed. The work is lush, and if you don't trust your city staff to maintain the ring of some whatever is growing up there, we've got some future problems down the road with dead plants, and I guess after the first year, and overgrown stuff. I mean, you're gonna have to get and trim these things. They're gonna have to get on a ladder.
But and I think the 1100 block of Lincoln Road is a great example. Beautiful, beautiful design, very sophisticated, and there was a learning curve for the I don't know what it was. The first 15 years or so, it was maintained by a private company that the developer had actually commissioned. It's now maintained by the city, so there is a learning curve with some of those living water features. And it's not something that the city has the resources to do a lot of, because it is very specialized. We have a large parks maintenance crew. They do a great job, especially with in-ground landscaping. But they were concerned with their capabilities moving forward. I'm very confident that the in-ground landscaping will be maintained in accordance with the Jungles plan. They were just didn't want to take on the added responsibility of landscape integrated into architecture, which is something that the Parks Department, dealing primarily with at-grade landscaping, saw that could become problematic in the future.
So these built-in raised planters are okay with them? Just not
Yes, correct. And we work back and forth with them, and they're comfortable with the remainder of the landscaping.
I'll come back in 5 years and see.
I just have one clarifying question for you, Damon, with regard to these roofs. It's a little hard to tell on the elevation. So the cement roof meets the wood roof on either, or the masonry roof meets the wood roof on either side, and there's a gap in between, or they slide up to each other, or how does it actually?
Yeah, it's designed to be a space in between them.
How much space is in between them? I mean, in height?
Maybe a foot or less.
About a foot.
About a foot or less, yeah.
So the light comes in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
I have another question. I'd like to know where the tables, chairs, busing stations, carts and things will be stored when the cafe is not in operation.
They'll be stored in compliance with whatever the city code requires.
Well, where?
Well, this is, again, understand, Mr. Reed, this is not there are elements of the sidewalk cafe ordinance that will apply to its operation, but this is not a sidewalk cafe. This raised pavilion is defined in the development agreement is a cafe. And so it will have the tables and chairs, they will be there in the pavilion. They're not taken out and, off the sidewalk each and every time and each and every day.
But
I see on LH 504 there's cabinets. Looks like those are permanent lockable cabinets. I'm not sure if tables and chairs can fit in there, but it looks like they made some really good details on how a lot of these will be on casters as well, so they'll be movable at times when not in use.
Should we go ahead and open it up to public comment?
Sure. Before we do that, are there any disclosures the board members would like to make? Seeing none, we can open up the public hearing. Any members of the public on Zoom, please raise your hand. Anyone in commission chambers, please step forward.
Hi, Matthew Goltanoff with the Miami Design Preservation League. MDPL remains alarmed at the severe neglect taking place at the Ocean Terrace site. This includes the loss of one of the key MIMO buildings along that property and multiple code violations. We request assurances from the property owners that they will fulfill their obligations to maintain and restore the structures along Ocean Terrace. The HPB must hold owners accountable for neglected properties before it's too late. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, so we'll close the public hearing and open it up to board comments and deliberations. Stuart?
Okay, I was asking about where the chairs and furniture and everything would be stored because that's part of the code I was asking about before. That's referenced in the development agreement and as part of HPB approval. That part of the code is not addressed in the staff report or in the applicant's submissions. And I would like information from the staff and the applicant about that. For example, I'm looking section 82-385, part K. It says all tables, chairs, umbrellas, and any other sidewalk cafe furniture shall be readily removable and shall not be physically attached, chained, or in any other manner affixed to any public structure, street, furniture, signage, or other public fixtures, or to a curb or other public right-of-way. And then part L says sidewalk cafe furniture. And I understand that Mr. Kazan says that this is not a sidewalk cafe, but the part of the development agreement says that they have to comply with the sidewalk cafe regulations. It's there in black and white. It says sidewalk cafe furniture, including without limitation rolling service stations, service carts, and busing stations, may only be maintained in the sidewalk cafe permit area during hours of operation. Permitted, however, that planters, which cannot be readily removed, may remain within the permit area, subject to the provisions of subsection Q hereof. And there's a lot of conditions in here. Those are just two that I'm picking out as I'm scrolling really quickly, and which is why I'm saying I don't feel that we're given the information we need to make a decision properly. Ms. Berger-Weinstein just pointed out before that there are storage structures there. And I just read from the code the only things that can be there are planters. So, and then there's a bar structure too. Does that count as part of it? So I think in order to make a proper evaluation and decision on this, we need to have before us how those parts of the code on how private businesses on public properties are operated, that we need to be satisfied that those are being met, and not just saying, okay, we got a great staff, thankful that they're looking out for us. We're here to do a job.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Cassidy, if I could let staff respond first, please. Thank you.
So the Sidewalk Cafe section, which is Chapter 82, is in the public property section of the code. That code is enforced by the city's Public Works Department. Mr. Kasdan is correct that this is technically not a sidewalk cafe in the traditional sense because it's not in the right-of-way. I think the sidewalk cafe provisions also do allow for exceptions on Lincoln Road and have different regulations for different areas of the city to a certain extent. The development agreement was reviewed by the city manager's office and by the city attorney's office. The plans that we have been determined to be consistent with the development agreement. So the plans that are before you today have been reviewed by the city manager. And so the manager's office and the city attorney are the two entities that review the development agreements and make sure what is being proposed within city-owned property is consistent with the development agreement. That determination has been made, which is why all of those criteria are not responded to in your report, because your duty is to review a certificate of appropriateness in accordance with the certificate of appropriateness criteria, not to determine if the project is consistent with the development agreement.
Well, Mr. Chair, are we in the deliberation part now where we're all making our comments? I thought I was first because we had our chance to ask questions. The applicant and the staff had a chance. Now it seems that what they're trying to do when I'm making my points for our deliberations is they're just trying to take the winds out of my sails for my arguments. I think I'm making valid points that don't need to be undercut every time I open my mouth. We're at the deliberations point. And my point is that we don't have anything before us about those criteria, and it's there in black and white that this has to satisfy those criteria. And everybody on the other side of this dais keeps telling us, oh, it is, don't worry about it. My point is that it's not before us. And we need to, and this is public property. We're not talking about how private property is going to be used. And I agree with your sentiment, Mr. Pascal, that this is very much public land being given up for private use.
I would think if the development agreement said to whether they call it a sidewalk cafe or a hole in the or a lemonade stand, doesn't matter to me, but they said use these rules, and then if the powers that be, the city manager's office or whoever, decided to deviate from those rules, that would have been documented. And that's not being brought to us saying, hey, these are the rules that were laid out, and these were the approved deviations from those rules. And so, again, I'm not an attorney, but when items come to us, and then if we make decisions, and then they're based on incorrect information, what comes back to us? Does it come back, and it is not necessarily mud on our face, but does it come back that somebody objects for some reason? There's always somebody who objects to something and brings something back, and you approve this and you were wrong. And I want to feel like my feet are on good standing.
Mr. Chair, may I make a legal point?
Mr. Cassidy, can we just go through board deliberations first?
Yes.
Just moving on.
Yes. The only thing I want to say is there's a mistake of law in the statements that are being made that I do believe needs to be clarified.
I would like
Can-
to hear
can we
the
just-
procedure, because at the very beginning of the meeting, every meeting, our chairman explains to us how we go about it. And this isn't the part of the meeting where we're having debate with
Let's
anybody.
just,
where
please
we've
just
heard
get
everything.
through the board deliberations and give everybody their opportunity. And I think we're with you, Barry, right now.
Could we hear from Nick?
I would love that opportunity because thankfully you have an attorney. So I just I've been listening and I've been taking notes and there are a couple of points I'd like to make. The Sidewalk Cafe ordinance, as a general rule, applies to sidewalk cafes, which are a defined term, temporary use on the public right-of-way. The development agreement between the city and Ocean Terrace Holdings provides for a raised pavilion or cafe within the park streetscape site, and that's the geographic area where the application before you today includes, right? What the development agreement does is it incorporates as a guideline certain provisions of the Sidewalk Cafe ordinance, and what the development agreement specifically says is that the developer shall have the right to construct and operate a raised pavilion/cafe within the park streetscape site, generally consistent with the Sidewalk Cafe permit requirements as set forth in Chapter 82 of the City Code. So the Sidewalk Cafe ordinance...
Can you complete the sentence, though? Because it doesn't stop there. It doesn't stop there.
Mr. Reed, I haven't interrupted you, but I will complete the sentence.
Thank you.
As set forth in Chapter 82 of the City Code, and in accordance with the minimum standards, criteria, and conditions set forth in Sections 82-385 to 82-388 of the City Code, provided such pavilion/cafe is approved by the HPB. This section shall survive the termination or expiration of this agreement. So, the improvements that are the subject of this application, those improvements are properly before you. This application is properly before you. But like any other application, the criteria that you are bound by is the appropriateness criteria in Chapter 118, Article 10 of the City Code. So your role today is not to make an interpretation under the development agreement. It's not to apply the regulations in the Sidewalk Cafe ordinance. Although you have the right to ask questions about an application. That's your right. But your role is to look at the design, the proposed design of these improvements, and determine whether they are consistent with the appropriateness criteria in the City Code. If you have particular questions that the applicant or the city are in a position to answer, we will answer them. But your role is not to make interpretations under the Sidewalk Cafe ordinance. Your role is to look at physical improvements, at permanent improvements, through the lens of the appropriateness criteria in the Historic Preservation Ordinance.
Thanks, Nick. Anything else, Barry? Laura, do you want to?
I didn't have any comments. I think, to the point, it is kind of difficult to separate operations from the physical because, for example, I'm looking on LH 409, which shows this beautiful open-air pavilion with planters and board-formed concrete, and it looks fantastic. And then I'm looking at LH 504, and it shows that all of these systems, which is necessary for a functioning bar pavilion, as removable. So in my opinion, I think having that flexibility until you have an operator makes a lot of sense. I'm very supportive of the project. I would echo, I do hear from a lot of people in North Beach that want to see the overall project move forward, and I hope that this gets it closer to that stage. Thank you.
Thanks, Laura. Ray? Okay. Okay, so I'm actually really excited about this. It's a great team. I'm really excited to have Raymond Jungles be doing a project in North Beach. When North Shore Open Space Park at the time was being considered My hope was that Raymond Jungles would have been the one to do that project, but he's doing this one, and I'm super excited about it. I'm also very in tune with the community individuals who are concerned with maintaining the community ownership, the feel that it's a community space. So the questions I ask regarding that are a reflection of that. In any case, I think it's a really nice design. I did want to ask one question, since this has been sort of bifurcated or taken a piece out in terms of the actual square footage that's being devoted to this pavilion and the original project, because I don't remember. I mean, is it the same? Are there any distinctions? Is this growing? Is it shrinking? Is it?
I believe the area is slightly larger than the footprint that was shown previously.
Pavilion's the same size. The roofing is a little bit larger.
The roofing's a little larger, and as I referred to previously, I think, as you clarified, Damon, the fluctuation in the roof levels, I think, is a nice idea to help break it up. Honestly, I feel like a foot. I would like, if there was one design input, I might say, why only a foot? Because it almost looks like we thought about it, but not really. And why not just open it up so that there really is like a sight line out of the roof when you're inside, and it really does feel more open. Other than that, I'm supportive of the project, and obviously I want it to succeed and be amazing for North Beach. So thank you. I don't know if anyone would like to make a motion. One other point I wanted to make, too, in defense of you, Stuart, because I've heard this a couple of times today, of what we don't have jurisdiction over. And I think it's important for folks to consider that even though we don't have jurisdiction as a board over the use of a property, the use for us obviously informs the way that it's designed. Obviously, it needs to be designed with a specific use in mind. So I don't think it's always fair to attack the board for taking an interest in what the intended use is of a project. I think it's innocent enough and direct enough, wanting to get a perspective on that. I don't know if anyone wants to comment further or to make a motion.
Yes. One comment. I mean, I understand that the reason why we're considering this is because the city vacated street ends, and the property owner agreed to provide a public park in the street areas, and in return, the property owner got things of value in return. I don't know if it's the increased FAR. But it looks like this public property now is being set aside for private uses. And I don't think that was the intent. I could see that the agreement does allow for a raised pavilion and a cafe. Okay. But I think it's very important for us to understand how pedestrian flow is going to be, how public access is going to be, if it's going to, what the very scientific word, what the vibe is going to be, if it's going to feel like it's public or private. And that's why the details do matter as far as how everything is going to be built into that property, if it's into that space, if it's going to comply with the ordinance, sidewalk cafe ordinance, that this binding agreement specifically says it must. And I don't think that we got the information we need to make that determination.
Does anybody open to making a motion? Any further comments? Any requests?
I move to deny it.
Is there a second on that?
Okay, so I'll amend my motion then to continue because of my friendly suggestion. Move to continue.
Okay, we need a date certain on that. Continue to the October. What is the October meeting? The 18th, October.
If that's enough time for them.
Well, it doesn't sound like you're requesting any design changes, just some additional information.
Well, if any design changes are required, so that when the additional information is provided, we can see that changes were made so that standards are met, because I don't think that they should come back and say these are the standards and then we see that they're not met. I would like there to be changes if they're required in order to meet the standards that were not addressed today.
I mean, are any design changes being requested at this point?
Well, I personally, as I mentioned, say that as I look at this, it looks like a very large part of public property that was part of a development agreement that the public was going to get something of value, but now it looks like the patrons of this business are going to get value, and the business, not necessarily the public. It's not like a beach cafe where you walk off the beach and you could get a slushie or something, and cool off. This is for people to sit down and dine, and it preempts public space with private uses.
But hadn't it been clarified that the city retains ownership of this space?
Correct.
Physical.
So the city retains ownership.
Okay, so then let's put a cafe like this in Lummis Park. And Flamingo, let's do it everywhere.
I think the board just needs to be clear about what the purpose of the continuance is. So we would need that on the record.
So a continuance so that the applicant can show the board how the requirements of Section 26.4 of the development agreement are all met, with specifically that the standards, minimum standards, criteria, and conditions of Sections 82-385 to 82-388 of the City Code are met. If they can show us at that time that the application as it is today without modification meet those standards, okay, fine. But just my glance of it, I think, is the concerns about pedestrian flow and furniture and things on public spaces. I don't know that as it stands today that the plans would meet those standards.
And I would feel more comfortable that, because the way when you read it, you said generally abide by these rules. Well, that means that somebody made those decisions. So I imagine those decisions were made, documented, and dated. So I would like to know that information.
But it does say generally, but then after a comma it says, and in accordance with the minimum standards, criteria, and conditions. So generally consistent with Chapter 82, but then it says, and in accordance with the minimum standards and criteria of those particular sections. So it sort of focuses in on that. It's not just everything is generally.
I want something to go forward, but I want it to go forward the right way. And I want to be able to know that, I was part of the right thing and not making the wrong decision.
Any other comments, board discussion? I mean, my understanding is nothing in if this were approved, nothing in what we would be doing would be waiving any of the city code. And so I don't see the reason for it, even though I respect what you're saying, and I know that the questions haven't been specifically answered. And that requirement, from what I understand, they would still be bound to that requirement. The space would be no matter what. We're not providing a waiver of that. Anyway, we have a motion. Was that a second on your part, Barry?
I'll second it.
Okay, so we'll put that to a vote.
To what date? October?
October 18th. Let me call the roll. Ms. Weinstein-Berman?
No.
Mr. Reed?
Yes.
Mr. Breslin?
No.
Mr. Klein?
Yes.
Mr. Pascal?
No.
Okay, so that motion fails.
Do we have another motion?
Would any board member like to make a different motion?
I'll make a motion to approve with the conditions that staff has recommended.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, let me call the roll.
If this fails, that's a denial. Am I correct?
Correct.
How many votes do we need?
3.
3 or 4?
4.
Don't we just need a majority of those present?
No, because I think for a certificate of appropriateness, it's 4 affirmative votes. Give me 1 second.
Earlier today, Deborah said the reason we took the other things out of line was that other than that, it was a majority, I thought.
That one needed 5 votes, that particular application,
Okay.
because it included...
So can I ask, are there any I mean, I think we know where everyone stands on this vote. For those who are dissenting, I mean, are there any conditions that could be written in that would garner your approval?
Is there anything that could be done so that this public space would feel like a public space?
I mean, are there assurances that could be written into the order that would make you feel comfortable that that were to be the case?
If I thought there were, I would suggest them.
Fair enough. Barry.
Well, like I said, I want. That's why I asked if this fails, it would be a denial, and I do want this. I mean, it's gone down the road. The decision was made previously to approve it, and now we're here. I question the process, right or wrong, but.
Deborah, could you requalify exactly what we're voting on today?
The application before you is for a certificate of appropriateness for the design of the pavilion structure, the final design of the pavilion structures and the bar counter. That is it. Correct.
Can we restate within the approval that it must abide by in the storage provisions as part of the city code? I mean, that's what's in question here, right? That it's abiding by the sidewalk cafe, whatever those provisions are you were reading, Nick. No? I mean, is that what's in question here?
I'm not sure what specifically is in question, but I think if the board wanted to include a condition that the C of A be consistent with, that the design be consistent with the development agreement, that's fine.
I'll make that friendly amendment.
Comment on the amendment. That's sort of like, sending up a prayer balloon. That's what it's worth.
Do we do a straw poll? I'm not sure we want to. Anyone is dying to kill this, so
right.
Maybe it's better
you
we
could
know
do
where
a
we
straw
stand.
poll. So
if we move forward with this as a straw poll, could we just do a poll?
With the amendment?
Yes.
With the amendment that the design shall be consistent with the development agreement. Okay, let me call the roll. Mr. Klein?
Well, why can't we do that here? Why can't we...
Respectfully, the board's role is not to interpret or apply the development agreement between the city and Ocean Terrace Holdings. So your role is to apply the certificate of appropriateness criteria in Chapter 118, Article 10 of the City Code. If you have specific issues or conditions that you'd like to impose within your authority under the appropriateness criteria, that would be more than appropriate. But this board, does not enforce the development agreement. This board does not enforce the Sidewalk Cafe ordinance. You are empowered to review the design of what's before you through the lens of the appropriateness criteria.
But it's a quasi-judicial hearing, so we're supposed to apply the law and the facts. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, well, we do have a motion in a second. We can do a straw poll. Mr. Chair, if...
I prefer to do a straw poll if the alternative is that we would be killing it. I don't think that really is the intent here.
Okay. Mr. Breslin? Mr. Reed?
No.
Mr. Klein? Yes. Ms. Weinstein-Berman? Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Okay, so I can call the roll.
So this is now not a straw poll.
This is not a straw poll anymore. Mr. Breslin? Yes. Mr. Reed?
No.
Mr. Klein?
Yes.
Ms. Weinstein-Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very
Motion
much.
passes.
Mr. Chair, if I could have
Sandor.
a minute. Hi. I wanted to specifically address some of the concerns of MDPL and the concerns that you brought up, because I know it's not necessarily part of the hearing, but it is important to talk about. So we are constantly dealing with the conditions of our property, and there's a pretty good record of inspections, 40-year certifications, permits, expense. We just spent about $560,000 on the Broadmoor doing a concrete restoration job. We are currently dealing with the 40-year certification for 7436, and in general, we've really tried to keep the properties operating and up and running, which has been, as you know, even through COVID and now, it's been a pretty big financial hardship to the tune of multiple seven figures a year. But keeping the properties open and keeping the block activated is something that we always committed to do. And it's something that when we work very closely with the police department, they've obviously been very clear with us that, the alternative if these properties aren't open is going to be a lot worse. So in addition to that, we've hired off-duty police officers to come and do patrols, because our police department only has so many resources to actually get out there. And so we get a certain number of days a week for a beat. And so we need extra beat patrol. We need extra, care taken with the homeless. And we've got our little crime watch set up. We've got direct contact with them in terms of some of the other kind of public ills that happen up in our area with the drug dealing and all of that. Obviously, we're running a hotel. We have families that come there. We're trying to, keep this as best we can. So, one of the things that was requested by MDPL was an affirmation that we are absolutely committed to maintaining all of the facades and everything in the HPB approval, and that, you have my commitment on it. I can repeat that. The building that's in the middle of the block that ended up needing to be demolished, that building, if you remember going way back to our original Historic Preservation Board approval in 2018, was always slated for demolition. And that Historic Preservation Board approval approved that building for demolition and replication. We did our best to keep it. At a certain point, it was no longer safe, and there was a fear that the actual facade in the building could fall down on the sidewalk. And so through an emergency order of demolition that we needed to comply with, because of an unsafe structures violation, we had no choice but to demolish the building, which was, not something that we wanted we didn't want to do that out of sequence. Obviously, the optics of it are not great. But that is still planned for the replication as per the HPB approval. And I just wanted to give you that assurance and give MDPL that assurance, because that was something that was on their agenda. So hopefully that helps respond to your concerns.
Thanks, Sandor. Clarification question for you real quick. Broadmoor, changing of the spelling? Why?
So there's a hotel named the Broadmoor in Colorado Springs, and they called us and said, you are violating our trademark. And I thought, well, come on, this thing was built in 1940. I can't possibly be violating your trademark. And they said, our trademark goes back to 1904. And so what we agreed with them was that we agreed that we will keep the historic spelling. As you know, we replicated the historic original signage on the building with the red letters, and we would keep that, and that's what you have there today, which is a new sign that we put up. But on our website and our any sort of marketing material, we had to change it to MORE. they said that they had guests of it's a 5-star resort in Colorado Springs that booked our place in Miami and were slightly underwhelmed.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much to the board, and thank you, Mr. Klein, specifically. Thank you. Appreciate it. Nice to see you, Laura.
I have a question. Since what happens in 5 years when maybe occupancies are low and this pavilion may not be kept up correctly, and either it gets closed or the operators change? In the meantime, is the city doesn't have to maintain this, right? It could just be an empty structure.
Well, I mean, the city is required to maintain it in terms of the property maintenance standards.
Right, but to operate it.
The city does not have an obligation to operate it.
So we could have a closed, gated pavilion.
Well, that's kind of the reason why everything was designed to be removable.
Well, we could have so then it would be removable and the gates would be open.
Well, it's designed to be a public space today, and it's designed to be a public space in the future. But it can morph. So if the city said, well, we don't want to, in your sort of nuclear scenario here where there's nobody running it, the city said we don't want to have an amenity for our public. We just want to make it an elevated deck. Then that's very easy to do. Yeah, that was a consideration. Okay, well, thank you all very much. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, getting toward the end of the agenda, we have 2 applications left. The next application is HPB 220530. These are citywide bus shelters. The Transportation Department from the city has filed an application requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the design of new citywide bus shelters. The history of this particular project goes back a tremendous way, back to 2015 when the city first contemplated a desire to enhance the bus shelters, including enhanced technology within the shelters for the use of residents and visitors. The board actually approved a citywide design back in 2018. So that was approved by both this board and the design review board because this is a citywide endeavor. And since that time, unfortunately, the city was not able to obtain a proposal for the construction of those elements. The design before you today is substantially similar to the previously approved shelters with some minor changes. The changes are really a result of the cost effectiveness of constructing these. Again, the previously approved structures were not able to be constructed due to the cost. And the vast number of these, our goal would be to have, wherever we have room throughout the city, to have covered shelters at every stop, which we currently do not have. These new shelters would also integrate significant technology upgrades in terms of bus arrival times and other messaging during emergencies and evacuations, real-time information, which we think is very important and is commensurate with the city of our quality to have that amenity for our residents and visitors. The design will have integrated solar technology, not for the ad portions, but for the real-time transportation information and other notifications. We are supportive of the design and are recommending approval. And Milos, I would pronounce your last name, but I would butcher it. I would not do it justice. Okay. So you can introduce yourself. But Milos is the assistant director of the planning or the transportation department, and he is very knowledgeable on this subject. He has been involved for the process since at least 2015, if not before then. So he's available and is going to give a short presentation.
Thank you very much, Debbie. Good afternoon, everyone. Just a question before we start. Should we wait for Mr. Breslin, or we're good to proceed?
I think he's going to come right back. Yeah, so you can proceed, Milos.
And Milos, I was going to say, do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. So once again, good afternoon all. My name is Milos Majstorovic. I'm Assistant Director of Transportation and Mobility Department. I'll provide a little background again, and then we'll go into the design of the bus shelters and presentation. So the existing bus shelters were really installed more than 20 years ago. It was back in 2001, and in 2015 the City Commission directed us to update the existing design with the goal of achieving iconic design and providing really shelters that would help promote transit use in the city, which is consistent with our transportation master plan and also our goal of becoming less car-centric city. Deficiencies of the existing bus shelter design that were identified at that time were limited protection from the elements such as sun and rain, was a lack of passenger security lighting, so for the most part overnight they would stay dark. It was a lack of technology elements such as estimated time of the bus or trolley arrival. They are very heavy structure and very complex for removal or installation at new locations. And also current design prevents installation really at any of the bus stops that are of limited right-of-way. They really require at about 20 feet by 10 feet space in order to be installed. As a result, only about 100 of existing 300 bus stops do have a shelter. So Debbie provided some background in terms of how we got here. We really secured in 2016 Akai and Pininfarina. They designed those original iconic shelters. Those shelters were approved by the ERB and HPB as well as City Commission. We did have solicitation out there which didn't result any interest or proposals. We conducted industry review meetings, and industry basically stated that for the amount of shelters and for the design, it would be just cost prohibitive to move ahead with those. We revised that design. We had a follow-up solicitation, and the only really proposal that we got is from Outfront Media. I have a couple of members of Outfront Media here with me, and we ultimately executed agreement with Outfront Media in 2020, October of 2021, I'm sorry. This agreement will result in installation of about anywhere between 200 and 250 bus shelters around the city, each one of them with estimated time of arrival signs. We will also be installing about 100 bicycle racks and benches in case any of the bus stops are left without a shelter. But really the goal is to have a bus shelter at each one of the bus stops. From October of last year, Outfront has been working very closely with us to develop a new bus shelter design using alternative design and engineering approach that is in line with the city's original design developed by Akai and Pininfarina, while reducing fabrication costs so that we can maximize the number of shelters. The presentation that will be before you was already, and the design concept was already approved by the City Commission via resolution earlier this year in May. The goal again is to create attractive bus shelter equipped with advertising, security camera at some of the key locations, estimated time of arrival of the buses, passenger seating, security lighting, and so forth. This is really significant improvement as compared to the existing bus shelters, and we really believe that all these proposed improvements in terms of the features of the bus shelter and the stop will be very helpful in promoting transit service, will have a positive impact on transit ridership and help us reduce congestion, help promote use of transit service, and achieve our goal of becoming less car-centric city. PJ, if you wouldn't mind, would you bring up presentation? I would go to slide number 4. It's page 4 out of 27. Perfect. So as part of design development, we wanted to ensure that this new design really addresses all deficiencies of the existing shelters, which again are lack of coverage from the elements, lack of passenger security lighting, lack of technology components, and the cameras, passenger security cameras, are some of the key locations, as well as heavy structure, and the fact that the existing shelters require very large space for installation. So design has various sizes to properly accommodate bus stops of larger and smaller footprint. The shelter that you see here on the presentation is really about 20 feet long by 7 foot wide, and we have a couple of more sizes. One is 20 feet long by 3 foot wide, and the other two are 10 foot long and either 7 or 3 foot wide. Those shelters that are a little more narrow would be the shelters that we would use at the locations of a limited right-of-way where we have only 5 foot sidewalk or similar. All of these bus shelters will have security lighting. There is, if you look to the right-hand column on the opposite side of the advertisement box, there is that little flag that is an estimated time of arrival sign. And each one of them will have either seating element, leaning elements, or combination of both, really to best address passenger demand. Coverage within the shelter is enhanced by having a straight line roof. Roof line is moved further down towards the road, just at the minimum height, which is 7 feet. We're also moving the ad box towards the edge of the shelter structure, which with the current bus shelter design, really the ad box is somewhat under the shelter, which reduces the coverage for passengers. And we are also adding a glass panel on the opposite side of the ad box. So I'm not sure whether that's very visible in here, but on the opposite side of the shelter, on the opposite side of the ad box, there is about 2 feet or so glass panel that provides then coverage from 3 sides for the passengers waiting under the bus shelter roof. In terms of materials, really the main structure is made out of aluminum. Roof panels are tempered glass. There is also option for polycarbonate. Wall panels are also tempered glass, and lean bar and bench are a combination of aluminum and some rotomold plastic. There is, if you wouldn't mind moving to slide number 10 or page number 10. So I think it's one more maybe. Yes, so this is just a rendering of a nighttime. This shelter is of a smaller size. It's a 10 foot long and 7 foot wide, and it shows passenger security lighting and also advertisement display. Some of these shelters will have a digital ad box. It's about 40 of them, while remaining anywhere between 160 and 210 will have a static display. I'm not sure whether we can move ahead one more. So this is just, again, slide that talks about the general dimensions of this smaller bus shelter. Again, there are a couple of more sizes. One is 20 by 3 and one is 10 by 3, again, for the areas of limited right-of-way. So in terms of the shelters, obviously, they will be installed on a citywide level, and most of them are along state roads, very few, if any, along residential areas, and some of them, important to say, most of them will have advertisement box, but some of them might not, in case we're unable to fit them within available right-of-way. So I will turn it over to the board if you guys have any questions.
Thank you, Milos. So we'll open it up to board questions.
I have just 2. When I'm looking at the seating, that looks like white or off-white, and, using public transportation myself a lot, I don't know how easy that's going to be to keep clean, where somebody might actually want to sit on it. So I'd like you to explain that. And the other thing is, I see, like on the bus pass, that some of these are on separate poles and not attached to the bus shelter itself. and I'm really wondering why. The last thing we need is something else stuck in the middle of a sidewalk. I mean, we see it all over the place when somebody's trying to go by with a walker or a wheelchair and there's something smack dab in the middle of the sidewalk. I don't see any reason to do it that way. Those are my questions. Thank you.
And Milos, we'll go through all the board's questions and answer them all at once, if that's okay. Thank you. Stuart?
So Ray mentioned I guess a kiosk for bus passes. Is there going to be like an operational change where people are going to be required to have the pass before they get on the bus and they would have to buy it at that kiosk? And I'm wondering if there are other operational changes or potential operational changes that are anticipated that these bus benches, the facilities, not the benches, the whole stops, that they would be able to accommodate other improvements in the efficiency of bus transit. Like I'm thinking about BRT type of changes, bus rapid transit.
Thanks, Stuart. Barry?
Hi. Yeah, I had some questions, as was mentioned, about the benches. I noted them as like love seats. In one of the images, it looked to me like it was lighted, and I just wanted to clarify if it was lighted underneath. I'm concerned about its bulkiness. It's prone to vandalism, graffiti, gouging, and such. And has this been used, this design method been used in other cities? I don't think I've seen them. I'm actually working with a transit authority in Toledo with something, and none of that was proposed to us. The other thing was, will there be charging stations in here? Because I see there's electricity. Will there be any sort of charging stations? And I guess it's been clarified here that there will be live updates for the buses, because in the information I saw here it said it can, and so I wanted to really make sure that it will. And then lastly, are there considerations for the blind? And that's it.
Laura?
Thank you for the presentation. Love the trolley. I use it all the time. I do echo the concerns about the benches and just the long-term maintenance. If you guys studied any sort of pattern or artwork as opposed to the white, it will get very dirty and over time, in a short amount of time. And also any rain consideration, it seems to be pretty high, and I know I've gotten stuck under those before in the rain.
Thank you. So my question, Milos, by the way, it's great to see you. You've been here a long time now.
Thank you very much. Likewise.
Appreciate all you do for our city. So my question has to do with the existing inventory. You mentioned that there were a lot of areas where there were no bus shelters at all, and I'm curious to know what the rollout plan would be with these. Is the idea to first cover those areas where there are no shelters, or is it just to remove the existing ones and replace them all? I'm just curious if there's a plan of how this all rolls out. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. So we'll start from left. So when it comes to the color of the seating, we're very much mindful of the color that we are currently presenting in here, and we're working with Outfront Media, and we will absolutely look into the color that would be the best fit in here, so that we reduce any potential for vandalism or graffiti, and make sure that obviously we have a very robust maintenance plan with Outfront Media, which also includes the performance penalties in the contract in case that we see shelters, whether they're existing or the future, that are not being properly maintained. But we do not want to use a color that would affect adversely the cleanliness of the bus stop. So we are mindful of the color. When it comes to bus ETA, estimated time of arrival, that was Mr. Breslin's question, and the standalone. We only wanted to use and show that this sign can be a standalone sign as well, in case there is no bus shelter. But really, if we do have a bus shelter at the stop, it would be incorporated and made part of the design of the shelter rather than a standalone, as we are very mindful of the sign pollution.
The reason I asked that question is you show it separate from the bus station right in front of the Jackie Gleason. So that's why I questioned it. If you're saying in that particular case it's going to be at the bus shelter, then I understand it. But that was the reason I brought it up, is it clearly was not attached.
Thank you.
As far as the seats go, as far as the seats go, if are there like holes for water to run through? I couldn't really see that from the picture.
Yes, we will make sure that as part of the design there is a proper drainage from the seats.
Okay.
Mr. Reed, I believe that there is, I just wanted to clarify that the bus pass is really estimated time of arrival of the bus's sign, which is digital or like a Kindle type of device, which just shows to passengers waiting on the bus what the estimated time of arrival of the bus on a route that serves that bus stop is. So it might be one route or it might be multiple routes. Really, we believe this would be very beneficial. We have a lot of tourists that are coming out of the country and they do not have a cell service. So it's important for them to know and rely on public transit service, and just to increase reliability of transit service, we want to make sure that that information is provided and out there. In terms of other efficiencies, there is, I know that you are most likely aware, there is a Better Bus Network, which is a complete redesign of the entire Miami-Dade County Transit Network. That redesign was adopted by the Board of County Commission. It was approved also by our City Commission. So everyone was briefed, everyone is aware, and the Better Bus Network should be implemented within a year or so. It really improves the service frequency of the routes that are coming to and through the city, as well as connection of those routes within the mainland. So we were really expecting much higher ridership of the regional routes. In terms of the local routes, our trolley service currently operates at a little reduced service schedule as compared to pre-pandemic, but through budget enhancement, we are securing additional funding to start operating a higher level of service from October 1st of this year. So it would be about 20 minutes as compared to the existing 30 minutes. So really, in order to promote transit service, we have to focus on both improving the quality of transit service, improving service frequency and reliability, and the bus stops or bus stop features of the bus stops. So hopefully that answers that question.
Yeah, so there are no kiosk options for.
There are no kiosks. No,
okay,
no.
so I misheard because I
correct.
didn't see it. I thought you mentioned it.
That was just what it was called on the page.
Oh, okay. So.
Correct. There are no kiosks. We're not doing anything about the fare. Obviously, we're not charging any fare. County does have a fare for their transit service, but our bus shelters do not affect that fare. In terms of vandalism from, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, did you have a question?
No, I think you answered my question.
Thank you very much. Mr. Klein, in terms of vandalism and the color, again, when it comes to the color, we will explore all color options, as I previously mentioned in my response to Mr. Breslin. Vandalism, again, Outfront Media is really good about the maintenance. We actually are working very closely with them, and anytime we have to engage our even police department to help them out when they go around the city performing their ongoing maintenance, they're already doing so, that we also can identify hotspots and provide proper coverage from the standpoint of any support from the city or from Outfront Media. For the charging stations were originally explored as part of the Akai and Pininfarina design. However, we are not proceeding with any charging stations just because we have realized that it might attract some undesired behavior at the bus stops and might simply affect the cleanliness and my resulting congregation and using a bus stop for a purpose that the bus stop is not intended for. There was one more question, which was blind considerations. So as part of the estimated time of arrival, there will be audio announcement of the estimated time of arrival of the bus.
a person manually pushes a button or something?
It might be either manual or automatic. We're still exploring, but ADA will be addressed as part of the ETA sign.
Okay, and I'm sorry, but the other question I asked you about the benches was, are these used successfully in other cities?
So to answer that question, really our bus shelter design is really something that we have developed in here. So we used a design that was previously approved by the City Commission, DRB, and HPB, and we tweaked it.
I'm sorry, but specifically I'm talking about those like plastic benches.
Mm-hmm. So in terms of the material and the shape, it's a custom design. Whether this type of, looking around the country or county and the country, there are really various options for the seating, and I would have to really see where similar design is used. But I will tell you, in terms of the size of the seat, one of the functions that the seat also does is it houses or provides a storage for the battery that is needed to operate either lighting or the ad box at night. For those that wouldn't be hardwired. So we can look into design of the seats, but they're also, again, being used as storage. So that there is no separate and apart box in addition to the bench or itself. Ms. Laura, you had a question regarding the long-term maintenance and I believe height of the bus shelter. So the existing shelters are a bit higher, or the roof is about 8+ feet from the ground. So really what we're trying to do in here, and also they have a monolithic roof, and really it has a pitch points which are actually even higher than 8 feet. So even me standing there, the roof is really far apart from me, and it doesn't provide great coverage. So as part of the design, we're moving that roof line down to 7 feet, which is absolute minimum. So it's obviously like on a rainy day, we don't hold our umbrellas a couple of feet above our heads. So we want to make sure that that the height is as low as possible. And in terms of, and also we're installing this side glass panel as well, which the current bus shelters do not have. So that's at the level of protection. And in terms of long-term maintenance, really the agreement with Outfront Media is for 20 years. And we have there are maintenance standards and expectations that we have in there, including also performance penalties. We do inspections of the bus stops and shelters, and we report any deficiencies to them, and they're actually responsible and obligated to provide monthly reports in terms of maintenance. And in terms of the rollout, so really the goal is to first fill out the gap in terms of the rollout of the new shelters. So we have about 100 bus stops, 300 bus stops, but only 100 bus shelters. So once design is approved and we start manufacturing shelters and are ready to start installation, we would first fill out the gap, install shelters where we don't have them, and then we would be removing the existing shelters and replacing with the new ones.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Shut those off like a pro. Another question, Ray?
Just what is the time frame like? Let's say there's an existing shelter. You're going to be taking that one out, still operating that as a bus stop while you're bringing another shelter in. How is that going to happen and how long?
Yeah, we want to make sure that we minimize any impact to the traveling public and passengers, so we will try to minimize that time period between the removal of existing and installation of the new one. Obviously, we wouldn't want to remove the existing before we have a new one to be installed. Removal of the shelter is a bit complicated process because the existing shelters have a very large foundation under the sidewalk. It's about 2 feet deep, 6 feet wide, and as many as 20 feet long. And we might not be able to use the same foundation. That's still something that we have to...
I watched you remove one on Pine Tree Drive. It took a very long time. That's why I was wondering.
Yeah, but the bottom line and what's important for us and everyone, our residents and visitors in here, is that we minimize that timeline between the removal and installation. And that's something we'll be working with Outfront Media.
I'm sorry, I do have one other question. I think Ray brought to mind about the kiosk being in the middle of the sidewalk, and it reminds me of the spot on 63rd Street with the light in the middle of the sidewalk just west of Allison Island on the north side, with the black lines on the wall from all the bicycle handlebars hitting it. Is there a minimum distance when you're deciding whether to use a shelter or not? Is there a minimum distance that you're allowing for pedestrians to go either behind it or in front of it?
Absolutely. So we have to be in process of not only designing but installing the shelters. We have to comply with the ADA regulation and standards.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any disclosures, by the way? Okay, we'll open it up to public comment now.
Anyone on Zoom wishing to speak, please raise your hand. Seeing none. Anyone in chambers wishing to speak?
Thank you. Matthew Goltanoff with the Miami Design Preservation League. We appreciate the need for upgrading the bus shelters, and we'd like to encourage the reuse of bus shelters which may still have a useful life, in particular the mid-century inspired bus shelters throughout the city. Also, we would like to ask that a clear pedestrian path be kept at all times around the shelters and the advertisement screens. And lastly, we're very proud that Miami Beach is among the most walkable, bike and transit-friendly cities in the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the chambers wishing to comment? Okay, we'll close the public hearing and open it up to board comments. Anybody want to go first? Barry?
Well, I think everything's, from my perspective, has pretty much been hit. I'm in favor of this. I would really like to encourage some minimal level of charging stations. You may not want to encourage people who don't have access to electricity in your bus stops, but, do something for those people then so that they don't have to use your bus stops. But the fact is they're there and need some assistance and don't have a home to charge them in. So the minimum cost to the city, I think, would be a good thing to do.
Thanks, Barry. Ray?
I'm sorry, I don't agree with that. I've seen, look at Collins Park. They try to turn the electricity off in the park because, the homeless just hang out there in groups of 2s and 3s trying to use the outlets there. Sometimes they forget to turn them off. Sometimes they get broken. That's the reason you have libraries and other places. They will honestly turn around and take over a bus shelter and use it. And if that's what we want, that's fine. But if that's not what you want, then you don't put the charging stations in there.
Any other comments, Ray?
Oh, and I would agree with Matthew on the current cement stations, bus stations that you currently have. Those would be the last ones to replace. Do all the others first because of the amount of time and effort that you're going to be going through and the inconvenience that you're going to be causing to everybody. Because they're working perfectly fine as they are now. This is just a change, and as you and I both know, we've been talking about changing the bus shelters way back from when I sat on the Parking and Transportation Committee, and that was 4 years ago.
Yes. Thanks, Ray. Laura?
No comment. Thank you.
Stuart?
Yeah, one comment is I saw in the application that there was a choice for how dark the covering is going to be because the permanent, shell has holes in it, and then there would be a covering like a plexiglass that would be various shades. I think that we should have the darker shades for the days that it's sunny so that people can be in the bus shelter without cooking under the sun. And I agree with comments about the placement. Needs to make sure that pedestrian access on the sidewalks is not impaired. And I think that we could do a lot more with the bus transit services, but I think that this is definitely an improvement if people can wait for a bus in the shade with shelter and know when the buses are coming. I think it's a step up, so I support it.
Thanks, Stuart. So my comments, try to be soft, because I so appreciate everything you do, Milos. And this is not personal. I'm not crazy about the design. It's really minimal, and I happen to love the masonry zigzaggy bus stops that we have. I think they're super cool. I think the brutalist bus stops in Miami, which are kind of little by little disappearing, are just fantastic. There's nothing wrong with these. They're practically designed. They seem like they're cost effective. I don't think they're going to create an Instagram moment. They're not really the same as our lifeguard stands. Even maybe somewhere down the road, maybe our bus stops would be. And just with that in mind, from what you said, Milos, there's a need for 300 stops, you said roughly. We have 100 existing. I'm absolutely supportive of filling in the 200 gaps with these. But I'm reluctant to support removing those super cool masonry structures just for something that's so. I don't want to say it in an insulting way, because there's nothing wrong with these. They're just utilitarian and not very high designed, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. They serve a need. But that's my feeling, and I so appreciate all your work. I was here during the previous presentation, so I know how long you've been pushing this forward, and I appreciate everything you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't know if anyone wants to put a motion forward.
Yeah, I move that we approve with staff recommendations, and also that locations that do not currently have bus shelters will be prioritized, that they will first have the bus shelters built, so that they don't start off by removing bus shelters where there's already, and that there's a time lapse. There's a lot of locations where there are not bus shelters yet, so I think the motion is that approve with staff conditions, and that locations that don't have bus shelters will obtain them first before any that are existing are replaced.
I'd like to make a friendly amendment to that prior to removing the cement ones, that you take another look and maybe change your mind to keep them. Since you're going to be doing them last, you're going to get to analyze how well the bus stops that you have installed are working, and maybe you'll say, let's just keep these. I think leaving that option is better for all of us, because we do like the cement ones that are there. And we also know the difficulty it is going to be to remove them and replace them. Would you accept that friendly amendment?
I accept an amendment that as wherever possible, that the existing shelters will stay and will not be removed. But that the other improvements will be installed, like the time device and the bench and the lean-to, those will be installed at the existing shelters without any delay.
Can I make a clarification? So that's a motion in a second. So we are going to approve with staff's conditions, and the locations that currently do not have shelters be prioritized for the new shelters. Can we put to the greatest extent possible?
Sure.
Just
no, because I know there's practicalities.
There's 200, so maybe there may be an issue with one location, but we will do that to the greatest extent possible. And then the other condition was, prior to the removal of the existing concrete structures, that the city shall encourage, reevaluate the retention of the existing concrete structures to be modified with current technology.
Can I ask a question? I mean, would it not be possible just before the concrete ones start being removed, that just come back to the board? I mean, if there's a need for 200 bus shelters, that's plenty of work to be done. And then to come back and maybe evaluate where we are before we start wholesale removing them, because reconsider doesn't really mean anything if it's not going to a body that's prepared to consider.
I don't know what the exact phasing schedule is. I think Milos could probably speak to the technical difficulties or considerations, I should say, with regard to the schedule and the contract with Outfront.
Yeah, so Outfront is obligated to develop this design within 18 months, which so far that's on the schedule. Once we do so, really, we're to start with the manufacturing and installation. The amendment or the request to keep the existing shelters, the way that I see it, is that direction from the City Commission was really to move forward the new design, iconic design, and to replace all the existing shelters with the new shelters. In terms of the existing shelters, obviously there would be certain improvements that we could make to them. I think at some point also we would have to look at the structural evaluation of those. The roofs are really heavy. They're about 3,000 pounds, I believe, each one of those sections, and they're already 20 years out there. That would be would have to be evaluated down the road, and ultimately, given the direction from the City Commission to have one bus shelter design out there in the field, I don't know if we would have to go back to City Commission at that point of time.
Thank you, Milos. You could, another option for the board would be to approve them with the softer language, and then on a separate item, make a recommendation to the mayor and city commission that they reconsider removing all of the concrete structures. That's just an option that's available.
How many concrete structures are there?
About 100.
And then there's a question, how many of those are in historic districts? I mean, most? What do you say? It's your motion, right, Stuart?
My real
So Debbie's recommendation was that we move forward with the motion with Ray's amendment, and then maybe make a second recommendation to the city that they reconsider the removal of the concrete bus shelters. In addition, since ultimately it falls under the commission's discretion.
Sure. I think that's what we're trying to accomplish now, and I think if we're able to communicate to the commission that the HPB values the current designed shelters and would like to retain them if possible, I think there's no problem with us communicating that to them.
Part of one motion, or does it need to be two separate
I would do two separate motions, and then I will transmit that this week to the commission if it passes.
And my main reason for doing it is I know the disruption that's going to come to take out one of those old ones and bring in a new one. And when you're looking at those 100 bus stops, it's going to be total chaos, whether you're doing them one by one or doing 3 or 4 at a time. And if we don't have to do that and we can maintain what we have, I think it's better for all of us.
Okay, so let me call the roll. Ms. Weinstein-Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Reed?
Yes.
Mr. Klein? Yes. Mr. Breslin? Yes. Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Okay, approved. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
And now we can take up the second part of the discussion, which is to make a recommendation to the mayor and city commission that they strongly consider retaining the existing folded concrete roof bus shelters. To reevaluate the possibility of retaining them, of keeping them.
While integrating the new
while
design.
integrating the new technology.
And while installing
And,
the 200
right.
spots where they're needed.
Correct, and having the new ones be where there are currently no shelters.
That would be my motion, I guess.
Okay, great. Do we have a second? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so we will make that recommendation. We will transmit that later this week.
Thank you, Milos.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Milos. Well done. Okay, our final regular application of the day is HPB 220531. This is 8645 Harding Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the design of a new City of Miami Beach entry marker at the intersection of Harding Avenue and 87th Street. This is also one of those city projects that has been around for a very long time. This was part of the North Beach Master Plan, this concept of creating this signage into the entry, into our northern entrance. Staff has met with the architect. Alan, it's great to see you. It's been a while since you've been before the board.
Yes.
And we're very happy with the design direction, which has been inspired by post-war modern architectural features. It's very specific to their locations, to North Beach. We do think it's a dignified entrance that will identify people coming into the city through North Beach, and we're extremely supportive. We are recommending approval with the conditions in our draft order. And with that, I can turn it over to Mr. Schulman.
Thank you.
And Colette Satchel from the Capital Improvement Projects Office is also here. She is the project manager for this, and she's also available for any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Debbie. Good afternoon. I haven't been sworn in yet.
Sure. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thanks. Good afternoon. I'm Alan Schulman, architect, founding partner, principal of Schulman & Associates, and our offices are at 7300 Biscayne Boulevard. And we're here today to bring to you one of two entrance markers that have been designed for North Beach. This has been a long project. We started the project in 2014, and eventually through a number of stages of process we've gotten to the point where we're before you, and we're also working with the DOT to finalize some of the design issues as well. So perhaps we could bring up the presentation. And I also just wanted to say that we're working with capital improvements projects with Colette Satchel, and she's here also to answer any questions. Okay, so I mentioned there were two projects. This is our team. Our prime is also a structural engineer, Douglas Wood, and we're working with Barry Miller from Savino Miller, our landscape architect, and then Schulman & Associates with the design of the pavilion. So there are two entrances. One is at the entrance to North Beach from the Causeway on 71st Street, and the other one is as you're coming south on Harding at 86th Street or 87th Street. If you can go to the next image. That was perfect for this. So, in thinking about what would make a sign for Miami Beach, I guess coming at this as architects, we're trying to find the language of the city itself as opposed to, let's say, a monument that just had the words on it, right? And so we were looking at traditions that are truly Miami Beach, and one of the traditions that we hit upon as a kind of an inspiration for the project is the idea of the pavilion, or the folly, let's say, concrete folly. There are many of them all around the city. On the left-hand side, you can see the follies that Morris Lapidus built in 1960 when the road was mauled. They were group of circular ones, but in fact, he designed a whole series of such concrete follies up and down the road, many of which still exist. Some of them have holes in the roof, some of them are more solid, some of them are geometric. Next image. So these kind of follies could be used also as porte cocheres in front of hotels or as pavilions, like the one that Rufus Nims designed for Howard Johnson in North Beach, or the ones that Norman Giller built at the North Beach Bandshell. So this is a language that's not just, it's a Miami Beach language, but it's also a North Beach language with lots of precedent around. But then we kind of worked with it in a contemporary way. The other thing I wanted to point out here is the idea of the kind of sky signage, which has also been a tradition in Miami Beach, the kind of oversized backlit signs that you see here at the Shelbourne or at the Delito, but they existed on many, maybe most post-war hotels. Next image. And one other tradition that I don't have a slide to show you, but it's the idea that landscape is often built into architecture, that there's a meshing of landscape and architecture. And so we wanted very much to make elements of the landscape sort of work with this piece, which would be a marker to the North Beach area. Now, in this drawing, you see our plan at ground level. So in solid line below is a kind of a raised platform 2 feet high that that would be landscaped underneath. It would be fully landscaped, and then below would be landscaped around, filling out the island. And then above, held on columns, would be the actual roof, which has perforations that allow landscaping trees to grow through. Actually, this is the one I wanted to show you for context that is in Normandy Isle. So this is on its own island, let's say. And this was approved last week at DRB. Next image. And just to show you, so this is a diagram of how that works. And next image. And this is what that looks like coming into the beach. There's an idea that the color is used on the columns, which I'll come back to in a moment. Next image. And then these things are designed also for night, which you'll see in the Harding example. So here we are. We are actually in the historic district, and we are right at the top there, outlined in magenta. Next image. This is actually a lot, unlike the Normandy site, which is part of the street. So here are some views of what this looks like as you're coming towards it. It's right now a kind of a mass of vegetation. There was a sign here at one point. This is a difficult traffic moment where traffic sometimes runs off the road. And so, we've been working with DOT to kind of establish standard for how that's dealt with. Next image. We're up against an apartment building. So it's the same idea of a kind of amoeboid element floating on that lot, which is a very small lot. It's hard up against the alley, which is on the east side, to the left. You see there are 2 columns that are carrying the roof. Next image. And that is the roof plate with the perforations, the apertures that allow the trees to go through. And next image. There would be 2 colors here used on those columns, and they generally have a kind of a sea and sky motif. The letters themselves would be channel letters, backlit. So again, in the language of Miami Beach hotels. And next image. So again, the diagram, the signage would be on top of the retaining wall that's holding that kind of raised landscape area. Next image. There are some trees that would be preserved on the site. We preserve as many trees as we can or relocate them. This is a landscape plan by Sabina Miller. Next drawing, or next image. And this is a day image of what that would look like. And you can see that the trees growing through, growing through the canopy. Next image. And a night view. At night, the signage would be backlit. the columns would be uplit and the bottom of the canopy would be lit. And I believe that concludes my presentation. I did see yesterday comments by MDPL, and I have some thoughts about those, but maybe I should wait for them to discuss them first. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move to questions, and Mr. Shulman, we'll have all the board ask all other questions and take them all at once, if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay. Way back in the GO bond of 1999, street ends from like 24th Street to 42nd Street had signs at the end with letters like that said 24th, 25th, or whatever, and they've all been broken off and stolen. And my concern is, vandalism that can happen to the sign, and with it being rear lit, at night, what does it look like from the other side? Because don't forget, you have a street coming on both sides.
Right. So it's, first of all, stainless steel. These are stainless steel boxes. Or I should say stainless steel or aluminum. We haven't made a final specification, but they're generally stainless steel, having installed them at hotels. They would be anchored.
But hotels are up on the roof.
Yeah, they're up usually
so
on canopies.
It's not easy for somebody to go up and grab them and bend them and whatever. So that's my concern.
Let's just go through all the questions
that's right,
first, because you'll probably get different variations.
Okay,
maybe similar questions. Okay. If we could just go through, Stuart.
Yeah, I had a similar concern about repairs, not only vandalism, but if a car runs into it, how long would it take? If are these custom-made elements or things that would easily to be replaced?
Should I?
Any of those? Let's go through all the questions first. Any of the questions?
I like the design a lot. The perforated top and such. And it seems like 20 years ago, meeting and working on something with Joyce Myers in the planning department on this exact site on Harding. And there was also discussion, which when I saw it immediately reminded me of, so like you say, you worked on this a long time. It was 20 years ago this was popping around.
Yeah.
There was a sign that never occurred that I thought was really cool, was up the bridge, the eastern bridge on 395, that was Miami Beach spelt out down the center. And so that's what immediately popped in my mind. So I had some questions, and you answered one about the letters, but it seemed, in the images at least, very bright. And I was concerned about that, like with the neighbors right there at that one building. And the reading on the landscape, I think the palms are double lit. They have two rings of light, so I didn't know, are they both under? Are they up and down? I don't know. And I know it's not your concern, but I am concerned maintenance, like it came up earlier, the city. So you guys don't have to maintain it, but are you putting that thought process into that it's not going to fall apart? I did have, and I wish Barry was here, questions of the Fakahatchee. I mean, it's a harsh environment out there for one, but that the one up on Harding and being under that shade, I wonder if how well it's gonna do. And is there irrigation? So that was another thing
That's a good question.
For maintenance.
But perhaps somebody from Savina Miller is on.
Yeah, Barry's on Zoom. So when we get to the questions, I'll call him.
The Fakahatchee. I've had difficulty growing it under trees. So that's it.
Laura?
I like it a lot.
I think it's fantastic. It reminds me of Miami Beach without, the letters saying Miami Beach, just the structure itself. My only question was, on the roof, is that one poured piece? And, how does the rebar work in there? Because there are quite a few holes, and it seems like a pretty big span. But other than that, it's beautiful.
Thank you for being here, and thanks for the presentation. I've been a part of this discussion since the beginning with the cantilevered over Normandy and the whole, and also, I live, 6 blocks from here and was around when our original sign got hit by a car, and we've had no sign since. And so a couple of questions I have to do with that, because this is a difficult location. Not only is it difficult for traffic, it's very busy anyway, and it's kind of represented here properly in the image with the power lines and the alley coming together and the curved signs. And so one of my questions has to do with how you're addressing those issues. Does this design, is it differ from Normandy? I'm concerned about, a car hitting the sign and then we end up with no sign again, or a broken sign. Those are my questions.
Okay. Well, in terms of, I guess, the protection of the sign, we are working with DOT right now. There's what's happening in their right-of-way, and then there's what's happening on the lot. So what is happening on the lot is that the sign, this whole thing is built up on top of a concrete pedestal or a wrapping concrete wall. So that wall will, I believe, serve to, isolate it from things that are, that might crash into it to some extent. I mean, a huge impact would, of course, probably destroy the wall. But anyway, that was a request of FDOT, was to build this thing up on top of let's say, a barrier. There is a question about whether the face of the barrier needs to be straight or has to be angled per their standards. But I'm not sure. We're still working with DOT on some of those answers. But so the first answer is that it's up on that pedestal. The other, there was a related question about vandalism. That's something we can consider in the specification to make sure that these things are locked into. They're heavy. They're going to be heavy duty, and heavy gauge. Steel. It's not like and they're big. They're 4 foot high. They'll be heavy, and they'll be, of course, electrified as well. So we hadn't considered the possibility that people would take them. But of course, it's a possibility, and we should plan for that. And I don't know if that means that the anchorages. So we need to work with the company that makes the sign. They would be one-off signs, right? I mean, they're made to a certain size, a certain number of letters, etc. So they would be specially ordered from a sign company. This is not proprietary work that only one company can do. There's a lot of companies that can do it, but it probably takes some time to manufacture it. So if it was hit and had to be replaced, there would probably be some time between when it, but I don't know how much time that would be. Regarding the structure, the cantilevers are challenging. As you were mentioning when we started, the cantilevers actually, we had the idea that the cantilevers would actually come out over the road in some way, but DOT immediately kind of said that's not a doable proposition, so we pulled them back. But they will be. There are lines of steel inside. They will look like concrete. They will look like concrete slabs with apertures cut in them. But they will have some. I think there may be tubes that are located along the lines. That is one of the reasons that the concrete columns are staggered and are turned, which is to stabilize the structure and to provide lines above for the structure to tie back. I don't know if I hit all the questions, and perhaps if Barry's online, he might want to talk about the Takahashi and the landscape.
Yes, yeah. Barry Miller.
Sorry.
Oh.
Right.
Can you guys hear me?
Hello? 87th.
Maybe should we let Barry speak, and then I can come back to the question?
Hi, Barry. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So I'm looking at the screen now. All I see is my name. I think let's get rid of some of the questions. The irrigation, there will be irrigation on this. There's no plan submitted as of yet. That's going to be for construction documents, but the entire island will be irrigated. On the lighting, I think Barry Klein asked about the lighting, or someone did, about we do have a lighting plan proposed with low voltage lighting that would be uplighting the sable palms. That's very easy to maintain and not costly whatsoever. There is a chance we could remove those if possible, because there will be some light bleeding through the holes as well from the lighting down below. In terms of Fakahatchee grass, we can't really specify anything that's tougher and easier to maintain. It does not require any pruning, except for once or twice a year. They whack it back. Also, we combine that with a beach creeper and what's the last one we used was it's silver salt palmetto, just big clumps of silver salt palmetto. So these are the landscape is designed for very, very, very resilient and easy maintenance. So we even had some air plants thrown into for the sable palm, for booted sable palms.
And salt
so
tolerant
answer
as well.
Questions.
I think they were
everything's very salt tolerant. Yes, salt and wind tolerant.
So then, if I understood, the lights on the palms were just for the crowns.
I guess they would
exactly.
Be. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I didn't So I didn't see the lights on the drawing.
Yeah.
Just saw them spec. Thanks.
Right.
And something else came to mind. The space underneath the canopy, is there going to be like open space there where people could put out sleeping bags and get shelter from the sun, where it's just going to be an attractive place for people to camp out?
So, in the development of this, when we started the project, we thought of these as places where people could go to kind of experience what that was like, that space was like. But in the development with City Public Works and DOT, it quickly became clear that that would be, we don't want to attract people to these places, and that it's actually dangerous for them to get there. So we have made it entirely, let's say, inaccessible. I mean, it's not fenced off, but it's you have that raised platform. Everything underneath that platform is landscaped. Everything at the ground level is landscaped. The roof has apertures, so it's not cover from the rain or anything like that. It lets the rain come through. And it's heavily trafficked. Those are heavily trafficked intersections, so I don't think they would be an attractive place to gather. Of course, people can do all kinds of things.
So the potential negative parts are that I thought about, if there's vandalism or if there's an accident. One way I think potential to consider to avoid vandalism and damage by accidents is, instead of having it on the ground, maybe if it could be up at the level of the shade structure, so where people couldn't reach it without a ladder. Because I understand from both Barry and Ray that once there's damage, or maybe it was Kirk, once there's damage or vandalism, that they're gone. So as nice as it was, as much as we come to appreciate it, we want to avoid vandalism and damage.
So that is something I was going to ask you. We tested it out on top of the canopy, and I believe it's a little, because it's small canopy, it's not a huge intersection, I think it became a little top heavy. But what we were thinking of doing was raising it up to be higher underneath the canopy instead of on the ground. And one of the reasons we were looking to do that is that, was a question I had meant to ask you as well. is that DOT hasn't come back with their full, and it's going to be, I don't know how much time before they do their full review, but they also have some things, some markings that have to go in, so we want to make sure that the signage is out of the way of those markings and any other signalization that they're, planning to install. So perhaps what we could do is raise it higher underneath the canopy so that it's not, hunkered down low, but raised, and maybe that could be part of the strategy of anchorage too. Like perhaps it could be anchored maybe from the top, for instance, as opposed to anchored from the bottom. I don't know.
Or both.
Or both, yeah.
Your cement wall basically is the same thing as guardrail. I mean, it's going to be 2 feet tall.
Yeah.
And you could go to 2.5 feet. Then for sure it's a guardrail. If somebody hits it. And the other thing is, which I know MDPL brought up, and I had it on my list too, so we may as well hit it now, is the fact it just says Miami Beach. That's like a mile marker. It should say, welcome to Miami Beach, or Miami Beach welcomes you, and maybe that could be put on the wall. You have Miami Beach, and maybe on the wall underneath it says welcomes you. Something like that to really welcome the visitor to Miami Beach. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, it's possible that we could raise that base up a bit higher. I mean, for instance, what's not shown there is that there's a kind of, maybe it's shown in that rendering, but there's a metal guardrail that is in that location. We want to definitely be above that metal guardrail, and so I was going to ask that in any motion that you give us some latitude to work with staff to finalize some of these dimensions and heights and things like that.
I would really hope that it, the signage at LAX doesn't say "Welcome to LAX." You know where you are, and I think we're kind of past that. And I think the sign is clean, it's modern, it's contextual, and not something I would endorse.
Could we get us to the public hearing, and then I think we're sort of segueing into board. No, I just want to make sure we cover all the bases. Any disclosures, by the way? No disclosures, and can we open up the public hearing if there's anyone online?
On Zoom, please raise your hand. I see none. Anyone in chambers, please come forward.
Matthew Goltanoff with the Miami Design Preservation League. We appreciate the overall concept behind the design aesthetic. However, the setting of the location makes it challenging to design something compatible and contextual. We believe in the following should be considered. 1, adding welcome to, which would be more in line with other entry signs around the city. Perhaps it could be added to the canopy above. And 2, providing alternate font options that may be more mid-century friendly. We are confident that with some additional study and refinement, this can be an even more compatible entryway to the North Beach MIMO district. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, we will close the public hearing and move to board. Would you like to provide a rebuttal?
Yeah. Well, I kind of, about the welcome to, I agree with Barry on this one. Like I'm hoping that the idea of this thing, as this strong architectural statement that really ties into so much of the city's identity with the name of the city would be enough of a marker of where you are. I almost think it could work without Miami Beach listed there, because what other city in the world would do something like that as an entrance, right? Or would have something like that. So, but I think it's important also to most people maybe not familiar with the architecture when they arrive, and so I think it's good to mix it, but I'm not sure you need the welcome to. Regarding the font size, but if you all decided to go in, that was a direction, we could make it work. Regarding the font, it's true, it's not a mid-century font, but it's also not literally a mid-century structure. It's a mid-century inspired structure, right? The shape of it, the woggly shape, the openings that allow the landscaping to go through. Those are all also contemporary elements. And the font that we picked is the city's font.
Yeah, that's what I
it's
thought
basically
it was like
that.
the city's font.
Yeah, it's that one. Right. So it's it's a font that's used all over Miami Beach in signage, and it was a connective thing. We didn't explore an alternative to that, but I think it works quite well because it is modern. It's not a specifically mid-century font, but it's a modern font that works well with the architecture. So those are my only 2 comments.
Thank you. So board comments?
Just that I feel strongly. I don't think it needs anything other than Miami Beach. And I would be fine if the letters are attached to the wall or if the letters hung from pipes from above. Prefer them on a wall. Mm-hmm. But I think it's a very cool design. I think it become iconic, and I would hope that it kind of evolves. It's could be our new lifeguard stands.
Mm-hmm. I agree, and anchoring it to the wall, I think, will be the least vandalized in a case like that. But I do believe you should raise the wall higher to 2.5 feet, just to make sure that you're well above the guardrail, not just like right at that.
Yeah.
You want to make sure that shows all the way around, that it doesn't look like it hides behind it.
Okay.
And other than that, I think I'll withdraw my comment about the welcome too. I'll accept other people's feeling on that.
I like the way it looks. We were discussing about whether to raise it or hang it just in order to protect it. And if anybody has any comments or suggestions that might be able to fortify it and protect it in some way, I think, because I would hate to see that go in and then a car crashes into it, and then when is it going to be repaired? And I hope we have insurance for that too. But it's not only about paying for it, but getting it done if these are things that are custom made. And if they are, then I would prefer it to be further out of reach of a vehicle or a vandal.
Well, could I have a comment, if I could? And I'm serving as chair, so I'm going last. But I have really strong feelings. This is a really important historic district to me. It's where I live. It's a historic district that I advocated to even exist. I have a couple of concerns. I'm just hoping maybe everyone could consider. One is for real the idea of car accidents and vandalism, because seriously, we've been for about a decade without a sign, and this is how things happen in this city. Is a car accident, the sign's gone. It's not a part of a capital improvements plan to replace the situation. And so if it could be avoided, I think it would be great to try everything we could to avoid that from even being a consideration. I think it's a great design. It's fun. I respect your work, and I'm so happy that you were brought on board to do this and that you've stuck it out all this time with DOT. The other thing, going to what a couple of other points to what MDPL said. I do think that it's a little true that, actually it's more than a little true, the Miami Beach font is not really exuberant. It's not really fun. The North Shore Historic District is fun. The buildings in the North Shore Historic District, they're like fun houses. And so I'm not sure if it would be worth considering maybe either, elevating it, maybe a different font. I don't know why we can't be fun. I don't know why, just because it is Miami Beach and it's Miami Beach's font, it's also the North Shore Historic District. Mm-hmm. I think there's every possible argument could be made to make it fun, and it's really just the Miami Beach part that's not very fun. the font. And lastly, is the fact that it's by design, because of the complications with the site, it's busy. You have the little arrow signs, you have the electric columns, you have, the roadway, you have the wall protecting the sign itself. And with that in mind, I'm also wondering, because by virtue of their placement, the Miami Beach and the arrows are competing with each other, and they're creating a sense of chaos, which really has nothing to do with your design, but the whole idea of less is more with mid-century design is sort of creating these whimsical, open feelings, and it's kind of a killer that you have the power lines and the arrows and the street and the Cobra light, all hanging over this. And so I'm wondering, and I spent a lot of time on this because I think it's important. It's really important to me that this sign does its best to represent that area. I spent a lot of time actually looking. I looked at the Palm Beach City Hall, for instance, which I think is connected, sort of in terms of the inspiration. And on that, the city of Palm Springs is sort of elevated, right? It's up. It doesn't need to be gigantic. It's just there. And I'm wondering if maybe we don't play with that a little bit so we don't have the chaos of the competing Miami Beach letters with the arrows. Maybe there's a way with FDOT, if the Miami Beach were elevated, that maybe it wouldn't compete with those other elements and would maybe create more of a space of openness. I don't know. I just put it out there for consideration. Again, I'm so happy with the work you've done so far on this. I just feel like maybe those components, I'm concerned about the Miami Beach part, where it's placed. I think maybe just a little bit of, you're the expert. I know you're an expert. You're the perfect one for this job, but I think maybe somehow it could be placed in a way where it doesn't feel so chaotic, which is not the fault of the project itself, it's the location.
He said he was going to locate those in accordance with coordinating the final FDOT for their requirements, because he hasn't received their input yet. So they may say, we need a higher guardrail, a lower guardrail, no guardrail, this, that.
I think we might be able to sort them layered vertically. In other words, that the signage for DOT is going to be at one level, and that our signage will be above that. Our signage will definitely be above that. You're right. It's a really crowded place there. It's just, that's what it is. I think my first instinct when I saw the project was, when we talked about that site was, wow, there's so much happening here, and also you have the cars speeding right towards it, right? So how do you? Yeah.
Alan, how about you've got it attached on the bottom at the wall. What if you attached it from the bottom of the top?
Yeah.
Then it's still connected by the same amount of space, so that they're secure, but it's up higher, it's harder for people to get to it, easier to read, and that might be exactly what you're referring to. I don't really
think the floating letters might be more mid-century anyway, but again, you teach this.
Yeah.
So
I think it's about keeping things independent of each other. Like the stuff that belongs to the road is going to be in the road. That's DOT's stuff, and we're not going to be able to do anything about that stuff. Our stuff is going to be within the lot, and it's going to be staggered so that as you see it, they don't compete with each other literally on top of each other. You're right that there's still going to be the signs and the other sign, and but I think we can sort it out in vertical layering so that they're clear. And it may mean hanging it, or it may mean just floating it in between the two canopies. It may mean raising the top of the canopy a little bit higher just to kind of allow space.
You vandalize at that point. You do it that way, that's too easy to vandalize.
You're saying it's hung.
Because you're hanging it in between, so there's ways to be able to grab things and pull them off. When they're fully attached, they're fully attached.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think, my feeling about how to keep it strongly attached is to anchor to the ground through some very stout, I don't know, steel behind it or something like that. So I think that could work. So I'm not sure I'm answering. One thing we did look at was, we looked at putting the signage on top, but it looks very heavy. It looks like a crown, like the British crown or something like that. It's kind of like, and then we looked at also the columns extending through and sort of having like pylons with signage on them. But I don't think it would be very visible like that. So I think as a statement unto itself, and also as a connection to the Normandy Isle, it's better to keep it consistent, even if it's not the ideal situation. And we're going to work with, and DOT is working to, make sure that the traffic side of it works, and that cars don't come into it. So I don't know if that's going to mean some change of the metal guardrail that's below or anything else, but.
I mean, I think my vote would be to elevate it. I think it's less inclined to be vandalized. It's less inclined to be hit by cars, and I think it's more reflective of the MIMO spirit anyway, to be floating. Also, Normandy is not a local historic district. This is. So if we need to be different, we deserve to be, right?
Since there's a lot of things that still have to be ironed out with FDOT, I would make a motion to continue this until we have final say of what FDOT is going to make you do.
Well, FDOT is going to be a long process.
Yeah, if you want my opinion, I think that we could put a really good condition in that I've kind of, while you're talking, I'm trying to record your comments, that the final placement of the sign shall be further explored and adjusted as needed to avoid visual conflict with FDOT street furniture and signage, as well as physical damage from vehicles or vandals.
Perfect. You're good with words.
I'll make that motion.
Try to listen. So I'm listening to these are your words. I'm just transcribing them.
Perfect. I'll make that motion.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Let me call the roll. Ms. Weinstein-Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Klein? Mr. Reed?
Yes.
Mr. Breslin? Yes. Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have one final item, which is just a discussion item today regarding an ordinance that we would like your recommendation on for the CD3 zoning district specific to the Museum Historic District. This proposed amendment would modify the rooftop addition regulations. So currently in the Museum Historic District, existing buildings are permitted to have one-story rooftop addition. The amendment would propose to amend that to allow for multi-story rooftop additions on non-contributing buildings up to a maximum height of 80 feet. The overall underlying zoning district allows for a height of 50 feet. So this would be for rooftop additions on non-contributing buildings. This would allow the height of a multi-story rooftop addition to exceed that 50 feet up to a maximum of 80 feet. This was reviewed by the city's planning board at the July meeting, I believe. The planning board has transmitted an unfavorable recommendation to the city commission. The city commission is scheduled to review this ordinance tomorrow at the commission meeting at first reading. We would like to be able to transmit a recommendation to the commission verbally during the presentation of this item tomorrow.
Can you explain the reasoning behind why this applies to non-contributing buildings versus contributing, and what is the incentive?
Well, this is a proposal by a private entity, and I think they're probably better at explaining why they crafted the ordinance and are recommending that the City Commission consider this for a particular project. So I could turn it over to Michael Larkin, who could kind of explain the history and why this is being proposed, and what the rationale was behind it.
Sure.
Sure.
Thank you.
So could you please pull the presentation? Hopefully. So good afternoon, everyone. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing Sean Vardy. He is the president of Think Properties, the majority owner of 2000 Collins Avenue. It's one of the 3 properties that would be covered under the scope of this legislation. I'm also joined here by Jennifer McConney, the project architect, and my colleague David Butter. As Debbie described to you all, we're here to discuss a proposed amendment to the rooftop addition regulations. The impetus behind the legislation was Mr. Vardy's desire to add more hotel units and a food and beverage venue for his guests, only his hotel guests. It won't be open to the general public. Commissioner Kristen Rosen-Gonzalez has graciously agreed to be our sponsor for this legislation, but at the beginning, she said it had to be a dual referral, not only going to land use, but going to the Historic Preservation Board as well to get their input. Next slide. That's just how the ordinance looks. At the very bottom is the actual language. It says, notwithstanding the foregoing provisions of subsection 142.1161D2, existing non-contributing buildings located within the Museum Historic District with a lot line in Collins Avenue may be permitted to have a multi-story rooftop addition not to exceed a maximum building height of 80 feet. So to answer your question, Mr. Chairman, when I draft legislation, I try to be more narrow in my approach. And if I had it apply to every property in the Museum Historic District, that'd be too much. So I try to limit it. And when I'm looking at different filters to limit it, one filter could be non-contributing buildings, because when you do a rooftop addition to a contributing building, it's a much bigger deal. You know, there's a lot more you could be disruptive. And a non-contributing building is arguably built much more recent, so they could withstand the additional load that would come from a multi-story rooftop addition, whereas in a historic building, you'd have to really put in much more support columns to sustain a multi-story rooftop addition. So that was my thought. I was trying to narrow the scope of the legislation and only have it really apply to non-contributing buildings. Next slide. So as Debbie mentioned, existing structures within the Museum Local Historic District are permitted to have a single-story habitable rooftop addition now. We're proposing multi-story rooftop additions not to exceed a maximum building height of 80 feet. Again, only applicable to non-contributing properties with a lot line on Collins Avenue and located in Museum Local Historic District. Next slide. This gives you all understanding of the scope of the ordinance. The properties that would be included in the scope have a yellow boundary. On the south side, there's a non-functioning robotic garage that Russell tried to get years ago to work, and it never has worked. It just never has worked. So it's non-contributing, though. It was a vacant lot, and this garage was built, so it would be there. It's right next to a multifamily building that's 19 stories in height, so I don't think there's an issue of compatibility there. To the north of it, the Dorchester Hotel, but it's separated by a 50-foot area where there's a parking area and a pool, so it's not really right on top of the Dorchester either. If you go up to our property, we're almost the whole block. The South Beach Hotel is the notch that's outside of it, but Sean Vardy's group also owns that South Beach Hotel. This was one of my very first projects in Miami Beach. It used to be where Wolfie's was located here at this particular corner. The 5 o'clock club was a strip club there. All the buildings were deemed non-contributing at the time, so the whole block was allowed to be demolished at the same time. In its place is now a mixed-use building with ground floor, restaurant, retail. Above you have residential units, and then the parking garage is located on 20th Street. There's also multiple hotel units there, hence the Boulan Hotel. Next slide. This is just an aerial giving you the boundaries. Would be 21st Street on the north, 20th on the south, Collins on the east, and Liberty Avenue on the west, where Sweet Liberty is. You may know it's a great cocktail bar that's in that area. Next slide. This is a view, if you're looking at Collins and 20th, just looking to the northwest. If you see the parking garage area, that is where this proposed rooftop addition will go. As you can see, it's really recessed from view. You can't really see it at all from Collins and 20th. Next slide. An aerial view looking to the north. It's the pool deck that is at 68 feet in height. As Jennifer's going to describe to you, we're going to have hotel units underneath the pool deck, and the pool deck will be extended to the west to account for that food and beverage venue I just described to you all. Next slide. This is a view showing that you have towers of all different heights in the surrounding area. So if we would increase our height from 68 to 80 feet, it certainly is not going to be negatively impacting based upon this built context in this area. Next slide. This is the rounded corner. This garage, I don't know if you all know Marcus Frankel, but even before the other part of the project was built, I did this garage with him back in 1999, 2000. And Marcus is a great architect. And for the longest time, though, the retail area and the ground floor remained unoccupied. But thankfully, Sweet Liberty moved in a few years ago, and it's been a smashing success. But that's the view that you'll see from Liberty Avenue and 20th Street looking to the northeast. Now I'm going to have Jennifer McConney take over because this is not my design, it's hers. And she's going to walk you through the next few pages.
Good afternoon, everybody. Jennifer McConney with Studio MCG Architecture. Next slide. So on the only work that we're doing here that we're proposing on the Boulan is just on the left side of the screen. Right now, that portion of the building is occupied by cars. It's a garage, but it's an underutilized garage. So that top floor we would turn into hotel rooms. The right side of the building actually is already located is 68 feet tall. So we're adding an addition at the level below the pool deck that has about 20 guest rooms. And then on the second level of the addition, which we step back and it becomes smaller, we have just a lounge and food and beverage area for the hotel guests, as well as we're able to extend the pool deck a little bit. Right now, when you go up there, the pool deck is very small and cramped. It's a sizable hotel, but they really do need a little bit more room up there to breathe. So again, we're continuing the 68-foot height with the first level, and then just an additional 12 feet of the second level of the addition on the left. Next slide. This is a view. Michael showed you before what it looks like now. We respected the original architect's curves of the building, and we stepped the building back and curved it as well. Next slide. This is a view this is with the addition, and there's really not much of a difference. I think you just see that staircase on the left side coming up another level. That's the only change from Collins Avenue that you're really going to see. Next slide. And here, this is what the section looks like now. There's an existing large cooling tower on the roof, which is in the middle of that roof, along with cars. And then we have the retail mechanical also right below the pool deck. So what we're going to be doing is taking that large cooling tower, replacing it, moving it over towards the other equipment that's there adjacent and lower than the pool, and then building the addition on top. Next slide. And there you can see what the difference is. You see how the pool deck matches up to the new restaurant for hotel guests only. Next slide. And then here you can see the difference between, which is level 6. On the left is what's existing, and it's full of triple tandem cars that, we've been up there a few times, and there's really no cars up there. And then on the right is what we're proposing, 20 hotel rooms with that white area in the center notched out for mechanical. So that mechanical systems won't be going up on the roof, making it even taller. We've located that at a lower level where there's already mechanical systems and a high parapet, so you won't even see it. Next slide. And this is the floor with the extension of the pool deck. In yellow, you can see the new floor area that's been added. Next slide. And that's it.
Thank you, Jennifer. And just, Mr. Chairman, if I could have Mr. Vardy just come up and give a couple of minutes, and that would be it. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Hello, everyone. It's been a long time since I've been up here. A little bit about me. I came down here in 2010, 11, and I started cutting my teeth on this block. Actually, I was a condo salesperson for this building. Now my group and myself own the building. In 2013, we were most known for purchasing the Plymouth Hotel, which was something that almost cost me my life. But we're about 4.5 years in construction, went through the Historic Preservation Board and all the challenges when doing construction for a historic building. But we stuck with it, and even with the cost overruns, I kind of looked the board in the eye and I said, guys, I'm really here to do what I believe, the board intended, bring it back, that nostalgia, and, kind of have that timeless moment and not take advantage of a situation. I then came, after building the asset, and we added a rooftop addition to it, we then came back in front of you and requested in the RM2 neighborhood to have outside music, which was not allowed, and then the board granted us that. And to date, that was about 4 years ago. We still have never had an issue with our neighbors or anyone in the neighborhood. I bring this up because today we are now about 600, 700 employees. We have about 1,000 rooms that we own and manage within the city of Miami Beach, and we hold our hat up high as being one of the better operators. We have restaurants named Blue Ribbon, we have restaurants named Orange Blossom, we have restaurants called Limonada. None of them that you would see in the news, but stuff that you would, probably take notice of the type of consumers that come to Miami Beach. And just today, which is one of the reasons why, we're proposing this, David Whitaker just appointed us on the board of the GMCVB. The why that's important, and this was the reason why we went for the variance or to have the outside noise for the Plymouth, was that we were getting a tremendous amount of group business from the convention center. And while the hotels on the sand were kind of getting a little bit pricey, the boutique side, which is kind of the infield that I kind of refer to, we were kind of the go-to area for these groups. And as a result, we probably do 10x of any other group combined off the sand. So we were awarded the nomination to be on the board, but part of that is having space for some of these groups to commingle, have a group meeting, and what have you. And as you are aware, these hotels, these boutique hotels, are very limited on that. The proposed idea for the rooftop and that addition is not necessarily for a restaurant. It's actually, we will have a food and beverage component to it, and it's really only for our guests. It's primarily really for the meeting space that we need in order to kind of house some of the group business that we have. So, again, very happy, very proud, love what we did. We kind of are one of the, I think we're probably the biggest, largest group in the neighborhood, and I think it's important to take note of some of the things that we said, and more importantly, the things that we've done since then in taking this into consideration for the request. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Chairman. I'll retreat to my chair now, where you all can have your deliberations.
It's a discussion item, so
okay.
So we can open it up simultaneously to questions.
Just so you know, I've known Sean since 2011, and everything he says is correct. To add some substance to his request, if you look at the Collins Park neighborhood, originally Miami City Ballet could only be built to 50 feet. The library could only be built to 50 feet. And all of a sudden, when we got ready to build the garage, we said, gee, right across the street, you can build 75 feet. And right on 23rd Street, an old building in the 1930s is 84 feet tall. So we got, the Collins Park Neighborhood Association said, hey, look, we can build the same size garage on 2 lots instead of 3 lots, go to 75 feet, and now all of a sudden, behind the library, there's another building that's going to be built that will be workforce housing and dorms for Miami City Ballet that's 75 feet. So that's just right across the park from where Sean Verity's talking about this variance. So I think when you look at everything that's in the neighborhood, that this is now out of range for that. I do have a question for Michael. You said there's a total of 3 properties that would be able to do this. What are the other 2?
Sorry, I was tired. Getting back to that slide. So the first one I described was a robotic garage at the southern end, right? That's
okay.
Galva's
All right.
project, right.
So all right.
The second one is our project, at 2,000 Collins, and the third is directly across from the W Hotel. It's a rectangular building that's non-contributing. Directly behind it is a 2-story building where there's a restaurant on the ground floor, a yoga studio above. The Miami Beach Library is on the southern half. If you go beyond the 2-story building, you have affordable housing for seniors, and then you have the 75-foot building you're talking about.
Right. Okay.
Workforce housing.
So you're talking about Leroy Schechter's building on the corner of
Yes, that's correct.
22nd and Collins. Okay, thank you. I just need that clarification because it's not going to be something that's going to happen, all over. So, I just wanted to have everybody have an idea of the entire neighborhood and what's going on because nobody knows that neighborhood better than I.
Thank you. Barry? Stuart?
Okay.
Laura?
Sure. Thanks. So, subpart D2 of section 142-1161, it says, existing structures within a historic district shall only be permitted to have habitable 1-story roof additions. And the amendment, which is in part 7, it says, notwithstanding the foregoing provisions of the section I just read, existing non-contributing buildings located within the museum district may be permitted to have a multi-story rooftop addition not to exceed a maximum building height of 80 feet. I heard there was discussion about activating it for a restaurant, for example.
No, you didn't say that.
I thought I heard
Sean said that.
the word restaurant.
But not open to
Right.
the general public. Not to the public.
What?
Not to the public.
Okay, well, open to the public or not, a restaurant. I don't know if the amendment does anything to modify the requirement in that part 2 that the structure that's permitted as a rooftop addition must be a habitable structure. So I don't know if the amendment would.
He's adding rooms. He's adding rooms to it.
Why is everybody?
He's saying
He's asking questions of the applicant.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Everybody always has an answer in the middle of while I'm talking. I don't get it.
Sorry.
So that's one thing, is that it appears to me that the amendment will allow an increase in height, but not a change in the what's permitted as a rooftop addition, which would be a habitable structure. And then my other question is that as the way the code is written right now, it mentions twice, once in that subpart D2, no variance from this provision shall be granted, and then at the subpart 8F, no variance from the provisions of 142-1161D shall be granted. So this code specifies twice there's not going to be any variances. And I guess that since there's no variances is why we're here today, that they're looking to amend it. What was the rationale behind not allowing variances from that rooftop addition? I mean, is this amendment now being unfair to the people who drafted this code in the first place, that they're allowing rooftop additions so long as there's no variance from this provision? But now we're giving particular property a carve-out by amendment, and I don't know that's why I'm asking what was the purpose for the no variance language to begin with. I wasn't around, I didn't hear the discussions, But it seems to me that what they're trying to accomplish now is to go around the people who may have carefully drafted this code in the first place.
Barry?
Thank you. I agree with much of what Stuart says, and I feel this is a change in zoning for a particular property owner, who he may be a very nice guy we've never met, and may do wonderful things. But by your own admission, you made a statement that this is not to add rooms or rest or use specific uses other than some meeting rooms, conference rooms. Why not use some of the unavailable, unused parking for that and renovate that and let that be your new use? I don't see the validity, the purpose of changing the zoning that was, carefully written for the people's use, not just an individual's. And so I won't back it.
Laura?
Thank you for the presentation, and the Plymouth is an amazing property. I commend you on. I'm sure that was a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. My concern is just I love the design. In my eyes, Jennifer can really do no wrong, but unfortunately, when designing the code, we can't specify, who is going to be the future owner, the future ramifications of this sort of kind of comprehensive, in my mind, zoning amendment. And I guess, my question really to the commissioners is, I understand the contextuality of the height going from 68 to 80 feet is not a big deal. But I really wish that the city would look comprehensively at some sort of public benefit program that would allow this, someone to pay in, like an owner to pay into a fund, rather than just giving kind of these spot zoning. And it is, we're talking about 3 properties here that are kind of getting special treatment, which I'm all for. I'm all for increasing height if it helps a property, but I really wish that the city would look into a more comprehensive plan rather than just looking at individual districts. And I know it's not, your issue, but this is just a public statement and discussion point.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and for all the work you put into it. My feelings mirror a lot of what Laura said, and it's interesting because I was earlier today mentioning to Debbie about the Collins Park Hotel project and the rooftop addition that was added onto it, and obviously, I'm always thinking about other historic districts, and we talk about this a lot about incentivizing the retention and reinvestment in historic buildings and added sea level rise, and it's a nuanced discussion, and I think it's an important one, and I do want to point out that Collins Park project because I think it's so beautifully and compatibly done. The addition to a 2-story structure, and the addition is 3 stories, 2.
Ground level addition. I know Jennifer worked on that project. 5 stories.
5 stories.
Thank you, Jennifer.
and it was beautifully done. Kudos on that. And I think it's a perfect model. But getting back to this discussion, it does feel like spot zoning. A, B. I want to incentivize. The investment in historic structures, not necessarily, the non-contributing structures first and foremost. That's my focus. And if we're going to be raising heights, I think for historic structures, as Jennifer has shown us, it can be done in a very compatible and beautiful way. And I understand Mr. Larkin, what you were doing in terms of trying to carve out and to avoid any unintended consequences. And yet at the same time, I feel like comprehensive planning discussions need to keep happening in this city. And if there's a justification for increasing height anywhere in a historic district, that it should be a comprehensive discussion that includes what the impact would be on not only non-contributing structures, but also the contributing structures, and ideally how we optimize the benefits for the buildings and for the people living there. So, I think the project you designed is beautiful. I feel like our approach should be done in a compatible way, and it's my feeling that that's the message we should be sending to the commission with regard to the historic districts, and maybe down the road that would include making a project like this possible, but I think it should be addressed in a comprehensive way with massing studies and both contributing and non-contributing buildings in mind. Thank you for the presentation.
Can we have a motion just so we can transmit to the commission tomorrow? Is anyone open to making a motion? It's either a favorable or unfavorable recommendation.
Would make an unfavorable motion to the item to not change the zoning.
Okay, very good. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 1. Okay, so that's a 4-1 unfavorable recommendation to transmit to the City Commission.
Thank you.
Okay, members of the board, that concludes our meeting. If there's nothing else, we can adjourn. Okay, enjoy the rest of your afternoon, evening. See you in a month.